man.
If you're to take...
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's going to be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got plots from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on.
That's the very funniest thing.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on.
That's the very funniest thing.
So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and Tehuti shook our heads at the same time.
Tehuti believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites. I think I need to clarify that with you. I think I need to clarify. You should let me clarify. Because I wasn't talking to you when I was talking about the writings on the wall. There's no name given to authorship, and there's no date given whereby we know when those writings on the wall were done. That's all I said. I didn't mention anything about you. So he is God, the most high God. And when he repented, he
Me and
changed
Tahuti shook
his
our heads the
mind.
same time. This is
Tahuti
crazy.
believes on writings on the wall that he don't know who wrote it. He don't know who wrote them writings, whether it was the Greeks or whether it was the Kemites.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, what is that? What does it say there in verse 9?
And they that were with me saw and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me.
Right. This is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So those that were with him, they heard the voice, or they didn't hear it?
Now, according to what he's saying here to, who's he talking to here? Felix or Agrippa? Yeah. According to this, he says they heard the voice of him that spake to me. That's what the other one. Where's the other one in Acts 9?
No, I just want to establish one thing. It's those who were with him, they did not, according to Paul, not hear the voice that was with him.
Yeah, you're right. I remember reading this recently, and I was like caught on that. I was thinking like, that's something that I don't understand because I don't see what it's like, it sounds like a contradiction.
Isn't it easy to understand?
No, it's not. Wait.
Have you ever heard of a liar?
It sounds like a contradiction in Acts, doesn't it?
Right. It sounds like a lie, doesn't it?
No.
When something is said and something is said the opposite, both things be true at the same time?
If something is said the opposite of something, can they both say at the same time?
Yeah, can I be 6'4" and at the same time be 5'11" at the exact same time? I want you to pick which one is the truth.
You can try to make me look like a dummy, and maybe I am.
That attitude. I just wanted to know which one.
I still honor God above man, and I don't put my trust in man.
Okay, I just wanted to know which one was the truth. I want to tell my son which one is the truth.
I mean, that's fine. I've been up against the wall before. I know what it feels like. It's all right.
It feels strange, right?
Swimming up, no, it just makes you stronger.
Do you feel stronger right now? Mic check, mic check. Can everyone hear me? Mic check, mic check. We're doing a mic check. Can you all hear me? Mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. All right. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to another Tehuti podcast. I already see some questions in. Let me go ahead and get this started right. We got everybody, a lot of people here. I see Maurice. That's Maurice Waller. I see Robert Williams. This says Hotep, my aunt, everyone. I see Hosey. Hope C. There's Ayo. I see, that's a nice name, Imhotep 360. I see Squano Trending. I see Yeet. I see AJ Super Magul. I see Tehuti Mo. Shout out to Tehuti Mo. Here's a new name I haven't seen this before. Shout out to you. I'm going to read it. It is the oldest Julian. Shout out to the oldest Julian, Jody Southward. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. And who else is here? I think I saw Steve. Arcad Infinite. Shout out to you. Rick Rolls. Shout out to you. Rajan Farrow. Shout out to you. Peace and love for Damio X. And I thought I saw someone else in here, but Steven, is Steven here? Oh, Steve E. Shout out to Steve E. Wonderful. Shout out to Steve E. Truth Seeker. You're nice and early. Truth Seeker said he's not gonna fall asleep on this one. Truth Seeker 22. Okay. And Andromeda Miserabilis. Okay. Peace to you. Let's get started. Shannon Southard. Shout out to you, Shannon Southard. Peace and love. Greetings. Shout out to you. Let's get started, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. It's going to be a very interesting class today. I don't see much new names in here, but I'm sure there's I see about 20 names in here, but it's been 41 watching. So let me go ahead and do the introduction and let everybody know what the Tehuti Podcast is about and how serious we are about the truth and information and facts and getting it out there and what this channel actually does to differentiate itself from every other channel on YouTube. But before we start anything, we're going to start with the affirmation for all those that are new. The affirmation is something that I say with my circle, my family, and people that I care about, and myself before practice, before ritual, sometimes every time before meetings, before classes that I do, and when I wake up in the morning, this is what I say. It has the Medu Netter in transliteration, Medu on top, and it has the English at the bottom. And because I am one who follows Ma'at, I have to start off with the affirmation that describes Ma'at to always remind us about the life that we live. And we're going to go ahead and put this on the screen, and we're going to get started. Here we go. We will start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, Un and Es, Nin Tet Aset and Maya, Nin Hepapet and Maya, Her and Huk Kiyui Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her, I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. And on the sides here we have Ma'at imagery on the sides. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. We are going to get started, but before we get started, let me introduce what this podcast is about for all those new people that are here. Shout out to the moderator, Nani Aset Mer. Shout out who says Unki Ma'at everybody. Shout out to the moderator, Ma'aterator. Shout out to Netzer the Greatest is here. He's going to love this one. Netzer loves, you're going to love it. I already see some questions in here, this type of stuff that you like. Shout out to you. Shout out to Freddie Cali. Freddie Cali had a question I wanted clarity on, but he wasn't in the last, I think, couple of weeks when I asked him to clarify. He wasn't in to clarify, but he's here now, so hopefully when we get around to it, he can maybe even come on the screen and elaborate. It was about what did the ancestors leave for love for us, something to that effect. I have to go back to it, but he is here, and he sent in his offering. for the question, so he can always jump up on the screen and actually elaborate the question to us, because I didn't quite understand it. That's what I do here. I make sure that I comprehend fully what the people are asking, so that I don't go off into an answer that the person doesn't ask. I try to be a precise teacher and give everybody their respect. Shout out to everybody. Daniel Setmer says, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, where you get mind-blowing answers again and again. That's right. All right, everybody. So let me introduce the Tehuti Podclass to those who are just watching, that are not commenting in the room, those who are watching on YouTube. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. If you've not come across me, I have been a teacher for maybe over 3 decades. I've lost track, but I've been teaching for 3 decades and up, and I've been teaching in the public for many years, anywhere from 40 to 500 people at a time, where I would be put up front to answer questions without any preparation whatsoever. This created and opened me up into another kind of being. So it did not raise me. I was not raised on YouTube. I was raised in a very hostile environment, where I was set in front of news media, set in front of Masons, Christians, Jews, Hebrews, Muslims, Nuwabians, Nation of Islam, and people would come from Britain. They'd come from Amsterdam. They'd come from Canada, Trinidad, Jamaica, all over the world. And my teacher at the time would put me up front in certain occasions, and I would teach. I would answer people's questions, and it created what you see here today. It's a part of what birthed me into Tehuti. So because of that type of environment, I was taught to be good under the pressure of questions from people. And that created an environment where I actually set up bookstores and classes, and had people come to the bookstores and classes and ask live questions. After a while, due to unfortunate situations, the group that I was in, due to jealousy and other unfortunate situations, created an environment for me where the teacher told me that it was not safe for me to be in that environment anymore, and I had to be removed, or remove myself. So I removed myself, and when I did, I stopped teaching art in the open, because I was slightly damaged at the time, because I was disappointed that people would forsake knowledge for anything, and forsake it for jealousy or whatever emotions or whatever you may have, and create an environment where I could not come and teach anymore. So I secluded myself and just taught my inner circle and family for for a long period of time, and then I ended up saying to myself, well, I can't teach those people on stage. What do they need? Okay, let me give them financial help. I went and studied and created entrepreneurship, very unique entrepreneurship I created online. That's a long story, but I created created online and accumulated a lot of money at the time. Took that money and then ended up investing into, created a real estate program where we would flip houses and I would give money back to the buyer. It was a very unique, interesting situation, and we were doing very well. Company was Empire States, and was doing very, very well. I was housing Nuwabians and other people that were saying they're in the conscious community, teaching them how to open up LLCs and trust funds, and basically helping the community that way. But I wasn't teaching, I was just helping that way. After a while, I came out and started teaching again on a chat group called Pal Talk, where I came across Hebrew Israelites, and I started converting them, but most importantly and most effectively, I was converting their women, which had a strong effect where my life became threatened again. I was threatened, and they opened up chat rooms about me, and it was a big thing on Pal Talk in 2006. 2006. So anyways, the main brother who did that, his name was Shalomo. And we ended up in a debate and a conversation, and he was the head of that Hebrew Israelite section that was against me. The big chat room was like 100 and 200 people. It was amazing how many people was in the chat room. This was before YouTube times like this. So anyways, I ended up converting him, right? So I ended up converting the Hebrew Israelite brother out of Hebrew Israelitism, and that was the end of that. I converted him, and his people scattered, and I was just converting people. That's what I do. I convert you. Debating is fun, but my main job is to get you to see out of the matrix. So he converted, and I ended up continuing to teach on Pal Talk. And then I taught in Canada, and then I came to California, where I secluded myself again and only taught my inner circle and inner family. And I came across a brother named Mahati, who was also a Hebrew Israelite, and he was learning from me, and he was down and out at the time, and I would teach him. I would take time to go off into the streets, secluded with him, and go off into little corners and areas, and just give him one-on-one classes, break things down to him. He became very loyal to me, and he gained a trust from me, and he became the only brother that was allowed around my goddesses and allowed around me in that type of fashion. And so after a while, Ahati saw several people on YouTube. I wasn't into the internet at the time, and he came to me and he said, "You need to get onto YouTube, and the masses will see you." And I said, "I don't want the masses to see me. I'm not interested in the masses seeing me. I'm very disappointed in the masses, and I think I'll just teach you in my inner circle, and I don't care about popularity." Well, anyways, Ahati kept coming out on me saying, "You got to come out there. You should come out there. Come out on YouTube. Pal Talk was good, but you can actually be seen." And I said, "I'm not interested." And then finally I told him, "Okay, I'll come on for an interview." Somebody wanted to interview me. It was a Hebrew Israelite debate group. They interviewed me, and I ended up in a debate. I'm not sure how that. I ended up in a debate. The champion challenged me. I ended up debating him, beat him, and I ended up becoming the champion over there. And then they were bringing me guy after guy after guy, and I was just beating person after person after person. They said, "I'm going to get you this big name," and I'm like, "I don't know what the big names are, because I was raised up in the woods. I was raised up in an environment. I wasn't into this life, so I don't know what big name it means and all of this. So I didn't get you the big names, and I'll get you the Unk West and the Jabaris and the Zion Lex." And I'm like, "Okay, I don't know the difference between those names and Buki Buki across the street, but sure." And anyways, debated them, beat them, and it just kept going. I got onto Sonetter, debated Jabari, beat him, debated Zion Lex. This is all according to the audience. And then I ended up having to move away from that group due to inner chaos and just strangeness. The majority of the people in the Y group didn't want me in there anyways, because I was a Kemetic person who was the champion of the Hebrew Israelite League, the first and last time ever in, I think, Earth's history. Is it Earth's history? I think in history. Has there ever been a Kemetic teacher has been the debate champion of the Hebrew Israelite League? So anyway, I left that, and Hati said, "Hey, you should come on to Killer Priest." And I said, "I remember Killer Priest. He's a rapper." And he said, "Yeah, but he has a podcast, and nothing much is really going on in there. It's like some strippers and a guy named Rasul, and they're just kind of talking and chatting about astrology. You need to come on there and just break down information." And I said, "Well, you know what? I like Killer Priest. I don't mind going there." So I called Killer Priest, or I think Killer Priest called me. I'm not sure what happened. And ended up setting up very consistent Mondays on Killer Priest. After he saw me teach, he said, "We're going to have you every Monday." And I kept on coming on, and that was really good. So a lot of my old students saw me from years and years and years ago, like 25 years ago, and new students wanted to do one-on-one sessions with me, and I tried it for a little while, and they were paying me very well, considerably, Reciprocity, because of the way that I teach and because of the specifics that I give, and they were paying. And then it became too much for me. I wasn't able to divide it with my family. It was just too much. Each class was like an hour. I had 5 people want a class a day and 2 hours, and it was just too much. So what I did, this was the birth of the Podclass. I came on to the Killer Priest show, and I said, hey, here's what I'm going to do for everybody. I think some of the people here witnessed this. They were there. I think Jody and some others were there and saw this. Those who were in the camp, maybe Jamie or X or some others. And so what happened was, I said, I am going to put on my YouTube channel. I had a YouTube channel for 12, 11 years or so. I said, I'm going to put on my YouTube channel an open link. Well, I'm saying link because Garfield's asking me for the link. Hold on. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. One momentum. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so I told everybody I have a YouTube channel. I'm going to put my YouTube channel into a Podclass where people can come for free. But there will be reciprocity since people were paying in super chats. Were paying in super chats to ask me questions. I said, you know what? I'll do that for everybody at the same time. That will free up my time. So instead of paying me $30 a class, $40 here, and this and that, come to the Podclass, and you can send in donations. And when you do, the questions, I will put them up on the screen, and I will read them off, and then I'll answer them either there or maybe the next week, depending on how they are in the succession of how they come to me and how I see them. So this is based on reciprocity. So because I'm an actual teacher, I'm not an arguer. I'm not on here giving my opinion. This is what I do for a living, and it's the only thing that I do for a living, which is a breakthrough in itself. I broke out of the matrix where I am off the grid, and I literally, my living is this and helping people out with their physical health. That is my actual living and performing on the streets. And this is my actual living. So I said, now you can send in your questions, and when you do, they pop up on the screen like this for all the new people that don't know what I'm speaking of. So you send in, I have a Cash App, which is Cash App TT Amoon. That's the Cash App. The PayPal is PayPal Rocky SV. Cash App is TT Amoon. Okay. When you send in the PayPal or the Cash App, this is what happens. So I created this system. I don't think this is being done on YouTube at all. This is something that I invented. And what it is you send in a Cash App, and it pops up on the screen like such. This is Stephen E. who sent in this question. And when you send it in, I get to it in my email, I put it up on the screen. I give you a cheer if it's over $20, hand claps and all of that, give you shout outs. And then I read the question, and then I proceed to answer the question right then and there live, unless it's a build up and it goes to the next week. That has never been done on YouTube before, to my knowledge. So you send in questions and you get thorough answers. Some of them, most of them, especially if they go to the next week, most of them are as if I wrote a book for you. All right, so that's what happens when you send in the Cash App. That's Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary has actually a question in tonight. I don't know if he's in the room, but he has a question in. He already sent in. If you send in the PayPal, it pops up on the screen like this. You said you get much more room to write. I'll find one here that has a lot of writing. Like say, boom, like look at this. So this is Beged Leisure, who's one of the monster supporters. And look how much you can write in the PayPal. You can write a whole paragraph. So he asked me a question about Ursa Minor, and it pops up on the screen, and then I proceed to answer the question. This is a very unique system brought to YouTube, and it's a system that's very challenging, which means that as a Saba, which is an open door, I'm your teacher, but I'm a unique teacher because I did not come with any pre-prepared lecture for you. I am the teacher who does not know what the topic is. Very, very unique, which means that you all, my beloved ones in the class that show through reciprocity, send in your support. And based on the question you send in, that is actually what that's what the class is about. And I can get in 5 questions, 7 questions, 6 questions, or you can just send in support. Some people just send in support. This is Heka Kepara. He sent in $25. This is Imani. He sent in a question. Manifesto sent in a question. And you can just send in support, or you can send in a question. It doesn't, whichever one you choose to do. Some people send in both, but this is because you either do appreciate me or you will after you see this. When you see this, you will appreciate me much more than if you've never seen me before. This is not rhetoric. This is not talking, yelling. There is no ad hominem here. There's no insulting people, no disrespect. None of that will take place here. You ask a question, you get answered, as if you go to the doctor. When you go to the doctor doesn't scream at you when you ask a question. He doesn't insult you, right? Of course, if you punch him in the face, he will, or do something disrespectful. But if you go there strictly for that purpose, he's going to treat you with that purpose. This is a brother named Owen Hythe, who's probably in the room right now, Ascari, and he's one of the monsters who sends in monster donations. Do not let donations like this intimidate you. For those who are new, you can send in whatever is comforting to you, whatever you feel. Of course, there's people like Kamit who are sending in 127 and such. And of course, there's monsters like Tehuti Mos. His isn't on the screen here, but there's monsters like Tehuti Mos who they send in large amounts because they want to preserve me. They want to support to the point where they're really showing their appreciation. I have saved people's lives physically, saved people's actual lives, and people are very appreciative of me. Okay, so now that everybody understands that and understands how this works, shout out to the Ma'aterators. The Ma'aterators, invented by a man named Stranger. He is a questioner also. Stranger, named the Ma'aterators. This is Unki and Ma'at. And Nani Aset Mur is in the room. And I think Ahati's in here. I don't see him. But these are the Ma'aterators. Moderators are the ones that help keep the room in check. Okay, and keep everything understandable and everything respectful. Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So I want to get right off the bat and deal with a young brother here. Shout out to Georgie Parker. Brand new name. Haven't seen that name, but shout out to you, Georgie Parker. Freddie Cali commented. He said, it's okay. I left it alone. I just wanted to donate. But I was asking, like, what other things did they leave behind that can empower us, that shows their love for future generations? Okay, yes, which is literally what every podcast is about. So thank you, Freddie. Almost every podcast, you're going to find out that I base things on this model right here that I created, and this is ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. So when I show ancestral artifacts showing that our ancestors left us math, our ancestors left us algebra, calculus, science, our ancestors left us remedy, inspirations to be the very first dentist, like Hesare. Our ancestors left us language, soap, gives us the ability to brush our teeth, motivate us to clean ourselves. And this is what our ancestors left for us out of love and wrote it in the walls so it would never be forgotten. So actually, every class I teach, including this one, will be bits and pieces of what the ancestors left for us because of their love for us and not wanting us not to have what they had. So they left us the laws of Ma'at, which we're going to be talking about today as well. So thank you, Freddie Cali. I also wanted to deal with a brother who sent in a question. His name is Jacoby. He sent in a question. I don't know if he's in the room, but Jacoby sent in a question, and he had sent in, I think it was like $2. I got to find where it is, but it's $2, and he wanted to know about George Floyd. So I wanted to address the brother and tell the brother that the information I teach on George Floyd will shut this channel down. I have in my file information about George Floyd that will definitely get this channel flagged, removed, you will be utterly surprised, and I can't even reveal it. And what I would reveal actually would be it would be too long. First of all, I appreciate everybody's donation, but it would definitely be over $2. If I just answered it based on a $2 answer, you wouldn't hardly get any information based on $2. The information I have on George Floyd is extremely extensive and has been utterly removed from the internet. I captured it, a lot of live footage, a lot of things that were removed from the internet, and I have it all. I have gigs of George Floyd, gigs on the the Mandalay Bay shooting, stuff that they don't allow on YouTube. So I just want to let you know that, my good brother. Peace to you. All right. So yeah. So let me give a little announcement of what we're going to do today. I'm going to answer questions, absolutely. But the brother Garfield, who for some weird reason has only had strange things to say about me every time I've come across, which I'm going to relay that today, why I'm not too comfortable with his channel. But he wants to set up a respectful interview with me based on the debate that Jabari had. I find the debate that Jabari had with me is extremely important for the community, and a lot of people that come to my podcast are from that debate. They've literally not seen anything else I've done, but they've seen that debate and come over to the podcast. Very, very, very informative debate. So he wants to actually broadcast the debate on his channel, and then afterwards do a question and answer interview with me. I told him that he said, "Thank you. You're welcome, my brother." I told him that the only way I would do that is if we talk live first in front of an audience, so that we get the exact questions answered, the exact questions that are going to be asked, and certain stipulations, so that I don't go on his channel and all of a sudden, Enquest comes on blue, and Pastor Bennett's over here attacking over here. Enquest, all the guys that I debated, and it turns into a fiasco, which everybody knows I'm not into that kind of energy. So I will take some questions, I will elaborate, I will teach, and then I will be out of there. But I'm not getting into this crazy where 5 guys from the Dagger Squad and Amarat Squad start attacking. I'm not into that. So we're going to discuss here live, a little treat for you. We're going to discuss here live the stipulations and the respect and the organization that will be if I decide to do this interview. Okay? Yeah, they definitely ambush, of course. Yeah, that's what they do. But I will not be ambushed. I'm there to answer questions. So we'll talk about it. So anyways, let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here to answer questions. Let me go and look at my let me go and look and see who's supported so far. And let's see what's going on, everybody. I'm looking for your support. I only see a couple so far. Okay, so I'm going to go out and give a shout out to those who sent in their support a little earlier. I'm going to start with Amin Ma'at Ra. Well, who's this? Let me see something here. No. Amin Ma'at Ra. Who's this? Okay, so let me go ahead and put it on the screen. This is this is actually Jacoby who sent this one in. On October 2nd. So Jacoby sent this one in. I think I may have already put this on the screen, but just in case, let me go ahead and do this, just to show that I do give everybody respect. It doesn't matter if you send in $2 or $200. I will put it on the screen to show you all respect and appreciation. Where's the screen share? 1 second, everybody. I don't see my screen share on the screen. Hold on, everybody. Let's see what's happening here. I do not see mute. Stop can't present. Is it present now? Oh, they changed it. StreamYard changed this. Interesting. Okay. StreamYard has changed it. I got to adapt. So here it is, everybody. Boom. Jacoby sent $2 for what happened with George Floyd, please, for next class. Okay, shout out to Jacoby. Okay. No, I don't want to leave. I want to cancel. So shout out to Jacoby. Okay, stop screen share. Interesting. And now we're going to go on. I'm going to put one more, and then I'm going to get into the questions. Yes, can I answer privately? I probably can. I have to set up a time and, of course, get another reasonable donation and set up. Yes, that would be like an hour and a half private time for me to answer that. But anyways, so there we go. We got Hati is here. Shout out to Hati, who says, please do not upload Tehuti's books to any website. Yes, obviously. I don't know. Yes. Thank you, Hati. Of course. Okay, let me thank you, Hati, for saying that. Okay, good. So let me go on and move on, everybody, because there's some power questions here, and I don't even know if the brothers are in here and ask the questions. Let me go ahead and move on to the next one. Shout out to Jonathan Hacker. Oh, he sent me one. Shout out to Jonathan Hacker. He sent me this question. It's actually not a deep question to answer. I may get into it right now since I have a spider on my head. Might as well just break it down. I don't have any screen size or anything on this, but shout out to the brother. I don't even know if he's in the room right now. But shout out to the brother here who sent in this question. Maybe I'll do a little bit now when he comes in. Maybe I'll set up some, but it's not really too deep. But shout out to Jonathan Hacker. Appreciate you, brother. I think he asked this midweek or something, but he said, why do we have a fear of spiders? Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so I'm gonna see if he's in the room. Are you in the room, Jonathan Hacker? I may just wait for him to come in the room. I can actually talk to him directly and set up some little presentation for him. Not really too deep of a question, but shout out to Jonathan Hacker. Appreciate that. Shout out to Jonathan Hacker. I'm going to store your question there. Maybe you can come in and I can talk to you directly, know that you're here. Now, the monsters step in. The monsters, Amun, Ma'at, Ra. Oh my. Let me go and put this in. Amun, Ma'at, Ra. Woo! Okay, let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Here, this is a monster donation here. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it on the screen. And let me one moment here. I'm gonna get right into the questions here. Okay, Amun Ma'at Ra. Where is he? He's on the screen. We're going to do a screen share present. Amun Ma'at Ra with the $50 right off the bat. He said this a couple days ago, right before the podcast. Shout out to Amun Ma'at Ra. Appreciate the support, my good brother. You are excellent. Wonderful. Not even a question. See what I mean? Not even a question, just support. Right off the bat. Shout out to Amun Ma'at Ra. Yes, I'm saying it right. Shout out to Amun Ma'at Ra. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate your support. You are awesome. You are fabulous. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Amun Ma'at Ra with the $50. Okay. So we're gonna go like this, and trying to thank you. My brother, turn this down. All right, everybody, here we go. Okay, Amun Ma'at Ra. Shout out to you. Awesome, awesome, wonderful. Appreciate you very much. And Shout out to the good brother. Here's another monster question. This brother here. Shout out to Raw Minerals. Raw Minerals with the great support. Raw Minerals. He sends in. Let me go ahead and put this up. Raw Minerals. Okay, we have Garfield trying to come in, but it says device is not connected. Garfield, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but it's I see a gray screen, but it's not quite showing you. It says device not connected. So maybe you're on the phone trying to come in. I'm not sure. But let me go ahead and shout out to the good brother. Yeah, no problem, good brother. No problem, Jacoby. So that was Amin Ma'at Ra. Shout out to you. It says to Garfield, you will need to connect your mic before you can add them to the stream. Okay, so they will need to connect their mic. So Garfield, if you hear me, it's saying that you need to connect your mic. Okay, so let me go ahead and do the other screen share. Let me send him a message if he's not seeing this. It says you need to connect your mic. Okay, here we go. So shout out to the next big donator. The next big donator is Raw Minerals and I believe this brother sent me a question. I think it's the same brother. I'm not sure, but somebody else sent me a question about Raw Minerals, and I was telling him that I need sources to answer, but I think this is the same brother. So the name matches the question, but shout out to this brother here, Raw Minerals, who sent me this. We're gonna have to set up a shout out to Raw Minerals. We're gonna have to set up a one-on-one or something for this. And the question is that he sent in. The question that Raw Minerals sent in is, let me pull it up so I can read it. He sent in question in the email. Okay, so the question, yes, it's not on the Cash App here. It's in the email. Shout out to Raw Minerals. I'm going to see if I can find it in the email. And he said he wants to know how to do a purification ceremony of the Eid and what materials or items to utilize during the ceremony. I understand if it's not a topic that I want to release publicly. So shout out to Raw Minerals for understanding that, yes, I'm going to have to talk to you directly on the messenger to see what exact, there's many different sections in the Per Em Haru for the purification of the Eid. So I'm not sure what he saw or what I'm going to talk to him directly. And let me see. He's in the room. He's in the room under another name, GoldenEye. Is this him? I am Raw. Yeah, there he is. So shout out to I am Raw.Minerals. So Raw.Minerals, contact me on the Facebook Messenger or whatnot, or in the email. We'll set up something where we can talk directly and you can tell me what inspired you to ask the question. And then from there, I can see the source, because there's many different sections dealing with the purification of the Eid. As a matter of fact, the whole Per Em Haru is mainly about the purification of the Eid. So we're going to specify and get down to the specifics, and I'm going to walk you through on what you can do to and what your intentions are, and help you like I help everyone else. Boom. GoldenEye says he's here. Wonderful. Thank you for your respect. Okay. Conscious Conqueror said, I would like to see Garfield and Tehuti debate two Jamaicans. I'm Jamaican now. What go on, Yardi? Yes, I'm Jamaican now. Okay, so shout out to Raw Minerals. Okay, so Garfield is thank you, Jacoby. We will have a wonderful podcast. Thank you. So we're gonna go ahead and get into the question. I was thinking if Garfield was gonna be able to come on, but I was waiting for him, but I gotta get into the Podclass, and I'll have to get to Garfield when I answer the first question. Okay, so let me get some more Agawa. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. It's getting blurry. It still says Garfield's not. Still says he's not connected. Wait a minute, his screen's going white. Let me fix the settings on my camera. Okay. Now I can see myself clear. Let me go back to the back room where I should see Garfield now. And now I see Garfield. Okay. Okay, everybody. Here we go. Here is Brother Garfield. We'll take a few minutes of this and then we'll get right into the class. And there's the brother right there, Garfield, looking like Jadakiss. Peace, brother.
Peace, man. How are you, brother? How are you?
I'm doing good, man. We're gonna talk about the unambush. So we're gonna talk about just the interview, not the ambush. So.
No, I'm not. I don't want anybody to feel like I invite you to ambush you or anything. The thing is, I don't know you. I've seen clips of you. I've not watched anything. I've been trying to watch the Vocab Malone debate for the longest. I haven't had the time. So I just want to know who you are, where your stance is, and so forth. You recently, not recently, a couple months ago, you had a debate with Brother Jabari. I'm going to watch it over. Everybody's saying you slaughtered him. And I did see the debate you had with Zion Lex. I did see that. I'm not trying to set up a debate with you or whatever, but I do need to talk to you because you might have information that is relevant to certain things that I'm studying now. So it's not about ambush scholarship or whatever, but there's certain things. I mean, if you want to, I could always email you what I intend to talk about so that we can be on the same page. So there's no ambush. Because there's a lot of that in the community where people want to debate. They don't want to do a professional debate where, like, let me show you my sources so you have a response to it, so we have an intellectual discourse. But it's more, what we have more in the conscious community is more like, I'm going to get you and I'm going to hide my sources so you don't know until the day of the debate, so I'm going to get you. So my intention is to look at that debate with you and Jabari and then have a discussion, because you said some of the folks, what I do know though, and I'm not even going to pretend like I don't know, is that you were saying, based on what the debate was, that some of the characters we look at as not being real, you're saying that they're real. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. Osiris, I don't know if you said Isis, but I know more than likely you said Heru. You were saying that they're real characters, but there have been added supernatural stuff to them in the material. All right, so that's where I'm at, and so if and when you do come on, because I'm not, I don't think I'm gonna replay that until Tuesday, Tuesday or Wednesday when I have time. So Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, I'll play the debate, and then I'll have a little discussion after on my channel, and then I'll interview you if you tell me when you're available, so we could have a dialogue about it.
Okay, thank you, Brother Garfield. So let me I appreciate, this is our first kind of conversation. The reason why, of course, I've been weary about you is because every interaction where my name comes up, you've basically been against me, and I'm not sure why, but in the JJ debate, you actually said you're going to send him information to help his side of the debates. I didn't know why that was. You said JJ was going to win. You said Unquest slaughtered me on the polls. I can't find those polls. But I'm not sure. I don't know if it's a Dagger Squad. I'm not sure if it's a Dagger Squad thing, but this is our first conversation where it has not been
outside the foolishness, outside the drama and all that stuff. Yeah.
So what I'm going to say to this, for my comfortability, I will do an interview, yes, because you're going to play. So are you going to play the whole? That debate was about 3 hours. You're just going to play
just the interactions with you and Jabari. I'm not interested when. After the debate, when the long conversations take place and say, yeah, he won and you was wrong. I got time for that. I just want to see your dialogue and what you guys were talking about, so I could get clarity on your stance. And I do have to watch the vocab debate too.
Okay. So what I'm going to say is this, for my comfortability, is in an interview, I can take a question and a backup question. So that means that you ask a question, I answer it, and then maybe you want some clarity. but not 3 backup questions, which can turn into a mini debate. And I don't want others on the panel. It's a conversation between me and you, interview, and I will answer your questions. And if somebody sends in a question, I will answer that. But no chaos and no 5 question backup and none of that. And then I'll be comfortable with that. So I just want everybody to hear that live here, that we agree upon that, so that when I get there,
I agree totally with that, and it might not even be that long. So I mean, if you want to, what I'll do is the day before, I'll put some like around 10 to 15 questions together, so you can have a prep, so you don't think I'm trying to ambush you, and I'll definitely try 100% to stick to that. As far as somebody asked a question in the chat that I want to respond to. Kemeti 101, repeat that question, because I don't understand what you're saying. Ask Garfield about the video stating Kemet and Jews in homo relationships. I don't think the video says that, brother. See, that's another. Whenever we ask things, we got to be 100% of what we're saying. Don't read something and then come back and say, hey, you said X, Y, and Z, when that's not what the video says. Let me just go to my channel real quickly and try to figure out which video you're actually referring to the brother.
Okay, well, Garfield, I will say this though. Garfield, can you hear me clear?
Yes, I can. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so right now what's happening is I'm about to start a Podclass where I have prepaid questions, and they show up on the screen live out of support from me. So they show up on the screen like that, and people send in questions to me, and I have to go ahead and get into that and start answering.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. I get out of here. I didn't plan to stay more than 5 minutes anyway. But what I'll do is on Tuesday or Wednesday when I play the video, I will hit you up, and in the meantime, you tell me what's a good time for you on Thursday or Friday next week.
Sounds great.
What's a good time for you? All right.
You're in New York?
Yes.
Okay, mm-hmm. You're 3 hours ahead, I think.
Mm-hmm. Right, because actually when you said 6 p.m., I was thinking Eastern. Then I said, oh snap, I forgot he's on West Coast time. All right, but it's all good. Either way, it doesn't matter. All right, but peace and love to you, bro. Continue doing what you're doing. If it's positive, I definitely love what you're doing. If it's positive, all right.
Thank you, my brother.
Yes, sir. Peace and love, and enjoy your evening. And peace and love to the family that's watching. All right, peace.
Peace and love. See you again, Garfield. Peace.
Peace.
Okay, everybody. Nice and quick. That was nice and quick. And that will be good. The debate with Jabari does need to be advertised on as much channels as possible, because they try to push that debate under the rug, and somehow Jabari is still Floyd Mayweather. But I don't really follow sports. I don't know much about boxing. I just know about jiu-jitsu. But my knowledge of Floyd Mayweather was I thought he was undefeated. I'm not sure if there's another reference to Floyd Mayweather, but Jabari is constantly called Floyd Mayweather. But I'm pretty sure I remember defeating him, so I'm not sure what that's about. So yeah, it definitely needs to be spread, and the truth needs to be out there. All right, everybody, let's get going. Everybody, welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Is a hottie in the room? A hottie, are you in the room? Is a hottie in the room? Stranger is here. Wow, here comes, and there is Amun Ma'at Ra. Shout out to Amun Ma'at Ra. Hati, are you in the room? And I see you, Darius McNair, shouting me out on different channels. Appreciate you, my good brother. Okay, Hati, what I'm going to do, everybody, I'm going to step away for just a quick moment. One of my moderators is not here, which is Scribe. Scribe is not here. It'd usually be Scribe and a Hati jumping on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let a Hati jump on for just a quick minute here, and then I'm going to grab something over there, and I'm going to come back, and then we're going to get into the first question. I'm going to tease you all. Where's the questions? These questions are, so of course, everybody who was in the last week's class knows what one of these questions are already. Let's see if I can pull it up. I'll have to go ahead and jump in real quick. And Floyd Mayweather is 49-0, but Tehuti clearly gave him a TKO. Yeah, you know, if I lose a debate and it's the audience said I lost, and according to the rules, then I will say I lost the debate. If I'm 6'4", I'll say I'm 6'4". I'm not sure what all the I'm not sure why there's confusion. I don't know. Maybe it's just egotistical. But let me go ahead and do this. I got a hottie on here. He's gonna say a couple words. Also, if Tehuti Mos is in the room, or AJ Magul, you can jump on for a quick second, and then we are gonna have a mind-blowing class. Wait till you see. Let me look at these questions. Wait till you see some of these questions that are in already. Let me go ahead and refresh the page. Everybody in the class that is watching, I will say this to everybody, please. We have 73 people, 74 people watching, and about 25 people in the class. And so far in my support, I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only have six questions and donations in. I'm not sure how that mathematics works, but I guess people will just watch.
Oh man.
Yeah, go ahead and support. For living. I'm going to step out of the room right now. I'll be back in 2 minutes. And then the next question is going to be mind-blowing. I hope he's still here. Is Truth Seeker here? And is Raphael Gary here? Here we go. Okay, I'll be back, everybody. Peace.
Peace, everybody. Peace, AJ.
Peace, Ahati.
Everybody that's listening right now, please support my brother, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. He puts in a lot of work. I don't have to keep reiterating this. We're all putting in a lot of work behind the scenes. And you hear him every intro, how long it took me to get him to just come out here. So it doesn't matter what you give, essentially. If you got $1, $2, the point is that the energy expands. It grows when we give back to something that's benefiting us. You can also give your time. You can also give your time to our movement that we developed called the Teachings of Ma'at Movement. That was built that's being built to support Tehuti and his family and everybody that wants to follow Ma'at. So we can't do this. We can't do this entirely for free, because time in this society that we live in costs us money, and a lot of you know that because you have jobs and you work, and you wouldn't be doing that unless you felt you had to, and that takes up something that's most precious, which is your time. So let me give a couple shout outs here to the people in the chat. We have Amenhotep Ra, Ma'at Ra, excuse me, I like your name. E Manifesto, peace. Squano Trending, peace. Jody, peace. Maurice, peace. And AJ, you're getting a shout out from Amun Ma'at Ra too.
Peace, brother. Peace to everybody in the chat. Uncle Ja Seneb.
So AJ gave a powerful breakdown last week during the Sunday Study Guide class, which is on our YouTube channel. He broke down the word human, and everyone should go check that out. It was really powerful.
Thank you, Ahati. I just wanted to say one thing too. The present is so perfect that we should do everything that we can to appreciate those in our lives, especially people like Tehuti and Ahati and your families. So we want to support Tehuti, and we want to encourage him to continue to teach and be a part of this podcast. So support him, and there's multiple ways you can support Tehuti, with your encouraging words, with showing up to the Podclass. You can support financially, and you can support us in building the teachings of Ma'at. We want Saba to continue to teach, to uplift us, to guide us, to give us information that we don't have. So we cannot take him for granted. We do not want him to go away. So we want to make sure that we are reciprocating for his time and his efforts and the blessing that he is. So let's support him in every way. Let's not take anything for granted. Every second is precious. Love everybody in your life that is lifting you up and encouraging you and showing you a positive path. We need that. We need that every day in our lives. We live in a crazy world. So let's take everything that is precious to us very seriously.
Thank you, my brothers. Appreciate that. Awesome. We're about to get into it, everybody. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. It looks like that's your name in the background. It's hard to tell.
It's part of it.
I see a hand.
That's the original, to everybody watching, that's the original warrior symbol. Those of you that call yourself a warrior.
We're going to be talking about that today too, about people that say they're Kemetic. We're going to be talking about the warriors. When you say you're Kemetic, you could wake up in the morning in Kemet, and Ramesses can say there are 30,000 chariots coming to kill us today. That's being Kemetic. So when you're Kemetic, you're fighting for an actual country. It's actual wars that takes place. We're going to be discussing one of those wars because a question was sent in that I've never thought about before, an actual Kemetic war. We're going to talk about that. And there was about 20,000 Ahatis in the war. All right, so here we go. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and get into the first question. Welcome to the Podclass. Peace. Everybody who is there, please, that is watching, before I start, for those who just walked in, the way we do things here, again, you send in your question. Black Yellow Card sent in $45 just for the knowledge. You send in your support because, yes, over the years, we've spent thousands and thousands of dollars on potato chips, on chocolate chip cookies, on going to see the Avengers, on watching the latest Spider-Man, Netflix, Hulu, the new Gucci shirt, the newest New York Knicks hat. Thousands of dollars we spent on absolutely nothingness. And I'm letting everybody know that through Reciprocity, if you respect what I do, then yes, you will send support to what it is that I do, which is feeding you as the Saba, giving you information. That's PayPal at Rocky SV and Cash App TT Moon. When you see how I answer this first question, you will understand the quality that this is done nowhere else. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get started right now. Is True Seeker in the house? Is True Seeker in the house? Naniel Sentmer, one of the moderators, click this link to support. Is True Seeker in the house? No thieves in this temple, support. Thank you, my brother. It's True Seeker in the house. True Seeker asked a question. Are you in the house, True Seeker? I'd like to see if you are here. The last couple of times you weren't here, or you said you had fallen asleep. Let me see if True Seeker is here. He asked a question. Everybody, there he is right there. He says, yes. Tell me if you've ever seen this question asked before to anybody who supposedly studies or teaches Kemet. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into Truth Seeker's question. He has been waiting patiently. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Truth Seeker with great questions. Let me go ahead and pull this up, Truth Seeker. Okay, where is his question here, Truth Seeker? I'm going to go ahead and go to the screen. Ready for the great answer. I love it. The brothers, people have faith in me. They know the answer is going to be great. Tell me if you've ever seen this question even asked before. I've never seen this question asked before in the so-called conscious community. And go ask this question to others. Let's see. Here we go. Thank you for the support, Nania Stepmer says. Here we go, everybody. And the question is, let me go ahead and put it in the screen. Here is the question from True Seeker. And shout out to him. And put it in the screen here. Look at this question, everybody. Ask this question to your Kemetic teachers, to the people in the conscious community. Look at this. Truth Seeker with the $27. What does he say? What does he say in this question? Let's check it out. Let me get a look. Truth Seeker with the $27. He says, let me go it up so I can read it. He says, please speak about the nuclear explosion on Mars. During the podcast when you spoke about the statues crumbled on Mars, you said there was an explosion. I would like to know about this. Thank you, Saba. Here we go. Let's get into it, everybody. Thank you. Shout out to Matthew McDowell, who is Truth Seeker. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Please go and ask this question to others and let me know what you get. Here is my answer. Thank you for asking the question, my brother. Very, very good. It's 7:31. We're getting into the very first question. Let's do this. Is everybody ready? Is everybody ready? For those who are not subscribed to the channel, all we got to say to you is...
Hey, what's up? All you lovely people. Please subscribe and follow me on all social media. It is very much appreciated. Your support is very much appreciated.
All right, everybody. Wonderful. Let's get into it.
On all social media. Your support is very much appreciated. Thank you.
All right, everybody, here we go. We're going to get into the first question. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it. It's about to go down. Here we go, everybody. Let me take this off the screen. Big Blunt walked in. No Star Wars here. We have Ma'at Wars. Here we go. Jamming. All right, here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Let's get into it. The question was asked. Again, I'll read it one more time for everybody. Please speak about the nuclear explosion on Mars during the podcast when you spoke about the statues crumbled on Mars. You said there was an explosion. I would like to know about this. Thank you, Saba. Let me go ahead and do a screen share. And let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is the question again, blown up for everybody to see. And thank you for the $27 support. This is why people send this type of support to the Tehuti Podclass, because they're going to get these type of answers. Am I screen sharing it? I think I am. Watch the numbers go up after I start answering this question. Here we go. Let me go ahead and stop this and go like this. Boom. And here we go. Oh boy, this is going to be good. Thank you for this question. Great question. This actually ties right into why the brother Garfield wants to interview me. Because I say the netters were physical beings. Well, let's get into some evidence. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into the nuclear explosions on Mars. Did it happen? Why is Mars desolate? Here we go. Let me go ahead and do the screen share again. Boom, boom, boom. Buckle your seatbelts. You're going to be in for a ride. Okay, and E-Manifest said just sending the cash app. Another one about the match. Oh, you guys want to know about war tonight? A lot of war questions, and that'll be the third war question. Okay, good. You guys want to know about war tonight? Let's get it in. Here we go. All right, so boom. I have taught many classes. Let me expand this. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. All right. I have taught many classes in the past. I have taught many classes in the last few classes and in the past several decades, revealing the remnants presence of the Netter and the Anunnaki on Mars, several images, and now I will reveal a few more that I have had for many years. But the question arises, what happened? Why does Mars appear so desolate now? Why does it appear so desolate now? Okay, here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. So again, I've taught many classes in the past on the presence of the remnants presence of the Netzer and the Anunnaki on Mars. Several images I've shown. I'll review a few more that I've never shown before in my life. I've had for many years hidden in the cuts. I've had them hidden, but the question that arises: what happens? Why does Mars appear so desolate? Okay, here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into the way that I answer questions. Here we are. Everybody ready? Here we are. So this is Mars. This is Mars as we know it. As a matter of fact, without even knowing where on Mars this is, we automatically say Mars. Well, you know what I am here for? To make what you think is normal and to tell you it's hypnosis and break the matrix. Let us begin. Everybody ready? Let us begin. Boom. Let me shrink it down a little bit. All right, shrink it down. So here it is. So as soon as I show everybody this, right? Mars. All right, so what's going on here? What is happening here? So 1970s, when the NASA's Viking 1 lander became the first spacecraft to touch down on the red planet. This is what the image looks like. NASA uses a red overlay color. They call the color recalibration, which in actuality hides the details of what can be seen on the planet. Let me show you the initial image sent by the Viking 1. So this is what you have today. If you look up Viking 1's 1970s first touchdown, this is what you get. This is not the first picture, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the first picture that came. This is the filtered picture. Let me show you the first picture that came down. Ready? Are you ready? Here we are. Boom, there it is. How does that look, everybody? How does that look? How does that look to everybody? Yes, we still have a little bit of red, but look at the sky, look at the details. Look at that image and look at those details. This is NASA JPL. This is the same image over here. This one is this one. You see the difference? Why is there a difference? Why does this look like this? And why does this look like this? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Doesn't that look more clear and lively outside of this? You will more than likely never see this again. I will, for those that missed my prior classes, show distinct, clear evidence again of a past civilization presence, remnant left on Mars. Here we go, everybody. Again, boom. And again, boom. Okay, this is the image of the quote-unquote pyramids of Giza from the top angle. Have you ever seen them at that angle? These next images on Mars and the moon. So this is the pyramids of Giza from the top, black and white. You see how they look, right? And I remember showing this in class and everybody guessing, telling me how this looks. And everybody was telling me, yeah, that looks good. And they're very familiar with that. I told them it was a different angle of this, and this, different angles, but boom. They are not different angles. In actuality, what you're looking at is the Sol, color one is Sol 7-8, Massacam on Mars, Curiosity, and boom. This is 1978 image of today's pixel enhancement. You can see the clear symmetry and the tower structure in the back. I'll go ahead and blow this up. Okay, images from the moon and Mars. Get a good look. Boom. And get a good look at the ones on Giza. Plateau. Boom. Okay. So I guess according to the Kemetic teachers, it is the principles that made this. Principles made these pyramids here on Moon and on Mars. Okay, so here we go. And look at this one here that came in. A little blurry, but when you pixel enhance it, you can clearly see the large tower structure beside Anaku right there. Okay. Can nature make this? Absolutely not. Of course not. Netzer can make it. Nature cannot. So this is Seoul, 1978, Mastcam Mars Curiosity rover, and boom, there it is again. There's another image of it on Mars right there. If anybody's ever seen anything like this in their backyard that nature made, send me a picture and I will analyze it. Here is the Amenemhet's pyramidium, as they call it. Nobody will ever say nature made this, and nobody ever should ever say nature made this. Okay, so boom. So now we know, with clear evidence, with this and the last many class I've taught, that we have intelligent structures that are not made by waves and wind, but we have intelligent design structures on Earth that look exactly like the intelligent design structures on Mars and on the moon. Let us continue, everybody. Why does it look like this now? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Hope you enjoy. Okay, now let's shrink this down a little bit. Okay, so what do we have here? So make note. Make note of the beard style and even more the crown with the space in the middle after I show you this stone image that was taken by the rover. Any denial at this point is just inner fear of your belief system being challenged. Near-penniform. Colossal statue of the god Namu, son of Murdoch, recovered from the city of Kalhu, an example of the surviving ancient Mesopotamian statue of a deity exhibited at the Iraq Museum. If I were to show anybody this, nobody would say that nature made this. Everybody knows that this is a structure made by intelligent people that are designing things. And here it is. I show you this now. And I blew this one up here. This is on Mars. Let me zoom in this for you so you see this image right here. We're going to go ahead and zoom on this. And there is the image right there. You can see it slightly destroyed and damaged at the bottom. Something looks like something hit it right here. Something's happening right here. But over here, you can see the clear, the space in the middle, the hair on the side, the two eyes, clear nose, beard, and mouth, clear image. And this is not made by water waves or sand blowing up on the seashore. So here it is. So here is the clear image, clear Anunnaki material culture. Now we'll show images from my archive that I've never revealed before. Here we go. Ready? So we got this one here. We have these images here. And we have this one here on Mars. Damaged, of course. Now ready? Here we go. This is an image here. I'm going to blow this up here so we can see where this is sourced from. This is from Seoul, 89300 :01 site 450000, and it looks like this. This is January 2000, 11:58 and 56 seconds. Credit NASA JPL. Looks interesting. It just looks like the regular. It's regular. We're gonna go ahead and zoom in and take a good look, and we're gonna look at this. Everybody, take a look at this. And we're going to see here detailed machinery right here. 90-degree angles, straight tubulars right over here. Detailed, clear machinery. Let me blow this up a little bit and get a good look at this. Again, if somebody can go in their backyard and pull this up from the beach and show that winds and sand can make this, this is clear, intelligent design machinery of something. We don't know what it is, but we can see clear tubes, 90-degree angles, more tubes going into circles, and we see clear imagery of intelligence, not something that rocks. This does not look like a rock to me. It looks like a rock to you. You may be experimenting with rocks, I'm not sure, but this is obvious intelligent design, and there it is right there. Of course, people can deny, and no problem. Denying doesn't make it unreal. So, full remnants of machinery. No, they will not show you this. So the question is now, what happened? It seems as if Mars is barren and the past civilization was wiped out or left. Let's look at what else was left, which is the actual evidence of what did occur. Something else was left on Mars. That is the actual evidence. Let's take a look at the evidence and what else was left on Mars. Are you ready? Let me shrink this down. Here we go. Okay. Are you ready for one more from Tehuti's archives from Mars? One more image from Tehuti's archives, everybody. Here we go. Let me show you one more of my archived images. I don't think I've ever showed this before, but boom. Get a good look, everybody. This is on Mars. I got the arrow pointing down at that. Everybody tell me what type of rock is this? It's an interesting looking rock. Great symmetry there. Okay. Get a good look at this from my archives here. And I got it blown up right over here, and you can see it right here. You can see the intelligent design. You can see the equilibrium on each side. Each design is matching on each side, has perfect symmetry with the round circle at the top going into a V-type neck with each thing on each side being equivalent. And there it is again, ladies and gentlemen. What happened? What are these things that we are seeing on Mars? Is this a rock? If so, then go in your backyard and get me a rock and bring it back to the Tehuti Podclass, and let's see if it matches this. This is not a rock. This is remnants. All right, so the possibilities of any of these being naturally formed. What's the possibilities, everybody? Because there was a test done on the possibilities of these being naturally formed. Is it 1 in 1,000? Is it 1 in 10,000? Is it 1 in 100,000? When they did a test on these anomalies to see if these are naturally formed, when they did tests in the Sidonian area, here is the results. And here is this NASA scientist that did the results. And this is Tom Flandern, PhD, a former chief astronomer at the Naval Observatory, right? Give you a little bit of his credentials. He graduated from Xavier University in 1962, briefly attended Georgetown University in 1963, and received his PhD in astronomy from Yale in 1969, specializing in celestial mechanics. Dr. Flandern's early work is well regarded within his field. Fascinated with astronomy from a young age, Dr. Flandern made his first contribution in the field at 19 in 1959. Tom and his friend Dennis Smith at age 17 set the world record for the number of artificial satellites tracked during a month as a part of the project Moonwatch in Cincinnati. Tom made his observations from personal telescope, purchased with money earned from his paper route. Dr. Van Flandern worked at the U.S. Naval Observatory for 21 years and became the chief of celestial mechanics branch of the Nautical Almanac Office. His team contributed to the regular production of Nautical Almanac, amongst other projects. After retiring from the civil service, Van Flandern served as a research associate at the University of Maryland in physics department, at the Global Positioning System GPS consultant to the Army Research Laboratory. All right, so when you argue about this mathematics he's about to give, go and argue with Van Flandern. Don't argue with Tehuti. Go argue with Dr. Van Flandern. 21 years celestial mechanics at the Nautical Almanac Office. We'll argue with him. All right, so what does he say the odds are? This is a quote from him, which I heard him say this myself, and this is his quote. He says the odds of the anomalous items imaged in the Cydonia region of Mars being of natural origin are 1,000 billion to 1 against this theory. In other words, the possibility that these objects occurred naturally has been ruled out beyond a shadow of a doubt. Boom. Okay. So if you don't believe Tehuti, you can go and set up a debate with Van Flandern and see how far that goes. All right, here we go, everybody. We're going to continue going on. So again, just to read these numbers of these anomalies found on Mars being naturally made, what are the 1,000 billion? Can anybody even write that number on a piece of paper? 1,000 billion. Somebody take out a pen and a paper and write down 1,000 billion. For one. So it's one chance that these are national anomalies to 1,000 billion. Okay, just let that sink in for a while. Here we go. All right, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. These are the type of answers you get when you ask Tehuti a question, which is why they want to keep me silent. But here we go. Here on the Podclass, we're going to keep this relevant and keep me active. August 2012, Mars Curiosity is supposed to find the red oxidized iron dust that is supposedly creating that orange overlay that NASA says is the reason Mars looks like an undetailed planet. So in 2012, the Curiosity is supposed to find the red oxidized iron dust by going into the ground. Let's see what they found instead. So here, get a good look. This is NASA Mars exploration. We see the red. So they're supposed to find the oxidized iron dust. Let's see what they find instead. Well, guess what was released recently? Curiosity rover recently found that the interior of Mars rock is in fact blue-gray. Would you like to see it? Would you like to see it? So see this, all this red? It's supposed to go into the interior rock and find oxidized iron dust that's making it red. When they went into the interior rock, they found the interior rock wasn't oxidized iron dust making it red, but in actuality, here it is, NASA JPL MSSS, and here is the image here. When they go in, they see blue-gray. So they don't find what they thought that they were looking for. So, boom. But guess what the Curiosity found with the Mars crust? Within the Mars crust, Mars chemical composition. Guess what? The Curiosity found within the Mars crust and Mars chemical composition something even more telling of an intelligent civilization, and is actually the #1 fear of the end of our planet's civilization. What is the #1 fear of the end of our planet's civilization? What is something that can happen that can wipe out the whole planet? What is that? They found xenon-129. That's what they found. This is a radioactive isotope used for nuclear bombs. That's what they found. They didn't find the red iron oxidized dust. They found xenon-129, xenon-135. These are radioactive isotopes used for nuclear bombs. Okay, the same thing this planet fears will wipe this planet away. As you can see in several news articles, this is one of our #1 fears. Okay, but they found this radioactive isotope on Mars. Inside of the crust, they're supposed to find just oxidized iron dust. But they found xenon-129, 135 isotopes. Very interesting. Yes, a nuclear war. Just as we fear today, with a supposed few hundred years of this type of scientific evolution going from cannons to musket guns. So this a few hundred years ago, we had cannons and musket guns. They now have us in nuclear bomb threat. Imagine beings that have had millions of years of technological evolution and warfare. Hey, Tehuti, you're making this up. Set up the debate. Now I'll pass. You can set up the debate with another doctor. Go set up the debate with Dr. John E. Brandenburg, a theoretical plasma physicist consultant at Morningstar Applied Physicists LLC, and a part of the Time Instructor of Astronomy, who is the main researcher proving the nuclear war on Mars. Yes, set up the debate with him. Good luck, brother. All right, let's continue. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is what the Kemetic brothers, here's who they're going to set up the debate with. So they'll set up the debate with John E. Brandenburg. So if they got to go through Flandern, when they go through Flandern, then they can go through John E. Brandenburg, a theoretical plasma physicist who was born in Rochester, Minnesota, and grew up in Medford, Oregon. He obtained his BA in physics with a mathematics minor from Southern Oregon University in 1975, and obtained his MS in 1977 and PhD in plasma physics, both from University of California at Davis in 1981. He presently is working as a consultant at Morningstar Applied Physics LLC and part-time instructor of astronomy, physics, mathematics at Madison College and other learning institutes in Madison, Wisconsin. Before this, he worked at Orbital Technologies in Madison, Wisconsin, as senior propulsion scientist working on space plasma technologies. Madison, Wisconsin, senior propulsion scientist working on space plasma technologies, nuclear fusion, and advanced space propulsion. He is the principal inventor of MET, microwave electrothermal plasma thruster, using water propellant for space propulsion. He previously worked on SDI, the Clementine mission to the moon, rocket plume, regolith, interactions on Moon and Mars vortex, theory of rocket engine design combined, Sakharov, Kaluzi-Klein theory of field unification for purposes of space propulsion of Mars. Science, he is a lifetime member at AIAA, also performed an architecture study for human Mars mission using solar electric propulsion before coming to Orbitech. He was teaching and performing research at the Florida Space Institute of University of Central Florida at Aerospace Corporation in Chandler, VA, and earlier at Research Support Instruments, RSI, Landman, Maryland. They got a big debate coming up. They got a big debate to prepare for, debating this guy. All right, during the Reagan years, he worked at Mission Research Corporation at Sandia National Laboratories on SDI plasma for controlled fusion and directed energy weapons. He has authored the popular science book Death on Mars in 1914, Life and Death on Mars 2010, Beyond Einstein's Unified Field 2011, and Dead Mars, Dying Earth 1999 with Monica Ricks Paxton, which won the Ben Franklin Silver Medal Award for Best Science Environmental Book in 2001. He has written 2 science fiction novels under the pen name Victor Norgardi, Morning Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up, and Asteroid 2012 Sepulveda. He is the recipient of the William Gerald Award in 2006 from Harlem Children's Society for his work with underprivileged students. In 2012, Devi Bhargava Award at Madison College for working with students with the disabled. Oh my. Ooh, you comedic brothers have you guys, I don't know your credentials, but go ahead and debate this man here, who is the number one prover of the nuclear explosion residue on Mars. Life and Death on Mars, New Mars Synthesis, Mass Extinction and Nuclear Catastrophe on Mars by John E. Brandenburg. He has found this is a byproduct of nuclear weapons signature, and that there's no other process that can create a xenon spectrum. In 70 years of nuclear testing here on Earth, leaves traces of xenon 129. So all the testing here of nuclear weapons and experimentations and wars has all left xenon 129, which is a way that you can trace that there was a nuclear explosion. Here we are in the wire. How do you know when a nuclear explosion weapon test has happened? How do you know? How do you know, ladies and gentlemen? Let's check out how you know. Well, 70 years after atomic bombing at the end of World War II, 2 radioactive isotopes of xenon are proxies for sniffing out when and where a secret nuclear weapon test could have happened. Woo, okay. After the first 2 nuclear weapon, let me blow this up for everybody to see. After the first 2 nuclear weapon tests by Korea in 2006, monitoring station Yellowknife, Canada caught a whiff of xenon-133, radioactive isotope of xenon in the atmosphere, and had been released in the blast, had traveled more than 7,500 kilometers, being a noble gas. It hadn't reacted to anything on the way. Okay? Yellowknife Station is a part of the international monitoring system installed by the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty Organization, which ensures the signatory countries' compliance with the treaty that prohibits them from testing nuclear weapons. In early July 2014, the organization signed a pact with the American company named North Star, which manufactures radioactive isotopes for medical diagnosis. The pact was signed because it turns out radioxenon is also a byproduct of the manufacture of substances used in medical diagnosis, and North Star was agreeing to deliberately limit its emission to help IMS facilities focus on radioxenon from nuclear weapon tests alone. All right. 70 years after the atomic bombing devastation in the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, xenon-123, xenon-135, two radioactive isotopes of xenon are reliable proxies for sniffing out when and where a secret nuclear test could have happened. Here's how it works. So here is the area. Here's Pakistan, there's Russia, there's China, and the 18,000 square kilometer expanse of this word I can't really say, test site, right? Soviet Union test bed of choice. It was shut on August 29th, 1991. The date was chosen by the International Day Against Nuclear Tests by the UN. Okay, because they found the xenon-129, xenon-133, xenon-135. Okay, boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is how you break down information and answers. All right, so let's continue, everybody. But wait, Tehuti, you said the Netter and the Anunnaki. I'm gonna roll. You said, wait, Tehuti, you said the Netter and Anunnaki are tens of thousands, if not more, years older than us. How could the traces of isotopes of a war still be found on Mars today? Oh, I didn't tell you the half-life of xenon. So I say these wars took place long time ago. I won't even give the years because it would be unbelievable. But let's say it was tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of years ago. Well, how could they find the xenon today? Let me get one real quick for the computer. How could they find one today? How could they find the xenon today? Oh, I didn't tell you the half-life. So, what's the half-life of the xenon? Let's see. How much radio xenon is released from nuclear weapon explosion? When xenon-135 absorbs a neutron, it turns into xenon-136. When it doesn't, it decays into cesium-135, a long-lived isotope with a half-life of 2.3 million years. Should I keep going, ladies and gentlemen? Should I keep going? Tracing back 2.3 million years. So, yes, a nuclear war can take place on Mars even 1 million years ago, and the half-life, when it converts into this long-lived isotope, is 2.3 million years. So, yes, you would still find the residue. Let's keep going, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is how questions are answered. Thank you for your appreciation. Thank you for your support. I'm going to keep going. Where the beings on Mars that had the nuclear war more advanced than us here? Well, let me say, with the 70 years on Earth of nuclear testing and traces, the xenon isotope signature, the traces of xenon signature on Mars is 2.5 times that on Earth's testing sites. Yes, I have the results. I have the results here, ladies and gentlemen, that I can show you on the graph. Let me see if this really sinks in what I'm saying to you. Let's see if it sinks in. Were the beings on Mars that had the nuclear war more advanced than us here? Because remember, we went from cannons and musketeer guns, whatever those musket guns and all that, a couple hundred years, and now we're in nuclear bomb. We're doing nuclear bombs in a period of about 200 years. I'm talking about Anunnaki and Nibiru that have been here for hundreds of thousands of years. We went from musket guns and cannons in 200 years to nuclear warfare. Now, with the 70 years on Earth, it only took 70 years of testing. So all the nuclear bombs, 70 years. There's isotope signatures. Well, the signatures on Mars are 2.5 times that on Earth's testing sites. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. The xenon is 2.5 times that found on Earth. Okay, let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Yes, I have the results, and of course, I'm going to show them. So here they are. So this is Mars versus Earth's natural xenon, normed to xenon 130 equals 100, and here you can see the isotope mass AMU, and you can see Earth's number of density xenon 30 equals 100, and you can see Earth's, and there is Earth's right there, and there Earth's is in the blue, and you can see Mars xenon isotope mass. All right, let's keep on going, everybody. We're going to show more of these charts. So this is xenon isotope abundant normalized to 130 xenon abundance, and there is the results of Earth's. Look at the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the numbers of Earth's and look at the numbers on Mars. Get a good look of the numbers on Earth and the numbers on Mars. Table one, atmospheric concentrations of stable XE, which is xenon isotope normalized to 130 XE for Earth. Earth is with xenon or XE from atmospheric NT, nuclear testing, removed, and the difference in concentration due to the NT. And finally on Mars, note the spike in 129 xenon concentration in Earth's atmosphere due to nuclear testing, and similar spike in 129 xenon in Mars nuclear testing. Get a good look, everybody. You can see there's Earth right there, 44.28. Mars, 1,640. Okay, but it's the principles that did this. The principles did it. Blame the principles. Okay, here we go. So these images that have been focused, let me blow this up a little bit, everybody. These images that I have been focusing on, showing intelligently built Kemetic faces, the quote-unquote face on Mars, the Aku pyramids have been centered in an area called Cydonia, where evidence has shown the civilization to have been concentrated. So when they did a study on where most of the artificial artifacts are and the intelligence, they find it in most of it in a particular area that today they call Cydonia. And when they do the bifurcation imagery, of course, we see what they call, this is them calling it, this isn't Tehuti's, I did not label this. This is R.D. Morningstar, face of Sekhmet, cat goddess of war. And we see an image of a panther face here. The face of mirroring right side into the left on the center line extracts the face of a lioness or some type of panther-like looking creature, okay, through bifurcation. And here is a ruse image over here through bifurcation, and this is what they're calling it. The face of Horus Falcon found on Mars. Horus Falcon on Eagle, discovered by Robert D. Morningstar by rotating the image of Osiris 180 degrees. And there is that image right there. And here's the DNM internal geometry and feature, which I have broken down that there is geometry on the DNM pyramids, and there is Fibonacci sequence shown throughout the Cydonia region. Okay, there it is right there. Which people are saying these are artificially made by the wind. The wind makes this. Okay, so here we go. We're continuing, everybody. Here we go. We're going to get into it, and now we're going to get into guess where the highest chemical signature of the nuclear isotopes were found. So there's the highest chemical signature. Guess where they were found, ladies and gentlemen? Guess where they were found. Here is the testing. Here's the approximate locations of the centers of nuclear explosion when they tested the atmosphere, when they tested the area of Mars and the air area. I don't want to call it atmosphere, but here's the nuclear explosion, and look where here it is. Here's the big line, the big dots here with the prevailing winds, and here is Cydonia. Here's the large one, and the other one is where they found more interesting artifacts, and this was in the Galaxis Chaos. And there is prevailing winds pushing it this way. So where they're finding the nuclear war residual in the xenon is right where they're finding the intelligent built artifacts that I've been showing you. Okay, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. This question was great, and we're showing it right here. Here's the nuclear explosion, most dense area and second most dense area, both right in this diagonal motion, this diagonal area close to the both areas where they found most of the artificial artifacts with the pyramids on Mars and the Horus Heru face and everything that I've shown. All right, so the largest right in Cydonia area, but I want you to look close. I want you to look at something closely. Compare these pictures, one on Earth of the high nuclear bombing signature and the one I have established for you that is on Mars. What do you see that is similar, ladies and gentlemen? Even though these results are both coming from nuclear bombs, here it is right here. What is this? This is Nagasaki. Here's Nagasaki. Compare these images. And here's Cydonia. Get a good look, everybody, and tell me what these have in common. Let me get to the room and do a mic check. Make sure everybody can hear me. Let me do a mic check. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. I need a mic check. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Let me go ahead and look at the screen and see if there's any ones going on. Press a 1 if you can hear me and if you can see me. Press a 1. Amun Ma'at. Rob 1. Stranger 1. Heka Kepara 1. Wonderful. There it is. What's similar about these images? It's very interesting. Remember, proof of nuclear bombs went off in both of these areas. Over here is Nagasaki, Japan, September 1945. Look at the wreckage. Look at the wreckage. Over here is the Cydonia region where they found 2.5 times that of Nagasaki or anywhere on Earth where there was human intelligent nuclear bombs. Well, the ones on Mars is 2.5 times Xenon 129. But look at the area. What do you see here? What don't you see? You know what you don't see? Let me break it down to you. No explosion impact crater. What does that mean, everybody? What does that mean? Big wreckage, but where's the crater where it hit? Where did it hit? Both of these are nuclear sites. This one's 2.5 times Xenon, 125, 133, 135 conversion. And this one is Nagasaki, 1945, which everybody in the world knows, but there's no impact crater. What does that mean? Let me go ahead and explain to you what that means. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here to expose, learn, and get to the bottom of history, even going all the way up off of this planet. Let's go. This means only one thing, ladies and gentlemen. This means the fission events had to have occurred, as explosions in midair, which is exactly what happened. When they dropped the nuclear bombs, the explosions were in midair, ladies and gentlemen. No crater, because nothing's hitting the ground in explosion. The fission events are occurring in mid-air. Okay, now, the Kemetic stories of the wars of Heru may make more sense to you now. It may make more sense to you now. Let's go ahead and read the story of the legend of Heru Behutet. So, when he saw, this is Heru, when he saw the enemies in the heights of the heaven, that means they were not on the ground, he set out to follow after them in the form of the great winged disc. And he attacked with such terrific force those who opposed him that they could neither see with their eyes nor hear with their ears. Each of them slew his fellow in a moment of time. There was not a single creature alive, and the disc was shining in many colors. This makes a lot more sense to us now. There's the Heru image right there on Mars. Go ahead now and try to tell my students. So go ahead now and try to tell my students that the pyramids, Akuz, the faces on Mars, the radioactive isotopes of xenon-129, the thermonuclear chemical signatures were caused by principles. You will not fool us anymore. Our ancestors are real. I'm done. There it is, everybody. Thank you. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. That is my answer to the question from Truth Seeker. There is your evidence undisputable. For those who want to dispute and debate any of those evidences, please don't debate with me. Please go and seek on the internet John E. Brandenburg of Minnesota. Go ahead and debate with that physicist. And if you win the debate, you may be able to earn a debate with Tom Flanders and go and debate this naval astronomer. You can debate these men. And after the debate, tell me how it went. But anyways, that is my answer, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to now check the comments to see who heard the answer, if Truth Seeker heard it, if he got the evidence and information he is looking for. And let me see if it was appreciated. Then I'm going to take a little break. Let me go ahead and get into the room, everybody. Boom. Welcome to the Podclass. That is why people support the way that I answer questions here. And if this is done anywhere else on the internet, on a YouTube channel, please, I request this every class. Please send a link so I can be a student in their class. I need to see people putting time into the breakdowns with facts such as this, so I can know there's others out there, so I can maybe set up a team of us doing this. But nobody has sent me a link yet. Okay, so let me go ahead and check the room and see what everybody thought in the room and see if anybody heard or if Truth Seeker heard the answer. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. That was exactly 1 hour answer. Wow. Here we go. Let's check it out, everybody. So we have, let me see. We have RPM giving, I guess, explosion faces. Truth Seeker, there he is. Truth Seeker says, awesome answer, thank you. Ahati Ma'at says, bravo. Amin Ma'ra, bravo. Conscious Conqueror says, wow, that makes so much sense. Sometimes I wonder how long Tehuti knows these things. I'll tell you this, Conscious Conqueror. Some of the questions that are asked in the Podclass, if you were to look up the date of the file that I had with the answer in it, some of the dates are 2004. I just wasn't teaching publicly. Some of the dates are 2008. I just wasn't teaching publicly. Now that you have me all here publicly, now boom, 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 boom. Now I can release it to you all publicly. I've had them for a long time. The next question that's asked, some of that answer came to me while I was asleep this morning. So I went and looked. I think that was Raphael Gary's question. Some of it came to me in my sleep this morning. So some of it I've had for would it be decades? I don't know. Some of it I've had for over a decade, and some of them I get right before the podcast begins. I wake up in the morning with the answer. All right, let's go ahead. Thank you, Conscious Conqueror. Hega Kepra says, excellent answer. Thank you. Boss Fee Black Elucard says that's super knowledge. Thank you, brother. Yeet TT says fist up. Conscious Conqueror says mid-air explosions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you Tehutimos for always saying you want to preserve me. Because I tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, they don't want me public. They don't want this public because they can't debate this. They can't debate this. They are not prepared for proof of nuclear explosions. They don't have pre-debate set up for xenon-125. They can't debate this information. The material left their evidence, and here it is, and you can't debate it. All right, so Robert says nuclear is no joke. And Ascari. Ascari had he has a question in here. Ascari says, What does he say? That's why I'll always support the master teacher. Thank you. I know Ascari would like this because Ascari likes any evidence and information on. He was actually the first in the class to ask me about Anunnaki Natiru War, and I didn't give this information because it didn't specifically answer them at war or anything. But this here shows there was a war. There was a war, and beings got wiped out, and now their structures are here on the planet. And it just so happens, isn't it interesting that the structures that are there on Mars and the Moon are the only structures that look like the ones on Earth that humans can't explain where they came from. Isn't that interesting? It's pretty interesting, right? The things that they're finding on Mars match what they're finding on Earth that they have no human explanation for. Very interesting. All right. Tehuti says Garfield should have stayed for this lesson, not just the principles. He could be watching. Who knows? Garfield said he doesn't know much about me, so we shall see. Conscious Conqueror says, wow, that's amazing. But yes, Tehuti you're right. Shanibo says, finally a traceable history of our people. That's right. Thank you. Shannon Southard says, I have to catch the replay, but I'm in the house for the remainder of the class. Okay, catch it up. Rigo says, and here we are. All right. This history goes beyond the planet. It goes beyond the planet, ladies and gentlemen. Tehuti, he manifests as Tehuti revealing historical planetary connections. Of course. Of course. Thank you, E-Manifesto. How can we teach? And I'm going to say this and I'm going to take a break. Thank you, everybody, for your appreciation of my wisdom. How can we teach that we're the gods, we're the supreme beings, we're all of this, and only Earth has the intelligence, only Earth. That concept that only Earth has an intelligence comes from Genesis 1:1. Anybody that believes in that concept is because they were raised a Christian, even the atheists. Because Genesis 1:1 starts off as, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. It doesn't say anything about Mars. So the ancient Hebrews didn't know about Mars or anything like that. So from that concept, we only think life is on Earth. Well, Flanders and the other doctor is ready for your debate. All right, everybody, thank you. Imhotep 360 says, continue to stay in your lane and do the great work you're doing, family. Beware of the energy vampires. Thank you, Imhotep 360. And on that note, I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to take a little break, and I want my team to jump on. My team is Hati Ma'at, Tehuti Scribe is actually in the midst of a travel. He's going to watch this on the replay. AJ Supermogul, Arcad Infinite. Okay. Terrell says, what's the Cash App? Go ahead and put the Cash App in there for him. Moderators, put the direct link for the Cash App in there for the brother. Terrell says, I have a question. What's your Cash App? Moderators, who is Nanya Setmer is in here, and Ahati is in here. Go ahead and put the link in there for the Cash App for the brother Terrell, who has a question. We do not want to leave him out. Okay, go ahead and put that in. So, team, jump in the room, please. I believe I put the link in the room. Atima Art is here. Ooh, they're jumping in a second. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, okay. Who's this little beautiful? What is this? Is that one of the sand people? Did you make one of the sand people? Huh? Is that one of the sand children? Like one of the sand children? What's going on? You're recreating the original people on Earth. Nice. Okay. All right. We got everybody in here. There's the link. Brother Terrell, who asked the question, they put the link right in the room. You can click on that. I'm going to step away. Arcad Infinite, go ahead and jump on, brother. Once I step away, I can't let you jump on because I won't be here. The next question, is Raphael Gary here? I believe he has the next question. Raphael Gary, are you here? Are you here? Wait, my computer's locking up. A moment. Hold on. I'm going to fix something. My computer is locking up. 1 second. October. Okay, Raphael Gary, are you here? I believe you're the next question. Let me see. A question on Solomon. Ooh, Solomon. Ooh. The owl. And Stranger here? Stranger wants to know about the logo. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take a break, and whoever's in here, I'm going to answer their question. I'm going to go and put a... All right, I believe that's the whole team except for Scribe, and that's because Scribe is away. I'm going to step away. Peace and love. Take it over, gentlemen. I'll be back to answer questions for Raphael Gary. Stranger, you've been waiting on this. I was going to do it on Sonetter. Because I wasn't hearing from you. I was going to call Sonetter and say, let me drop this jewel here. But there you are. So you get it here first. All right, I'll be back. Peace and love, everybody.
Peace, Tehuti.
Hotep, young General Netter. Hotep, young General. Hotep, young Netter.
Is he reading Young Netters? Is he reading the Young Netters book?
The young Netters are on the train. Oh, yeah. We moving.
That's excellent. Good.
Well, you guys, only thing I have to say is, the proof is in the pudding. If you guys are not donating, if you guys are not participating with your financial energy, them Benjamins and them, you go see Mama. It's very important that you do donate because, where else are you going to go to get this knowledge? I mean, some of you spend this money on a 5-piece chicken dinner from Popeyes. Give up the Popeyes 5-piece and support this knowledge because you're not going to find it anywhere else.
A box of donuts.
I encourage you all to do that.
Yeah, the information I learned a long time ago is priceless. It's priceless because it's life-changing. If we now know that our ancestors were on other planets other than this one, how much more powerful will you look at yourself every time you wake up and look in the mirror? Knowing that your ancestors were using nuclear power before the Tamahos. To me, that's very, very important. Very important information. And Tehuti is the only one I know of that speaks on this information. I've never heard any other conscious teacher in the history of the conscious movement, dating back all the way to the late 1800s, that spoke about the pyramids, let alone being on Mars, but on the moon too. You hear them say that the moon is a satellite and that it's hollow and stuff like that, but you never hear anybody talk about the pyramids because there's a deep hypnotic hatred produced by this J matrix. Can't say the full word because I don't want to get my brother demonetized and then banned. But there's a deep plot, a deep hatred for our people to expand and grow. And Tehuti's absolutely right. And I know that caused him to have a great pause in the beginning to come back on into the public. Because with this brother's knowledge, we can do anything. Anything is possible now. So, yes, Tehuti, you are absolutely right. Tehuti here is a great, great supporter. He's a man of trust. He's a man who desires for his children to have what he didn't have growing up. And so therefore, he's one of Saba's greatest supporters. And I commend him for that because nobody here on the panel has to do what they're doing. Let alone giving their time and their finances. But it comes a time where, especially us as men, we need to give back to each other. It's time to stop giving back to the matrix. It's time for us to start taking from the matrix and giving to those that are breaking us out of it. Because that's what this is all about. It's about breaking our consciousness out of this realm here so that when we do move on into what's called death, there'll be no fear and we'll be okay. So.
Hati, what I've noticed is that our biggest problem is that we don't know our history. if the melanated people would come into the knowledge of their history, just like we're learning tonight, this is a great history lesson. I mean, all these gods that people are serving here on this earth, and our gods are on other planets. You know what I mean? So if we would just know our history, that would be a great motivating factor into us coming back into our true identities. Our history is powerful. It's powerful. But if we just know that, so we got to get with somebody that's why I ran away from Judaism, because this is the God of this earth. I'm a God of other planets. You know what I mean? And so Hotep Ma'at, this is who we are. And once we understand this, Mishpahah, we become unstoppable, family. We become unstoppable. What do you have to worry about? What do you have to fear? There should be no doubt, no fear, because we are the gods, and we have a rich history that goes beyond the Aku in what they call Egypt. So let me pass it on to my brother Arcad or AJ.
Hotep, good brothers. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hotep.
You know, it is so funny because I was thinking about what was my favorite class by Saba, and it was one of the classes where he talked about what was buried under the Harakuti, quote unquote, Sphinx, and this ties directly into this. Everybody in the chat, Hotep, my peace and love, family. Everybody in the chat, and you brothers too. I wanted to know which one was y'all favorite, one of your favorite classes by Saba, because I was thinking about that today, and I wanted to ask everybody in the chat. Go ahead and type it in the chat. What was one of your favorite classes by Saba? Because this knowledge here is groundbreaking. If you guys remember what he said was under the Harakuti, quote unquote, Sphinx, put it in the chat, everybody. Tell me what was your favorite class that Saba did, and do you guys remember what he said was buried under the Sphinx? Or what was under the Sphinx? I done gave it away now. But peace and love, everybody. I want to tell everybody to come out and support us on Sundays for our book study. This knowledge is groundbreaking. This is like, we're in such a beautiful time right now. You guys have no idea. And if you do, then you will come out and support us, because then you'll really understand. Hotep Ma'at, good brothers. Hotep Ma'at. Put in the chat, everybody. I can't see the chat. Can y'all see what's in the chat?
Yeah, it's not moving right now.
Oh, it's not moving.
Oh, I think there's a delay. They're saying Travis Scott, the Giza Plateau. Yeah, Asar's tomb. Yep.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Ties directly into the gods, to the Neteru, to the Netas. Exactly. Tehuti Mos, what was one of your favorite classes by Saba?
Moses wasn't real. When I found out Moses wasn't real, oh man, that shattered me, man. That broke. I mean, I shattered the matrix. I didn't break the matrix. I shattered out of the map. I went running out of the matrix, man. Like my pants was on fire.
AJ, what about you, brother?
I really liked when Saba taught about alchemy. I also liked when he taught on Heka. I think those are the ones that come to mind right now for me. I think also when he taught about, I think there was session on Ma'at, and he talked about the axe and how basically what we thought of as what the people of Ma'at stood for and what they really stand for. I think those were some of my favorites that he taught on. Ahati, what about you?
Big brother.
I like the one with the Anunnaki where he exposed the baskets that they were carrying. He was the only one I've ever heard of that actually pinpointed what those baskets the Anunnaki were carrying. And I also like when he goes deep into the Anunnaki stories, because that's not spoken about a lot in the conscious community. So
I agree with Tehuti. Most Garfield should have stayed on.
Yeah, he would have got his answer if he'd have stayed on. He wouldn't even had to. He would have got his answer tonight if he just stayed on. But maybe he is listening, like Saba said. Maybe he is, because we have so many people in the room, but not many thumbs up. So what is that telling you? People are just here, just listening. Just here to get a freebie, not to participate. That's just to get the free handout. So leave them to it.
They're gonna spread it little by little. It's spreading, and it's out there. It's there. It can't be erased now. It's there. Komet says my favorite class was using visions and communication with the ancestors as guidance.
yeah, I like what you said about the history part, Tehuti most, because that's something we can actually apply today, right now, in our lives. And you're absolutely right. People that do not know their history is not a people at all. They're following other people's histories that are given to them. And,
that's right. That's right, young general.
Arcad said it best too, that we are living in a transcendental time, a time where we can actually put this knowledge into action and build upon it for future generations to come, and give them a chance at a life that us on the panel have not seen yet. A life where we actually think for ourselves. I don't know about you, but I take public transportation, and even the bus is telling you how to think. It's telling you when the stop is coming, to put your mask on. And this is what the Matrix does. It constantly puts other people's thoughts in our heads that aren't our own. And in here, Tehuti is giving us our own thought process back. So again, to me, that is totally priceless, because nobody else has ever taught me that. Not even my own father, my biological father. So I honestly see with Tehuti Mos and his son, I honestly see the beginning of a beautiful journey between you two, and the beginning of a beautiful journey for those of you that are in the audience that have your children watching this and listening to this great man speak, because this is, again, going to be something that's a rarity in our community. And it's in a historical moment that's going on right now, and it should not be taken lightly just because we're on the JTube, and we should cherish this moment. And this is not just empty words, or to what's the word, or to what's the word where you puff somebody up? I forgot the word that I want to choose.
Gaslight.
Yeah, it's just it's truly historic. I mean, I know something when I see it. It's truly, that's why I asked him to come on. If this guy was like any other conscious person other than Khalid Muhammad, I wouldn't have asked him to come on. I don't have any respect for anybody else that's on this panel or the man that's about to come back on. And to those of you out there that are trying your hardest to grasp this information and want to join us too, I have respect for you. Other than that, everybody else is in the Matrix. And I was taught this a long time ago. And it's okay to say that, because if you go to our Sunday class, if you go to the rerun of last week, AJ taught on this. He taught that we're not part of humankind. We are different. It's okay to be different. It's okay to be unique. It's okay to be you. You're different. You wouldn't be here if there wasn't some supreme intelligence in every one of you in this chat. So I don't take that lightly. Of course, you should know me by now. And I will do everything in my power to make sure this man has an easy life for the rest of his days. And that's why these gentlemen up here are loyal to me. They're serving me, and they are going to make this happen with me too. And these brothers up here are the only consistent brothers you will ever see at the moment, until other of you brothers and sisters join us.
Well said, young general. Young General Netter. Well said. I will say this.
Shannon, I just want to say one more thing. Shannon
Go ahead, Shannon.
is very consistent too. She's a sister. She's the only sister I know right now that's very consistent. So you sisters out there that are peekabooing and hiding and afraid to reach out to this sister because she doesn't bite. Just say hello. You can do it in secret at first. Send her a message or however you do it, but reach out because this is how we grow. If this is what you want. I know this is what the brothers on the panel want, and this is what a lot of people in the chat want. And we're all following this man here that just came back on, and he doesn't bite, as you could tell. So we all try to emulate how he acts. So we are very welcoming. So once again, if you're looking for a home, you found it, all you have to do is reach out.
Hail Tehuti. Hail Tehuti. Hail Tehuti.
Hail him.
Hail Tehuti.
Hail him.
Peace. I just stepped back. Thank you.
And you're getting hailed.
Oh, I just put the mute. I just took the mute off. Thank you. Thank you.
This is what ancient black people used to do without any type of feelings about it. This is what they used to do. Hail.
Thank you, brothers. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And this is Reciprocity. Absolutely. Because I'm doing this for a purpose. I'm doing this because I have hope. So as soon as I don't believe there's any hope, I will stop teaching. Well, that's why there were times in my life where I stopped teaching. I stopped believing there was hope in people. I stopped believing there was hope in black women and sisters, and I stopped believing there was hope in people really wanting to learn the information and the truth and being dedicated to it. So you all are providing hope, and that's the only reason why I teach. Other than that, I would live life like kind of like a vampire. I would be in the darkness. I would do my own rituals at night. I would have out of bodies, my own experiences, and I would live and die in secret. I would not let anybody know any information because I'm only teaching so that this can spread, so that there can be hope for us. It's the only reason. So as soon as I feel there's no hope, I'm out of here. But you brothers are keeping hope, and the sisters that are dedicated and loyal. So shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. You all are great. We're gonna get back into it. The whole all hail mighty to mighty Sober. Thank you, Manifesto. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Shannon. And forget Caesar. yeah, people. It's true. I hear people hailing Caesar and hailing the Queen that died. I'm confused. I don't know. But okay. So let's continue. What do you say, Hati?
I said okay.
Let's continue, everybody. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. Let me get him on the screen. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. There he is. Shout out to you, my brother. Thank you for the
hail him. Hail him.
Shout out to Tehuti Mos.
Hail Tehuti. Hail Tehuti.
And you got Tehuti behind you. Shout out to you, my brother. Good family man. Shout out to you and your brother. Is it Shinobi? He has a different
Shimbo Shane. Shimbo Shane, Shaba.
Shimbo Shane. Okay, shout out to Shimbo Shane. Shout out to, is that your son there?
Young Netter.
Shout out to
the original Young Netter. The original Young Netter.
Right, shout out to him. He looks like one of the sand people. Shout out to him. Shout out to Arcad Infant, another family man. Shout out to you. Thank you for your support. Thank you, my brother. Shout out to the Netter, formerly known as. I have. Where is he? My time has become a little more available recently, so I'm coming your way soon. I'm coming your way very soon. A lot of time has been freed up. I'm coming your way.
Whoa!
Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Netter, formerly known as AJ. Thank you.
Saba's the greatest. Saba's the greatest. Your timing is the Netter's timing. So I'm waiting on your guidance.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we got Jody smiling. I'm in rap, but what queen? I'm not sure what that is, but okay, everybody, here we go. We're gonna get into the next question. Let's go. It's It's 8:45 my time. Let's get into it. Shout out to Shinobi Shane, Most Deaf family. Shout out to you. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the one and only channel, one and only source of information that is breaking it down step by step, based on what the crowd controls, not based on me, but based on what the crowd controls. Shout out to everybody and all the supporters. I'm checking my cash apps now. I'm seeing support coming in. I'm seeing it coming in. Coming in. Let me give a couple shout outs before I teach. I'm going to do 3 of them. And they're 3 monsters. There's 3 Oh my goodness. I'm going to save the 4th monster for himself. I'm going to save the 4th monster. Shout out to shout out to Anthony Drain. Anthony Drain, who always sends his support in. Let me go ahead and put him on the screen. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Oh, shout out to Anthony Drain, who's always sends in support. He sends this in. Him and a brother named Nito send in their support before the class even starts. So shout out to Anthony Drain. Let me give him a shout out here. Present. I'm gonna go this screen. Shout out to Anthony Drain. Appreciate you. I have a question for him to answer. He sent one in on Pazuzu. I had some situations that came up that kind of set my timing back, putting things together. But I'm getting to you, and he's a very understanding brother. Shout out to Anthony Drain, and I'll do another giant. Another giant is the brother Nito Campbell. Here he is right here. Nito Campbell is always supporting. He left me a little note with his support. I'm going to go ahead and put this up here. Shout out to Nito Campbell. And he sent in over $20. Whenever you do, of course, you get your awesome clap. I also want to give that clap to Anthony Drain. Even though he didn't send over 20, he sends in over 20 in accumulation. So shout out to both of you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you all for the support. Oh, I'm not showing it. Yep. Let me put it on the screen. Here we go. Nito Campbell. Here's Nito Campbell. Nito Campbell has disappeared. One moment, everybody. Hold on. Nito Campbell has disappeared from the screen. Let me do this again. Nito Campbell. Oh. And hopefully he shows up now. Nito Campbell. Shout out to you, my good brother. He's always supporting. There he is finally. Nito Campbell on the screen. Shout out to Nito Campbell, the $27, who says, for knowing why you ask a question. I like that. He has these little codes. I like that. For knowing why you ask a question. Yes, why. Why. Very good. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Thank you for your support. You are awesome. I'm going to stop there for and I'm going to stop there for now. There are many donators going up the screen, but I'm going to stop there, answer a question, and then get into the rest of the donations. So here we go. Nito Campbell can come off the screen, and Anthony Drain says, peace, Saba. Okay, we got Lenia Setmer saying, thank you all for your support. And we have Aging and Amun Matt Raw having a good conversation. Let's get into the next question. Who is here? I'm going to call out some names. So we have Stranger with a question. We have Raphael Gary, and we have Ascari. Are any of them here? Stranger, Raphael Gary, Ascari, and we also have one I see from Scribe, who's not here, but he sent me a message saying I should go ahead and answer anyways. So is Stranger, Ascari, or Raphael Gary in the house? Stranger, Ascari, or Raphael Gary pops up. He's in the cut. I didn't see him all class. Raphael Gary, man. Raphael Gary pops up. I think Raphael Gary is a ninja or something. He pops up. He's watching, and then he pops up right at the end of every class, right before I'm about to shut down, and sends a cash app out of nowhere. Raphael Gary, you had sent in a question. Ascari's here too. Beautiful. Should I go for Raphael's first or Ascari? Well, I'm going to get you both. So Raphael popped up first, so let's go to him. He had an interesting question. And let me go to him. Raphael Gary, we're going to put him at up. Where is he? Okay. Let me go ahead and label this question. This will be 2. This was an interesting question. I don't even know if Raphael Gary remembers it. This is an interesting, super tough question, actually. I was talking to one of my goddesses about this question, and I was asking her to think of how tough is this question? How tough is this question? This is a tough one. Let me go ahead and label this here. I'm going to label this, rename this 2. This is a tough question here. I think I got some of this question. Some of this was in my dream. I'm not sure. Is it this one or no, the Solomon one. The Solomon question. I think some of that came in a dream to me this morning. I don't know when I see it. Let me go ahead and wipe this off. Hold on. Raphael Gary sent in this nice, tough question. Let me show all you this question that he sent. And let's see. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and put a little water on this. I have something in my eye. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here's the next question from Raphael Gary. And Raphael Gary sends this in. Let me pull up his question right at the last minute. He sent in this right here. I'm going to put it on the screen. I'm going to close this out. And this is another war. We're right back to the topic of another war again. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Very tough question. I would love to see if anybody even attempts to. Have you ever heard this explained in any conscious talk of command? Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Raphael Gary sends this in. And the question is, boom, Raphael Gary sends this in, and the question is, I'm going to read it on the screen. It is, Kemet responsible for the first recorded peace treaty. Why? What a question. What a question. Why? It's that why that makes it hard. That why. That why. If he just said break down the peace treaty, but it's that why right there. Why? I posed this to to one of my goddesses. I think right before the podcast. Shout out to Raphael Gary. I think it was right before the podcast, or was it yesterday? I can't remember, but I said to know why. If you took it the angle of to know why they had the first peace treaty, you'd have to know every war on the planet that took place beforehand to know why they didn't, to know why Kemet did. Why was it the first? Very interesting question. I don't even know if people know about this. Have you all even heard about this before, that Kemet had the very first peace treaty on the planet Earth? Why is that? Kemet has a lot of firsts, even the first peace treaty. Amin Maharaj says, that's a good question. He says, oh. Okay. Present and accounted for. Nice. The very first peace treaty. Did you all even hear about this before? They did. Let's get into it, everybody. We're at war. We've gone from the war. The war hasn't stopped. We started from the war all the way up on Mars. And now that war is still going on, and we're taking it down to Earth. The same two cultures, by the way. Make note, everybody. Make note. The same two cultures, by the way. We're going to go through the same two cultures. I'm not even going to say yet, but the same two cultures seen on Mars, and there's a nuclear explosion, and then remnants of the same two cultures are still fighting here today. Ooh, okay, so here we go. Amin Maharaj says they had letters sent between the area called Sumer. Okay, let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into Raphael Gary's interesting, wonderful, random question. And I want to tell everybody this right now. I see Raphael Gary on other channels. I see him there regularly. I may even see him there tomorrow. He's on other channels regularly. I never see Raphael Gary send in questions like this to the other channels. Is that true, Raphael Gary? And on those other channels, can you send this question in? Because I never see you send in questions, but I see you on the other channels. Thank you for your appreciation of the knowledge that I'm teaching. You don't even waste your time asking them on these other channels. Okay, so let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, and we're going to go ahead and do a screen share. And again, here is Raphael Gary's question, and that is, boom, Kemet responsible for the first recorded peace treaty and why? That is an absolute fact. Kemet has the very first recorded peace treaty, and of course the culture they had it with, because it wasn't Kemet making a peace treaty with themselves. They had the very first peace treaty with another culture, but theirs was the most. Their record of the event is the most vivid of any war recorded on the planet Earth up until that time. Kemet has the most vivid recorded detailed war on the planet Earth up until that time. They hold that record for the most elaborate detailed war and holding the very first peace treaty. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into it. Let me close that. Let me go here, and here we go. We're going to take a little fun ride through history again, through knowledge again, and let me break it down. All right, let me put it back on the screen here. Welcome. Press a 1 if you can hear me and see me. I see a little stuck glitch or something. Can you see me and hear me? Press A1. The screen seems to be stuck. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Press A1. Perfect. That's perfect right there. Okay, we got a 1 from Amin Ma'at Ra, AJ Super Magul, Shannon Heka Kepa Ra, Shannon South Ard, and Kemet 101. Uno. 1 is in his name. Amin Ma'at Ra, I also see you on other channels too. Thank you for your support, my brother. I do not see you asking these kind of questions over there on those other channels. Thank you for appreciating the quality. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are going to get into the question, and that is, Kemet has the first peace treaty and why? Sent by Raphael Gary. Here we go, everybody. The world's first known peace treaty resulted in the world's first best documented war in history, the Battle of Kadesh. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into what they call the Battle of Kadesh. Here we go, everybody. Let me shrink this down. So, the Battle of Kadesh, or Battle of Kadesh, took place let me go ahead and move this. Under Ramesses and the Hittite Empire under Muwatalli II at the city of Kadesh on Orontes River, just upstream of Lake Holmes near modern Lebanon-Syria border. The battle is generally dated 1274 BC from the Egyptian chronology and is the earliest pitched battle in recorded history. So it's the most detailed battle. It's the very first treaty in history, and it's the earliest pitched battle in recorded history. A lot of firsts in recorded history, which details the tactics and formations, where the tactics and formations are known, is believed to have been the largest chariot battle ever fought, involving between 5,000 and 6,000 chariots. So how many records does this hold? It's the most detailed battle. It's the earliest known pitched battle. with tactics and strategic formations. It is the very first peace treaty in the world, and it's the most chariot battle that ever took, the highest fought chariot battle that ever took place. As a result of the discovery of the multiple Kadesh inscriptions and the Kemet Hittite peace treaty, it is the best documented battle in all of ancient history. Ramses, as a Shemsu Hor or follower of the custom of Heru, fights, defends the land, and is in turn called a netter, as we see below in the writing. So here we are. You can go to, let me shrink this down. Here is the image of Ramesses. And you can go to, this is a great book, First Steps in Egyptian Hieroglyphics, page 233. And here it has the Medu-Neter, the Metu, the transliteration, and the English. Okay? And there is the mention of Orantis, as they call it, Orantis. And let me move this over. Behold, the wretched, the wretched of Keta rose up and turned his hands in supplication to the god, the beautiful Neter. That is the god Neter, beautiful Ramesses. And there is the Abba, and it's also the Aha, which is Ahati's name comes from there. Abba and Aha and Ahati. This is the image you see behind Ahati, right there. It's called the Abba and also the Ahati. So the god beautiful fighteth for his soldiers. He destroys, and it cuts off there. I just wanted to show that here is Ramesses, and Ramesses is called Nefer-Neter. Ramesses is one of the Neteri. All right, so here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are breaking it down. Let's get into the history. I also have here the actual papyrus of the story of the Battle of Kadesh, called the Papyrus of the Poem of Pentuer, written in what the Europeans call Hieratic, account of the Battle of Kadesh conducted by Ramesses II. This is located in the Louvre, Paris, France Museum. And there is the Battle of Kadesh, recorded in the Pentuer written papyrus. You can go check that out. We go by, what do we go by here, everybody? What do we go by here at the Tehuti Podclass? What do we stand on? We stand on my motto. And what is my motto? Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. There is the motto. Let us continue. So here are the ancestral artifacts. Okay, also it's recorded on the walls, on the Ramesses wall, the bas-reliefs and carvings of the battle scenes with men, chariots depicting the poem of Pentuer within the temple of the complex of Karnak. So it's in stone and it's also in writing. Best documented battle in stone and in writing. There it is. You can look at it all together. So we're talking about the Battle of Kadesh. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here are the sources. Here are the primary sources. Here are the references. Here are the dates. Here is the Medu-Neter. Here is the book where you can get a portion of the battle and read it in the Medu-Neter and in the English and then in transliteration. Now we're going to get into what actually happened. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let us begin. It begins with the Sea People, a group of people called the Sea People. Actually, pirates, men of the sea. But the Sea People were attacking and robbing cargoes to Kemet. Ramesses II sets up an ambush. Okay, he sets up an ambush by letting them continue to attack the cargo. Then he blitzes them by surprise at sea. So what Ramesses did, and here's the depiction, Ramesses' representation of the Sea People, attacks on the outer wall over here of the mortuary temple of Ramesses III in the Medinet Habu. And there it is. So what did Ramesses do? Ramesses realizes that there's cargo coming into Kemet. There's valuables, there's wealth, there is preserves. There are things that Kemet needs to survive and trade, but you have these pirates and they're robbing the cargo. So what does Ramesses do? He doesn't go out directly and attack the pirates. He sets up an ambush and he lets the pirates continue to attack. The beautiful thing is, and the smarts of Ramesses, is that after you attack, you have to plunder, right? After you attack, then you have to get off of your boat, go onto the other boat, and you start rummaging through, and boom, Ramesses sets that up, lets them go into the cargo, lets them go, let them relax and gather their spoils, and boom, he blitzes them. This is the beginning of the war. Here's the beginning. Okay, so here it is right here in the mortuary temple of Ramesses III, Medinet Habu. Okay, so now he makes the sea pirates his soldiers. So what does he do? After he attacks the sea pirates, right, the sea people, then now he converts them over to working for him. They become his soldiers, or he could have killed them. So now you have the sea people now working for Ramesses. The sea people who were originally stealing from cargo going to Ramesses are now converts and soldiers of Ramesses. And now they don't have to go around stealing and robbing anymore. They can actually make a living being a protector of Ramesses, and now they're his bodyguards. Very interesting, right? Okay, so so he then in year 4, they attack an area called Amaru. So Ramesses now attacks an area called Amaru. Let me go ahead and show a little bit on the map of the area. Right, so what happens is, here's Amaru here at the bottom. Here's Ugarit. So this is all Anunnaki. This is all what they call Sugagi, Ashur, Assyrian, Hittite. This is their area. This is Ugarit, Umaru. This is the area of the people that are sharing the culture of the people that look like the images that I showed in Assyria. And here, because here's Assyria right here. See it in the white? So there's Assyria right there. All right, so Ramesses moves upwards and attacks Amaru. All right, but what does this mean? We come to find out that Amaru is a Hittite vassal under the Hittite king Muwatalli. So he attacks Amaru, this little area, but Amaru is owned by this powerful group called the Hittite, or they call the Hittites today. And Muwatalli owns that area, of course. So what happens? What happens after that? Here is an image left depiction of Muwatalli II in the relief of Sir Kelly. And let's go ahead and show a little depiction of him right there. Boom, is Muwatalli II. All right, so what happens? Of course, Muwatalli finds out that one of his vassals, or one of the areas that are way down there but still owned by him, he goes and confronts and attacks Ramesses. So Muwatalli marches down and confronts Ramesses' troops in Kadesh. So they end up meeting in the Kadeshi area. So here they are marching up from Kemet, going up past Canaan, Damascus, and here, right at this area here, here's Ugarit, right? So remember Ugarit right over here on the map. Here's Ugarit. So there is Amaru, and then Kadesh is right under here, right under here. So they end up meeting and battling right there in the bottom of the Kadeshi area. There's Ugarit. Here's the Hittite Empire. Look how humongous this is. Look how huge this is. The Hattusa. Okay? So he goes down and he attacks Ramesses, of course. He attacks Ramesses, and then what happens? Here's a depiction of Ramesses in the war. Here's a depiction of Ramesses on the walls of Karnak with the Battle of Kadesh, and there he is. Okay, so Ramesses gathers massive troops now. So Ramesses, in turn, gathers massive troops. Okay, so here is Ramesses II. He breaks these troops up into 4 squadrons, 4 divisions. Here's the real Amun-Ra squad. You see, the real Amun-Ra squad. This is the real one, the one that's actually out there defending Kemet, not the ones on the internet arguing atheism. Here is the Amun-Ra squad. This is the Amun squad, the Ra squad, the Ptah squad, the Seth squad, and they have 20,000 in infantry. And battling in behalf of the name of the deities, or the Neter, that are over their squadron, broken up into fours, into 20,000. That's a lot of men. 20,000 troops of Kemetine is a lot, right? This is massive, but there's one problem. Muatali starts his troops at 20,000. So Amun-Ra and Amun squad, Ra squad, Ptah, Seth, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 is 20,000. That's a lot of men, but Muatali starts. He starts at 20,000. That's where he begins. So Muatali, Ramesses has about 2,000 chariots. Muatali too comes with 3,000 chariots, starts his infantry at 20,000 and goes all the way to 40,000. So the battle starts with Muatali having 2 times the amount of troops of Ramesses. You can see where this is a problem, right? All right, so Ramesses captures 2 spies who tell him the Hittite army is over 100 miles to the north. So Ramesses sets up just west of Kadesh with the Amun troop. Okay, so he sets up because he catches 2 Hittasu or Hittite spies, and they tell him that the Hittites are somewhere else because Muatali is afraid of him. So Ramesses sets up just west of Kadesh with the Amun troops. Wonderful. Here is the depiction on the wall of them capturing and beating the Hittite spies. And here is the record of it. Here's the record of the story. Here it is. So this is 19th Dynasty Ramesses II, and this is translated from the papyrus from the story of the Battle of Kadesh. Northward, and His Majesty had arrived at the locality south of the town of Shabtuna. There came 2 Shasu to speak to His Majesty as follows. Our brethren who belong to the greatest of the families with the vanquished chief of Keta have made us come to His Majesty to say, we will be subjects of the Pharaoh, and we will flee from the vanquished chief of Keta, for the vanquished chief of Keta sits in the land of Apollo, on the north of Tunip. He fears because of Pharaoh to come southward. Now these Shasu spake these words which they spake to His Majesty falsely. The vanquished chief of Keta made them come to spy where His Majesty was, in order to cause the army of the Majesty not to draw up for fighting him to battle with the vanquished chief of Keta. So this was a setup. This was a setup. They thought they had captured 2 Shasu, who now tell Ramesses and his men, hey, they're north of Tunip, they're north of Kadesh. They're all the way 100 kilometers. They're very far away because they're afraid of you. 100 miles to the north. They're very, very afraid of you, so they're way far away. That's what they tell Ramesses. So Ramesses, hearing this word, he sets up just west of Kadesh. Okay? Let us continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're getting into the story of what happened at the Battle of Kadesh. So here we go. Here's a depiction of it. Here is the Amun squad over here. Here is Kadesh, and they were right on the other side. So the Hittites were literally right on the other side of Kadesh. They were told they were 100 miles away, and boom, we blow this up. Here is the Hittite camp is right here. Here's the Amun squad. Look at this. The Amun squad's over here. They're told the Hittites are all the way by Apollo, 100 kilometers away. But in actuality, the Hittites are right here waiting for them. They're right here. Okay, this posed a problem to the people of Kemet, to Ramesses, because the Hittites are smart. They're setting this up. The Amun squad thinks that they are safe, and they think that they're about to now move upwards and find Muatali. Meanwhile, Muatali's men are right there on the other side. Okay, so the Hittites swoop around from the other side of Kadesh and dismantle the Ra division. Okay, so here we go over here. So we got the Amaru over here, the chariots here, the Kemetic camp here, the Hittite camp is right here. Here's the Hittite chariots, and they're swooping all the way around, coming from the back, and boom, they hit the division of Pi-Ra, that which is Re, because Pi-Ra is coming up from the bottom. So you got the Ammon. This is awesome, though. This is interesting. So detailed, the stories. The Ammon squad is right over here. The Hittites are right over here. But way down here at the bottom, way down here below this image, is the Ra squad hasn't made it up to the Amun squad yet. So the Hittites swoop down and they catch the Ra division off guard. They come down here past the Orontes River and boom, at below Kadesh, hit the Ra squad and they pummel them. They pummel them. They're not even, the Ra squad's not even expecting this. They're moving up to try to meet the Ammon squad, and here comes the Hittites, boom, pummel them, and then start moving upwards around from the back to the camp of Amun. They're coming around here. You see? The Ptah squad is way down here by the woods of Lebwi, right? So here's the Set, and Ptah is way down here. They're moving up. So Set squad's here, Ptah squad's here, Ra squad's up here, and Ammon squad is already set up over here on this side of Kadesh. They're told that they are way up. They're told that they're way up, far away, and boom, they get bombarded, and they get hit, and they go right through them because their chariots are way larger than the Kemetic chariots, and boom, they ambush the Ammon division. Ptah squad can't help them. They're way down here. Set squad can't even see. They can't even see what's happening. They're way far away. See what's going on? Boom, the Hittites have the upper hand. Here we go. So they dismantle the Ra division. The Hittites now have the upper hand. And boom, here it is again. There's the Ra general. There's the Hittites swooping around. Boom, hitting them. And they have no chance. They don't even know. They're being hit from the side. They're marching forward. And boom, they get swooped from the side. And they get pummeled. They escape. Only a few survive and move up past the Ammon Ra, the Ammon squad. And here it is right there. Boom, there's the Hittites again. And they come sideways with their chariots. Here's the Ra division. Here's Kadesh. And boom, they get hit. Right now, the Hittites have the upper hand. They're winning this battle. They're winning this war right now. They have the upper hand. So the advantage of the Hittites was their chariots were massive, greater for brute force in the open. They moved up towards the Ammon division, the camp where Ramesses was. Unfortunately for them, their advantage became their disadvantage. Now within the confines of the camp, their heavy chariots became stuck in the refined spaces of Ramesses and the Ammon division. Ramesses and the Ammon division, and what was left, the Ra division, were able to take advantage with their smaller chariots. Ramesses himself goes around to the back, leading the troops and attack the Hittites that are stuck in the camp because their chariots were too big to move around in that area. It wasn't designed. The Kemetians designed their chariots to be small and fast, perfect for the camp they set up. The Hittites had no idea that when they got into the camp, the chariots would be so huge they wouldn't be able to maneuver. They were built big and brute so they could move and crush you and move through you and bump you out the way and stomp you. But that can only happen in an open space. It can't happen in a closed camp. So boom, Hittites had advantage, and then boom, the Ra squad and Ramesses now has advantage in this battle. All right, so boom. Now what's happening here? Here they are. This is a depiction of it. They're stuck in the camp. The chariots are stuck in here, right, in the little barriers. And here comes Ra division coming around the other side. What's left of the Ra division, and Ramesses coming around with the Ammon division. And boom, they ambush, and here they're throwing arrows at them from this side. They're stuck, and boom, now Ramesses has the upper hand. So you can see Ramesses have the upper hand, the Hittites have the upper hand, Ramesses has the upper hand again. The Hittites flee. Ramesses' chariots are lighter and faster, so they're able to obliterate the fleeing slow chariots of the Hittites. They can catch up to them fast. because the Hittites are running away. When you're running away, it's hard for you to point backwards and shoot an arrow. The ones that are chasing have perfect aim because they're the ones chasing you. So Ramesses holds the upper hand, but we forgot about someone very important. Muwatalli himself. Where's Muwatalli in this whole battle here? So as Ramesses and his troops are chasing the Hittite army and obliterating them from the back, boom, 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 hitting them with arrows, only a few wary infantry was left in the camp. Muwatalli swoops down on these troops because Muwatalli is somewhere with 15,000 troops. He didn't attack the Ammon squad yet. He's waiting far away. He comes. Ramesses and his troops are already left the camp. They leave the camp vulnerable. So then here comes Muwatalli, and Muwatalli now swoops down on the Ammon troops that are left. They're already beat up because they already got pummeled by the Hittites that came around from the other side of Kemet, pummeled through Ra, attacked Amun squad who thought that Muwatalli was 100 kilometers away because of the fake spies that came. So here you have beat up men from the Ammon squad. You have the other ones chasing the Hittites, and then boom, Muwatalli hits the beat up Ammon squad. Oh man! So then now Muwatalli, they swoop down on the Ammon troops, getting the upper hand. So now the Hittites have the upper hand. What Muwatalli didn't know was there were still Kemetic troops in Amaru. Because remember, that's where they went first. That's where Ramesses went first. He had left some troops still there in Amaru. They weren't a part of those squads. They were just troops left there in Amaru. They completely surprised Muwatalli. So Muwatalli's attacking the weak Ammon squad. Right at this moment, other troops that Muwatalli didn't even know about come down and attack him. Whew. So they're completely surprised Muwatalli. Also, Ramesses is now on his way back. So Ramesses is on his way back from going towards that river area, chasing the Hittites who are fleeing. He beats them. Muwatalli is attacking the Ammon squad, who's getting beat. But then another squadron comes down from Amaru that Ramesses had set up there first because that's the place he attacked first. And now Ramesses is on his way back with his troops back to the area that Muwatalli didn't see Ramesses at first. Ramesses is gone with Muwatalli there. So now Muwatalli is surrounded and destroying the other Hittites. The Ptah division is now arriving fresh. Yo, look at this. Right? This is awesome. Remember the Ptah division? The Ptah division was way down here. Remember this? So the Ptah division is way down here. They're unscratched. They didn't get touched. The Ra division got hurt. They got damaged. They scattered. They're gone. They're scattered. Right? So now there's a battle taking place up here in the camp. The Hittites flee. Muwatalli comes from this area here, attacks the weak Ammon squad. But then boom, the division of Na'arm comes from over here, from Amaru. Muwatalli didn't know this. So here comes Ramesses now coming back. So you got the Ammon squad in there fighting Muwatalli. You got the Na'arm division coming. That wasn't even a part of the four divisions. They're coming fresh. And then by this time, the Ptah division that was all the way down here, they haven't shot an arrow. They're fresh. They haven't fought. And then they come up and attack Muwatalli. So you got one Ammon fighting Muwatalli. Then the Na'arm division comes down from that wasn't even a part of Muwatalli's comprehension coming down. There's two divisions. The Ptah division's coming. That's three divisions. And then Ramesses is on his way back. Four divisions now that Muwatalli has to fight. And so he's getting ambushed now. All right, so the Amun division was left of the Ra. What was left of the Ra division were able to take advantage with their smaller chariots. Ramesses himself goes around the back, leading the troops, and attacks the Hittites with massive arrows. And then the Ptah division is arriving fresh. Ramesses is coming back. Boom, here we go. Now it looks like the Ramesses division, the Ramesses crew has advantage. So it looks like this battle is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The Hittites have Ramesses has advantage, and the Hittites have advantage, and the Ramesses have advantage. The Hittites have advantage. Ramesses have advantage again. So what happens? Muwatalli retreats. He has to retreat. Half his men ran away. He still has another 15,000 that he didn't even use. They didn't come with him. They weren't dispatched. So Muatali's there undermanned, and he's getting bombarded by 3 to 4 different squads, including the squad that was beat up that was already there, the Amun squad. Muatali retreats. Ramesses saw that there was too much loss to continue. He went back to Kadesh. Muatali, seeing that Ramesses left, he went back to Amaru and Kadesh and took it back over. So who won? Who won this battle? Who won? Let me go check the chat room, see if you're listening to this story. Who won this battle? What's going on here? This is an interesting battle, right? Woo! All right. Who won this battle? What is going on? All right. Here we go. So, who won the battle? Well, here's where it becomes dangerous. So when we go to the records on the walls of Kemet, the bas relief and carvings of the battle scene with men in chariots depicting the poem of Pentarur within the temple of Karnak, when we go to those stories and we go to the Ramesses, the Battle of Kadesh, what does Ramesses say? In the Pentarur, it says, when his majesty, what do they say about him? When his majesty saw them, he enraged against them like his father Montu, lord of Thebes. He seized the adornments of the battle and arrayed himself in his coat of mail. He was like Baal in his hour. Then he betook himself to his horses and led quickly on being alone by himself. There was a time when Ramesses was alone also. Ramesses' men scattered. It was just him there alone. Not fighting with a few men, but his whole squad was gone. He charged into the foes and vanquished chief of Keta and the numerous countries which were with him. His majesty was like Sutek, the great in strength, smiting and slaying amongst them. His majesty hurled them headlong, one upon another, into the water of Orontes. So according to this story, Ramesses won the battle. Right? So here is the image carved bas relief showing the Shasu being beaten. And here's the depiction of the Hittite brother over here. He kind of looks like Sarasu and Seti. But here's the image of the Hittites with his hands over the head. This is a captured Hittite over here. And this is the Hittite chief from 1184 1053 BC. Description: captive with his hands over his head. And this is the palace of Ramesses III, Medinet Habu, palace of Ramesses III. And there is the brother right there, captured. So according to Ramesses II and III, the Kemetians won. Right? But to the Hittites, in the Hittite documents, guess what? To the Hittites, they gained back control over Kadesh and Amaru, because remember, that's what this war was all about to them. They came down, remember they heard that some of their men was killed in Amaru. Amaru was a vessel of the Hittites, so they came down to attack Ramesses to get him out of there. That was their only goal. So they took back control over Kadesh, and the people of Kemet left their territory, thus a victory. Both are a reality, as you can see in the records. Both the Hittites and Ramesses had the upper hand back and forth. The reality, they were equally matched and never wanted ever again to risk the losses they both took. So to ensure that it would not take place again, it resulted in, boom, it resulted in the very first peace treaty on the planet. The Hittite version of the Peace Treaty of Kadesh in Istanbul Archaeology Museum. That is the Hittite version of the Peace Treaty. After the death of Muatali II, Hattusili III died, 1237 BCE, took the throne of the Hittite Empire, and it was under his reign that the world's first peace treaty was signed, 1258 BC. Boom, ladies and gentlemen. there is my answer. Thank you for asking the question. So to summarize, the reason why Kemet had the very first peace treaty was because this was the very first battle in recorded history that had the most detailed record on both sides, where both sides were equally matched. They were equally matched, and according to Ramesses, and here's where it becomes dangerous, according to Ramesses, he made the Hittites retreat. That is true. So if you make a army retreat and they run away from you on both sides, because Muwatalli's men ran away from Ramesses. By the time Ramesses came back, Muwatalli himself, the king himself, and his troops ran away, so they retreated. Ramesses took so much of a loss, it wasn't worth him sticking around in Amaru. He leaves and goes back to Kemet. But according to him, he vanquished the king of Keta. He made them retreat, so he's the winner. On the Keta side, Keta is saying, we came down there to defend our vassal. We want to make sure that these Kemetians know they cannot mess with our territories. You're not coming down to our territory and attacking our vassal. We're going to get you out of there, which they succeeded in. They took back over Kadesh, because by the time Muwatalli came back, he realized Ramesses gave up. He didn't want to stick around for more battle. He gives up the area, stops attacking the Amaru. The Hittites take back over the Amaru area. That's their vassal once again. Boom, they won. They take back over Kadesh. Boom, they won. So now you have two of the most powerful forces on the planet Earth. This could become extremely dangerous when both sides think they won. When both sides think they won, you have a very dangerous ego. That means you'll fight again. That means you'll go and attack again, because guess what? We made you retreat. You guys don't want to mess with us. We made you retreat. And the Hittites are saying, we made you get out of the area. You don't want to mess with us. So they'll fight again. So what happens is Hittusili comes afterwards, Hittusili the third, and he realized that the situation could be dangerous and there could be too much loss. They're equally matched. So let's create the first peace treaty where they are not allowed to do this war again, resulting in the most detailed battle on the planet, resulting in the first pitched detailed battle on the planet, resulting in the first peace treaty on the planet, and resulting in the heaviest chariot battle and largest loss of life that took place on Ramesses' side and the Hittite side. They did not want to do this ever again. It wasn't worth it. Boom. That is my answer. Thank you for asking. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I don't know if they're teaching this anywhere else. I'm not sure. Like I said, if they are, send me the link. If they're not, stay here and get the knowledge. Let me go ahead and check the chat to see if people heard this answer, if the person who asked me, Raphael Gary, heard. And now you all know about the Battle of Kadesh. This whole class is about war, isn't it? Yes. You all know about the battle on Mars, and you know about the battle in Kadesh and the details and why they had to make a peace treaty. They were literally equally matched. They were literally upper hand, upper hand, upper hand, upper hand. It wasn't worth it. When you're equally matched, even if you're in a fight, you got to say, hey, I got two black eyes, my arm is broke, your leg is broke, your nose is broke. You know what? I don't want to ever fight you ever again, man. It's over. It's over. So you make a peace treaty, you make a document legal, and now neither them or anyone in their descendancy can fight again under those circumstances. Boom, there's your answer. Let me go ahead and check the chat to see if anybody heard the answer. All right. Let me see. Let me go back to the ones. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions, says Manny Nerve. Stranger says his phone died, he's watching on TV. Okay. Breakdown time is an invigorating time. Washes hands, stays home. Ahadi says, I love the names of the Natiru or the names of the squadron, right? Now you all know the real squad, the real Amen squad, the real Raw squad. You know the real squad. They're fighting for Kemet. That's what the real Amen Raw squad does. All right, so Blessing Tehuti in the chat says Danny Divine. So then Anki Ma'at. So Kemet says, still confused why the Netras did not use the tools used for laser cut rocks as weapon on the Tamahu armies. Okay. You know the Kemetians never fought the Tamahu armies? We'll get into that. Kemetians and Tamahus actually never fought. Okay, so let's E-Manifesto put Sarah Sudan Seti. I'm not sure why, but shout out to E-Manifesto. Shout out to Sarah Sudan Seti. And Kemet says, actually, these techniques are still used and studied by U.S. Army military. And that's right. That's absolutely right. Okay. Oh, because I put the picture up of the brother who looked like Sarah Sudan Seti. That's right. I'm backlagged. I'm lagged back in the comments. General. Hey, and he's called the General, right? I got to censor all that. That's what he's called. He's called the General Sarasun Seti, and that's what they captured the Hittite general. That's right, General Sarasun Seti. That's hilarious. All right, so Nania Mer says, sorry, Heka Kepra says, none zero sum game, right? Right. Excellent. Nania Mer says, excellent, precise info. Thank you. Nania Mer puts up fire. Nania Mer says, great, mind-blowing answers again and again. Hika Kepran says, love the history lesson. Thank you. Ascari says, fantastic hydrogen bomb. Thank you. And Rico says, too much war, man. Too much war. All right. Robert Williams says, fire. RPM says, wow. Shinobu says, very clear details. Shane says, very clear details. Power of Max says, Sun Tzu vibes. Yeah. Sun Tzu vibes. Tehuti says, Matication, rich history, brown people. So Robert Williams has a message to one of his cousins, Walter Williams. Robert Williams says to Walter Williams, so there were armies in Kadesh, Walter Williams. Okay. Harvmack says, great lesson. Welcome to the Tutti Podclass for everybody who just made it here. You send in Cash App questions to Cash App TT Amun. You can also send in your questions and support if you appreciate what I do. Only if what I do has any kind of value to you, then you send in your support to PayPal at Rocky SV. Hopefully you appreciate all of this. Thank you. Hopefully you appreciate all of this more than you appreciate the Avengers and Spider-Man and Thor and popcorn and the Gucci belt and bubble gum. I hope you appreciate this. Yeah, and Woman King. I hope you appreciate this more than that. If you do humbly appreciate, please send your support. When you send your support, sometime in the class, during the class, I will put it up on the screen, such as this. Boom. Owen Haithi sends in Anunnaki. Oh, there's a question. Anunnaki versus reptilian thoughts. There's a question there. Shannon Southward, I can't see her question. When you send it in, it pops up as that, and it goes to the screen. When you send in a PayPal, it pops up as that. That is how you show appreciation, because people of Kemet always talk about reciprocity. So yes, reciprocity. In Kemet, the Sabas in Kemet, that was their job. The Sabas and the priests in Kemet, they didn't have 9 to 5. The people in Kemet appreciated their knowledge so much, they made sure that they were taken care of so they could take their time and study and answer questions to them. Hopefully you all do the same for me. Unless you feel that I'm just equal to everybody, then please don't send me anything and just send me the links and we'll all watch everybody together. But if you appreciate this information and the quality of it, please send in your appreciation. And I will appreciate you by giving thorough answers like this. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to 103 people in the room. This is beautiful and wonderful. And thank you. Is Raphael Gary? Wait. Did Raphael Gary hear the answer? I didn't even see Raphael Gary. Okay, he'll catch up. There he go. Boom. Raphael Gary has like a ninja button. As soon as I mention him, boom, he's like pops up. So Raphael Gary says, great answer. Thank you, brother. Glad you appreciate it. Boom. That is how we answer questions. There is the next question in here in the Tehuti Pod class. And that is from, we're whipping through these. Oh, we have, oh my goodness. We have a Scary. Wait a minute. Let me, oh, Stranger and a Scary. One moment, everybody, please. One moment, everyone, please. I'm going to step away for another 3 minutes. Another 3 minutes. I'm going to give the brothers the room just for 3 minutes. 104 people. Do not leave unless you're using my time to step away as also your bathroom break. No problem. I'm coming back. Don't leave. Sit and absorb or take a break and come right back. But I'm putting that link in the room. I have to step away for just a moment and refresh myself. This is Charlotte, by the way, on the hat. Yes, she is real. And she's like the size of almost like an inner hand. That is Charlotte. Gentlemen, jump in the room real quick. I have to step away for 3 minutes. When I come back, I will answer the next question. Oh my goodness. Solomon. If Ascari's here, Solomon, Ascari, and also who else? Stranger. Is Stranger still here and Ascari still here? Shout out to them. Jump in the room, gentlemen. If you see this, I have to step away for just a moment. If not, I will just step away and I'll be right back. I got to step away and refresh myself for just a moment so I can be fresh to answer your questions with a sharp mind. Okay? All right. So it looks like I'll just step away because I do not see anybody jumping in. Okay, so what I'll do is this. Oh, there is a Tehutimos has popped up. Tehutimos, go ahead, my brother. Do a little speak for a while. I'm going to step away for 3 minutes or so, okay?
Gotcha, Saba. Hotep family, Hotep. Well, let me look a little crooked here. Let me tighten you up. Okay, Hotep family. Like I'm coming in and out the matrix as well, but that's okay. Again, I like to reiterate the fact of a great history lesson that's occurring as we continue to learn about our history. I would encourage all of us to continue to take what the Saba's teaching us and go even further and purchase the necessary books. If you don't know what books to purchase, I would encourage you to ask the Saba. Some great books out there that will begin to teach you about our history, our rich history that you won't learn. This is why I call it ma'adication, because this kind of education will not be taught in what they call their so-called schools today. So I think I'm blinging in and out. But so I think it would be very important for us to all take heed and not just come in here as spectators, but actually get in the game and utilize the information, utilize our ancestors' history to benefit you today and whatever you desire and whatever your wants and your needs are today's time. I think this is very important. That's been a lifelong goal of mine, is to accomplish what I want in this life and to find myself and find out who I am. Because again, I already knew from the beginning, probably like the majority of you in this room, is that you weren't what they told you you are. First, they're telling you you're a Negro. They're telling you you're Black. They're telling you you're African American. They're telling you all these things, and you're none of those things. So, you know, to find out who you are is the key. And then once you get that history of who you are, then you can run with it and you can take it. And these are things that you can apply in your life today. So I'll pass it over to Brother Arquette, Brother Arquette, see what he got to say about it. But I mean, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. That's just what it's all about, family.
Hotep, brother. Yeah, brother, I agree with you. It's time that we start, taking the necessary steps to get this knowledge and information, this truth that's out there that this brother, that only Nasaba is dropping. I don't see no other brothers dropping any information that's remotely related or close to it. The way that this brother breaks it down is so precise. And I'm gonna be 100% honest with everybody here. I'm very, very, very new to this knowledge, very new to this truth, to this information. But I've been seeking knowledge, and that's all I wanted was the truth. And like I said in the past, once you recognize the truth, then you have to start. Then you have a decision. Once you're presented with the truth, then it's up to you to do what you will with that information. And I met these brothers in class. Just all these brothers was except for Hati. Hati been on this path a lot longer than we have, but Brother Tehuti Most and AJ and the Scribe, and these brothers are very inspiring. If I might add, very motivational. These brothers motivate me to study, to even read different. The way I read, I have these brother. Hati held up his book one time, and he had all these little sticky things in there where he was taking notes. And I was, I'm old school, so I was highlighting, but I wasn't writing in my books. And my goddess, she caught a glimpse of it, and she was like, "It's your book. You need to write in it." And man, ever since then, I've been writing and taking notes. I went out and bought me some of these little tabs, and that's how I be getting the answers right on the Monday Mathematics class, brothers, because I write it down. I write it down, and I go back and I look at it. Because, man, listen, we got to preserve this brother. We definitely have to preserve this brother. And when I asked the question about what was everyone's favorite class, I asked that question to see, and it was a lot of great answers. It was a lot of great answers because there's really no right answer, because all of Saba's classes are fantastic. They're all groundbreaking. I've been on this ride since the KP show. That was my introduction, and I've been on this ride since then. But this information is groundbreaking. Every single one of his classes is phenomenal. All the information is phenomenal. So I asked that to see how much everybody appreciates the information. And I saw some beautiful answers, some wonderful answers. And the fact of the matter is that we have to support this brother. We have to. Like he said, we support everything else. We have to support this teacher. If you appreciate it, if you appreciate our Saba, then you'll support. I always support, and we need to support. And you supporting yourself when you support the Saba, because nobody else is dropping this knowledge like it. Nobody. And I challenge everybody in the chat. I see it though. I don't too much read the chats, but I see it. Saba verse this person, Saba verse that person. If we really being real with ourselves, we could win as a team if we all was to come together, like we're supposed to, and step out of the matrix, and come together like a team and build a great nation like we're supposed to. You have all these other coaches, and we don't even really have real neighborhoods. We don't really have real communities. You have other coaches, they have communities, like real neighborhoods. We don't have none of that as our people. If we were to come together and build, we could have such a great nation like our ancestors. And like Saba said, the writing's on the wall. The information is there. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. I don't know what else you need. It's proof that we're in the matrix, because every week after week, he breaks down this information and presents it with actual facts, museum artifacts, papyruses, references, patent numbers. Everything is there for you to go research, like Tehuti Mo said, for you to go and research further and dig a little deeper. And then once you get the truth, what are you going to do with it? And I know you guys out there, I know y'all listening because the truth is spreading. Because I didn't come here to be, I'm nervous. I didn't come here to be on YouTube and go live and be all, that wasn't my thing. I just wanted to learn, and I just wanted to, I just wanted to be better. I just wanted to be a better version of myself. And once I heard Saba, dropping that wisdom and that knowledge and breaking stuff down, I was like, man, this is incredible. So, I started listening. I started listening deeper, and I was motivated. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. Every single book I've ever heard him mention out of his mouth, I've tried to purchase. The actual physical books. I don't want to turn around and show my book. And I'm not even going to sit up here and mess with y'all and tell y'all no. I haven't read all of them yet. I'm still reading them. I'm in the process of reading them. And this is a journey, so I'm not in a, I mean, we need to hurry up and get it together, but I'm not like in a rush to like read the books because I'm actually, processing them. I'm reading them thoroughly. I have no interest in debating. I have no interest in none of the isfat. I just want to be a better version of myself, and I want to see our people. I want to see our people get out of this matrix. I need to get out of the matrix. We all need to continue. That's the next stepping out of the matrix. Support our Saba. Buy his books. Support our Saba. And step out of the matrix with us. Support us on Sundays for our study group. Actually, I'm presenting tomorrow to the most. I appreciate you going first, brother, because I was supposed to go first originally. But like I said, I'd be so nervous, and because I didn't come here for this. I just came here to learn. And that brother started dropping that knowledge, and that was one of the ways I supported. I had to, get out in front of the camera and get up and step up and show my face, and I support. I'm at every class. I'm here every week. I'm downloading, getting the information, copying it, and I'm taking my baby steps because all I want to do is learn. I have no interest in debating and no type of isfat whatsoever. I just want to learn, and I just want to see our people live the life we're supposed to be living. I just want to see our people do better. We out here, losing our life over foolishness, and I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of seeing our people in this situation. So, when that brother said stepping out of the matrix, that meant something. That meant something on a deep level when he first said that. And at the time, I didn't even have a Facebook. I had deleted my Facebook, all the social media. I was just so fed up. And at that time, the only way for me to get his books was I had to message him. And after several weeks of watching him, break down, I eventually set it up. And there's our great Saba right now, But now you guys can go to the website and get his books. You can get these books and get this knowledge, brother. Hail to Tehuti. Peace and love, everybody.
All right, peace, brothers. Thank you, Arcat. I heard you in the background. Thank you, Tehuti Mos. Thank you. All right, everybody, let's get back to it. You brothers are awesome. You guys are fabulous. The next time I have you guys on for the next break, you can talk about the website. I see you talking about the Sunday class. Is this Sunday you're presenting this Sunday, or is it Tehuti Mos? You?
Yes, I'm presenting, Saba.
Yeah. Very good, very good. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Wonderful. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here. The next question that came in. Oh, let me get some water. Let's get the numbers back up. What happened? It was at 103. I left, and now it's back to 87. Let's get it back to the 103, everybody. I'm going to do a check and see the two brothers that asked the next question. One is Ascari. Is Ascari in here? Raphael Gary was here. Is Ascari in here? Ascari, are you in the house? Ascari. Are you in the house? Ascari, are you here? Let's get into Ascari's question, and we have the question that the owl. The owl is scribe. Is Ascari here? Ascari, are you here, my brother? Doing a check on Ascari. Are you in the building? Ascari. Checking on Ascari. Are you in the building? Checking on Stranger too. Stranger, Ascari, the next questions are here. Let's do it. This is good. It's only 9:56. I'm going to go for another hour and a half, maybe answer 2-3 more questions. Let's get it. I want the people to be here who asked the questions. I know it's late over on your side, but Ascari, you were just here. Are you still here, my good brother? Ascari? If Ascari's here, Kimit's going to love this question. Kimit's going to love this question. Where are the brothers that asked the questions? Are they here? All right, everybody, welcome to the Shannon Southard. Are you here? Press the 1 if you all can hear me. Maybe I can't be heard. I can't. I'm not seeing my screen and comments are not moving. Maybe I'm locked in or something. Press the 1 if you can hear me, please. Press the 1 if you can hear me. Press a 1 if you can hear me. My screen seems to be locked. Okay, there we go. Now all the ones just popped up. Ascari is here. Good. Okay, it had you locked. It wasn't showing me that answers. Okay, Ascari, so let's get into your answer. Welcome to the Tutsi Podclass. The next question that came in is from the brother Ascari, Owen Hythe, one of the biggest, the monster donators of the Tutsi Podclass. And we're going to get into this. And this question is, let me see if I can put this on the screen. This question is, sounds like a simple question. I like what Ascari does because he asks me questions that he'll know the answer to, but he knows that I'm going to elaborate into much deeper connectivity that he can use to add it to his answer. I think Commit 101 does the same thing sometimes. Shout out to Ascari. So here is the question the brother asked. Sounds like a simple question. Let's see what it is here. Let's see. The question is, let me put it on the screen. Here's the question. Welcome to the Tutsi Podclass. The question from Ascari, $27. Shout out to you, Ascari. You are one of the top supporters. Appreciate you very much. And the question is King Solomon fact or fiction? Is King Solomon fact or fiction? Is King Solomon fact or fiction? Let's see what that answer is. What do you all say? Is King Solomon fact or fiction, everybody? Oh, Bossy, I'm just getting your message. Sorry to hear that if you're in the room. We can talk more about that in detail. I just clicked over to something and briefly saw a message you sent me on Bossy. Thank you for that. Is King Solomon fact or fiction? What do you all say? Jody is, I can't tell what his face is on my screen because it's so small. Jody's laughing. Okay. Is King Solomon fact or fiction? Conscious Conqueror says fiction, man. Fiction. Darius puts fiction in capital. Fiction. Fiction. He's screaming it. Ascari says, you know me, brother. Because he knows what I like what he's doing. AJ Supermogul says fiction. Look at this. RPM says fiction. Kamit says a ritual. A ritual. I wonder if I broke this down for Kameen before, or if I think I may have spoken on if this is a Psyops program, but a ritual. A ritual. Okay. Darius McNair says Akhenaten was King Solomon. Some say. Okay. Look where we've come, everybody. Look where we've come. Look where we've come to. If you were to ask this question back in the days of Malcolm X or back in the 60s, every black person would say King Solomon, it was the greatest king on earth. That would be literally the only answer. If you ask back in the days of Malcolm X, back in the 60s and the 70s, even the 80s, every brother and sister would say King Solomon. Man, that's from King David, the conquering line of Judah, Haile Selassie, and King Solomon, he's a king of kings, the wisest man on earth. That would be the only answer we would get. Look where we've come to. When I asked that question, Kamit's saying a ritual. Darius is saying Akhenaten was King Solomon. Lance Mitchell saying ritual. Shout out to Lance, he just popped up. James Clark saying Solomon fiction. So it's like we're having the conversation now that we never had before. Nobody would say fiction back in the days of James Brown. Nobody in Jamaica would say this, or even entertain a conversation with King Solomon. That's what the greatest black man on earth. He's the wisest of all men. Especially this answer that Kamit put. Nobody would put this, a ritual. So let's get into it, everybody. I think Kamit was answering for King Solomon, but James Clark said Solomon fiction. So let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. Is King Solomon fact or fiction? Nobody in the room has said fact. And Imhotep 360 says, King Solomon is mythology, and I'm Jamaican. So, wow, look at the room. Nobody's putting fact. How about you, good brother James Clark? Is King Solomon, you put it as a question, Solomon fiction? Is King Solomon fact or fiction? Can we get, is anybody going to say fact? Nobody. Very good, very good. Very interesting advanced room. Not a single soul says fact. Rastas say King Solomon's grave has marijuana. Yes, they do say that. They do say that. King Solomon's grave has marijuana on it. I've seen it all. I have heard it all. All right, so let's get into it, everybody. So everybody says fiction. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into the answer. Is King Solomon fact or fiction? Let's get into it, everybody. From my good brother Ascari, who asked me questions because he knows the answer, but he knows that within the answer that I'm going to break down, which you're about to see. We're about to go through the tomb of May Pere. We're about to go into King Tut's tomb. We're about to break down the Psyops program. Let's break it down. Welcome to the Podclass. Let me go ahead and screen share. We're about to get into good answer, James Clark. He says, I never researched him. Can't speak on what I don't know. Beautiful answer. Beautiful answer. And yes, Imhotep 360, we have surely evolved. Absolutely. Let's get into it, everybody. I'm going to take a sip of water. It's 10:03. We're going to close down about 11:30. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are here. Help, donate, support. And you will see why after I answer this question. Here we go. Boom, boom. And here it is. Enjoy the movie. Here we go. Some examples of what is left behind. Let's take someone who in Kemetic ranking is nowhere as high as a king. And we will compare that to the finds of Solomon. This is, everybody, Mehi Pere. Anybody ever heard of him? So I'm beginning off letting you know that when it comes to a king, the remnants of what's left from a king should supersede, of course, the remnants of our brother down the street because this is a king. So let's go into Mehi Pare, and let's go into what a real person leaves behind. Here we go. This good brother right here, Mehi Pare. He looks like he's just sleeping. Look how preserved he is. Look at the hair. He looks like he's just resting. This is Mehi Pare. And this is the mummy of Mehi Pare. Though disturbed in antiquity by those who looted. This is in Valley of the Kings, KV 36. The Sahu, the mummy of Mehi Pare. And this was in 1901, discovered, but he goes back to the time of the Ramesses period. And he is in perfect form, very, very perfect form. This is Mehi Pare, who was not a king, but we find his remains. This is Mehi Pare. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, because within the buried of someone who is important, we have possessions of belongings, vases, even board games. Here is Mary Pare's belongings that was found inside. Let me go back to me, hide this a second. Boom. We're back. Okay. This is Mary Pare, which is found inside KV 36. And here's some of the items that were found. Okay. We find what they call his canoptic jars. We find his sled. We even find his board game, the Sinet game. See that? We find the board game. We find his amulets. This is what you find amongst someone who was actually important, who was buried. This is Mehi Pare, who was not a king. Okay? What you find is writings, most importantly, documentation of his belief, spiritual system, from first-hand account of how he depicted himself. Remember, for those who know how I teach, and the reason why I win all of my debates is because I always debate from the perspective of what the indigenous people say about themselves. Was there any indigenous person who ever said about himself that he was King Solomon, that he was a Hebrew, that he believed in that, or he believed in this? From a first-hand account, is there anybody that ever said that in ancient times? So here's Mehi Pare, and here's his first-hand account of his belongings, starting with his spiritual system. This is the well-preserved Book of the Dead, the Per Amharu, that was in KV 36. And we blow it up here, right? Where he's depicted in the vignette, two examples above and the left, accompanying various spells with dark brown skin, as opposed to the standard. They always have to put this thing, opposed to the standard red hue, red hue for the Egyptian males. But here is Mehi Pare. Look at the brother there. And there he is with the images of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cows. With the 7 cows and a star of the bull. So we know Mehi Pare's belief system based on what's found inside of his own possessions. Okay, very simple, very simple. This is how archaeology works. This is how cultures work. So now let's go to an actual king, the most important man on earth to the culture, the wisest man on the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you King Solomon. All right. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. There's what's left behind of King Solomon, a modern day drawing. Okay, let's look up the greatest king on earth, King Solomon. Get a good look at him, everybody. There is your King Solomon. It is images like this that we have, and absolutely not one image of anything else in archaeology found. But here he is on the side of churches, King Solomon. Let's look him up, everybody. Let's take a look. Simple Wikipedia search will say Solomon, Shaloma, Hebrew, modern, so-called Jedediah, right? And it says, was a monarch of ancient Israel and the son successor of David, right? But it doesn't stop there. Let me show you something, everybody. I'm going to show you something very important that people don't see. See where it says was? That means a fact. So Solomon was a monarch of ancient Israel and the son and successor of David. This sentence means it's a fact, except for there's a little comma here. Does everybody see a little comma? Because there's going to be a disclaimer that's going to disclaim this sentence, because this sentence standing on its own is a fact. Whenever you put a comma, and then you put according to the Hebrew Bible. You see that? When you look to do a Wikipedia search on Michael Jackson, it doesn't say Michael Jackson was a singer according to the people of California. It doesn't say that. When you look at Barack Obama, it doesn't say Barack Obama was the president of the U.S. according to the people of Oklahoma. No, he just was a president of the U.S., not according to anybody. That's just what he was, no matter what you accord. But here, only according to the Hebrew Bible and the Old Testament. He's described as being a penultimate ruler of an amalgamated Israel. The hypothesized, you see that, ladies and gentlemen? The hypothesized dates are 970 to 931. Some hypothesized dates are 800 BC. There's different dates because it's hypothesized. Okay. So King Solomon, according to the Hebrew Bible, hypothesized dates. Okay, let's corroborate some great historical events of the great King Solomon. Did he come in contact with other cultures and had an impact on them? Did King Solomon, the greatest, wisest king on the planet, according to the Bible, did he ever come in contact with other cultures, and did he have an impact on those other cultures? Well, according to 1 Kings 3:1, it says Solomon made an alliance with Pharaoh, king of Egypt. The Bible always says Pharaoh. It never says, it doesn't say the name of the Pharaoh. There's Pharaoh, king of Egypt. That's like saying, and China made an alliance with President of America. Not Trump, not Bush, not Barack, just Putin made an alliance with President of America. Okay, so the Bible always says president of the king, Pharaoh of the king of Egypt, and married his daughter. This is huge. This is a humongous statement. That the daughter of a Pharaoh would let a Hebrew man marry her. He brought her to the city of David until he finished building his palace and the temple of the Lord and the wall around Jerusalem. Huge accomplishments, and they include other cultures. Awesome. An actual Pharaoh made an alliance. This Pharaoh respected Solomon so much, he gave him his daughter. A huge palace was built. Wait, where can we find any Kemetic record of this major set of events? Nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. Not a spot, not a place, nowhere. Now we get into the Psyops. When Queen of Sheba heard about the fame of Solomon and his relation to the name of the Lord, she came to test him with questions. Queen of Sheba, this is along the Nile, everybody. Kemetic queen heard that Solomon had a relation with the name of the Lord, and she came to question him. Here comes the Psyops. A Nile Valley female ruler heard of this Solomon and sought him out. How did she hear these things? Were they written somewhere? Think about this, everybody. Think about this. Sheba is in Ethiopia. Let's do something just quick right here. We're going to do something quick. Live for you on the Tehuti Podclass. Let's just check it out. I just want to type something here. Distance from Ethiopia to Jerusalem. Let's just do this live here on the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here's how we do it. We're just going to do a quick little search on the distance from Ethiopia to Jerusalem, and the distance is in a car 86 hours. 86 hours. 4,112 kilometers. Ethiopia to Jerusalem. Does everybody see this, everybody? 4,000. That's almost the size of Kemet itself. Kemet is 42. This is 4,100. This is like 3 Americas. This is, so remember, back in these days, there was no phone. You didn't have an Instagram. There was no social media. There was no Twitter to look up somebody. There was no Google. There was no mailman. There was no mailman running around sending messages. You are 4,100 miles away from Jerusalem. And guess what? When the Queen of Sheba heard about the fame, this fame traveled 4,000 miles. That's how popular Solomon is. So there must be thousands and thousands of documentation of this Solomon for somebody of a completely different culture, 4,100 miles away, to hear about him. Where are the records, Hebrews? How did this information travel 4,100 miles from Jerusalem all the way to a queen in Ethiopia? How did that travel? How come she's the only person that heard about him? Who else in ancient Ethiopia heard about a Solomon in 900 BC? Show the record. You can't. So the Nile Valley female ruler heard about Solomon, heard of this Solomon, sought him out. How did she hear of these things? Were they written somewhere? Where is the fame? Where is this fame circulating throughout the Nile of this Hebrew man? Where can we find it? And look at this. 1 Kings 10:2 says, she came to Jerusalem. Man, she traveled 4,000. Hold on a second. Let's go back to how you travel today in a car. 86 hours. She traveled by what? A horse? A camel? A donkey? How did she travel? Did she travel in a boat, the Nile River? That's how important Solomon was to this black woman, right? She came to Jerusalem. She traveled 4,100 miles with a very great train. You know what this means, everybody? She left her country vulnerable. She's the queen of the country, and she left the country to chase down this Hebrew man. Nice. All right, she had camels. She was traveling with camels. How fast does a camel walk? A camel is walking 4,000. I wonder how many months this trip was. So this camel's walking. She brought spices, very much gold. That's a heavy trip. She brought very much gold on camels, right? Right? She came with camels. She brought gold special stones. When she was come to Solomon, she communed with him. All that was in her heart. The black woman gave this Hebrew man her heart because she heard 4,000 miles away of how wise this man was. The queen was amazed at Solomon's wisdom. She was breathless. You ever heard that term that women use? You took my breath away. Or men use when they fall in love. You took my breath away. This Kemetic queen was breathless. She was amazed. She was breathless when she saw his palace. Forget about Ramesses' palace. Forget about all the Pharaoh's palace. When she saw this palace and she heard his wisdom, she was breathless. The food on his table, his officials, his servants, in their uniforms, the people who served his food, and the sacrifice he offered to the Lord's temple, it took her breath away. She never seen anything like this before. Remember, this is supposed to be some 800 BC, along the Nile, that this Nile Valley ruler, queen, supposedly thought this Hebrew man's wisdom was breathtaking, it's amazing. But what does archaeology say about the people of that area during the Nile, during that same time period? And what was the nectar of wisdom? Because remember, in order to respect wisdom, you have to know what wisdom is. You have to have a criteria of what wisdom is. So what would wisdom have been to a Nile Valley woman in 800, 900 BC? What would have impressed a Nile Valley black Ethiopian woman in 900 BC? What kind of wisdom? Let's see. So here we are. We are now in this article in the Alert magazine. This is the Scientific Alert magazine article. Mysterious Nubian stone tablets have been discovered in vast African city of the dead. This is one of Africa's oldest written languages. Archaeologists excavating the vast ancient city of the dead. Africa has recovered the largest collection of texts, mysterious languages of the Kushites dating back 2,700 years ago. The find includes extraordinary tablets commemorating the dead. The items hail from the site of Sudan, of Sedienga in Sudan, known for the ruins of the temple dedicated to the 14th century BCE Egyptian queen Tai, the grandmother of Tutankhamun. And so the people of that area were dedicating temples to Queen Tai. That's what was happening in 700 BC. This was happening in 800 BC. This is where Queen of Sheba would have lived. She was the queen of the area, so she would have ordained this because she was the queen, commemorating another queen. But between the 7th century BC and 4th century BC, the site was significant necropolis, city of the dead for the kingdoms of Napata and Meroe, which mixed Egyptian traditions with their own. No, they didn't. That was their traditions. Combined two kingdoms, which were known as the Kingdom of Kush by the Egyptian neighbors, and it goes on. So what did they find over here in the necropolis? They found items that can tell us a lot, although much of the necropolis is in ruins. It is large, containing the remains of at least 80 brick pyramids and 100 tombs. So whoever these people were of the Sudanese, Nubian, Ethiopian area, they acknowledge the culture of pyramids and tombs and hailing Queen Tai. Okay, so it is from these tombs artifacts were recovered by a research team led by the French National Center for Scientific Research, CNRS, and French Archaeological Unit, Sudan Antiquities. All right, so what did they find? They found this. What did they find? They found this right here. Let's blow it up. This is the image of Ma'at with the Mut symbol on her head. See this? Here's Ma'at with the ostrich feather that I taught about a couple of weeks ago, right? Here is Ma'at. Here is the Nemez. Here's the Nemez, the cobra with the Mu'ut on the top. She has her hands up in the Ka symbol, right? She has the beautiful hips of the sisters, right? And there she is. There is Ma'at. So that's what the people in that area are worshiping, the goddess of wisdom. The goddess of wisdom in Kemet and all the way down the Nile was Ma'at. So the standards of wisdom, the Queen Sheba, would have been Ma'at. Here we go. Yes, it was Ma'at. So there was no way that a queen who was living in Ma'at would think that the teachings of a Hebrew who believed that his God killed the Egyptians knowledge was so breathtaking that she would leave her culture of Ma'at and marry a Jewish man. So she's going to leave Ma'at and marry the Hati's favorite guys. Okay. This creation of Solomon and this story was actually a form of racist propaganda to seduce the minds of melanated sisters and destroy their biological imperative. I know Kamit loved this, right? So again, let me read it again. It was Ma'at, that would be the god of wisdom to the people in that area that Queen Sheba lived. So there's no way that a queen who is living in Ma'at would think that the teachings of a Hebrew who believed that his God killed the Egyptians' knowledge was so breathtaking that she would leave her culture of Ma'at and marry a Jewish man. This creation of quote-unquote Solomon and his story was actually a form of racist propaganda to seduce the minds of melanated sisters and destroy their biological imperative. Let me expose this matrix. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're now going to expose that this is a Psyops program. The creation of this story in Solomon is a Psyops program. Here we go, everybody. Let's break it down. All right. So yes, the quote-unquote created story of Solomon is a Psyops project, sex, gender, role reverse to again attack the biological imperative of the black woman. Everyone knows in ancient times the man gives the dowry to get the woman. Is that true, everybody? Does everybody know that? In ancient times, when it comes to dowry, the man presents the dowry to the father of the woman and gives that dowry to the father, and then he gets her as a wife. Everybody, let me check the chat. Does everybody know that? Does that sound familiar to everybody? The man presents the dowry to the father of the woman, and thus in turn gets the wife. Is anybody familiar with that? Let me check the room and see if anybody's listening. Is everybody familiar with this? Okay. All right, let's go back to it. But here it is in the story of Solomon. Look what Queen Sheba does. She gave King Solomon talents of gold, large quantities of spices, and precious stones. Never again were there so many spices brought in as those of Queen Solomon and Queen Sheba gave to King Solomon. So here we have the woman now presenting the dowry to Solomon. Where is this in Nile Valley culture where the quote-unquote queen gives the male of an opposing culture gold and spices to marry him? Where in archaeology is all of this gold or any record of this in Nile Valley papyrus or on royal stela? Nowhere to be found. The role reversal. Now it's the black queen that gives the Jewish man money, that gives him spices and gold so that she can be his queen. I thought it was the other way around. But here's the images he gets. I'm coming soon. Queen of Sheba came for the wisdom of Solomon. Here she is. Here's Queen of Sheba coming for the wisdom of Solomon. There it is. So, King Solomon, let's read this here. King Solomon exceeded all the kings of the earth for riches and for wisdom. That means that King Solomon had more gold, more riches, more rubies, more diamonds, more land, more property, more buildings, more soldiers, more chariots. He had more riches and more wisdom than anybody on the planet Earth. So again, the Psyops matrix is to get young sisters at an early Bible reading age to believe that Sheba, the Nile Valley queen, was so mesmerized at the wealth and riches of this Jewish man that she abandoned the Neter and Ma'at. Where are all these riches? Solomon was richer than King Tut, Amun, and Ramesses? Solomon was richer than both of them, right? Well, let's verify and see if he was. Let's check it out and see. Here it is. So, I ran up a little here. Check this out, everybody. So, here is an accumulation of gold added up of King David and Solomon's empire. We added it up, everybody. We added it up. Y'all want to see the calculation? Here we go, everybody. Here's the calculation. Look at this. Chronicles 22:14, gold stockpile by David, 4,000 tons, 4 million kilos, 8,800,000 ounces. Chronicles 22:14, David's silver was 40,000 tons. First Chronicle 29:4, finest gold from David was 115 tons. First Chronicle 29:4, pure silver from King David was 265 tons. First Chronicle 29:4. Finest gold from First Chronicle 29:4. Pure silver was 265 tons. First Chronicle 29:7. Gold from the officials was 190 tons. First Chronicle 29:7. Silver from the officers was 380 tons. First Kings 10:22. Gold and silver every 3-year voyage commercial ships. Solomon ruled for 40 years, so that allows about 12 voyages. If the gold and silver volume approximately of that of 1 Kings 9:28 of 16 tons times 12, that is 192 tons. 1 King 9:11, 14 gold. 9:11, 14 gold was 5 tons. 1 Kings 9:28, 16 tons, 5 tons, 25 tons of yearly for 40 years times equals 1,000. Oh my goodness. First Kings, should we go on, everybody? Here we go. Look at this. 1 Kings 10:15. Look at all this gold that Solomon had. Granting that 25 tons of gold came from other sources annually times 40-year reign. That is 1,000 tons. 1 Kings 10:22. Granted, we have 16 tons in 1 Kings 9:28. From this source, this is 16,000 kilos. Look at this, millions of tons. Look at this, everybody. Oh my goodness. This is more gold. They're right. Solomon is definitely the richest man on the planet. Nobody on the planet Earth has accumulated so many tons of gold. This is huge. No wonder Queen of Sheba was breathtaking. Remember, though, gold does not decay away. So what was found of the almost 1 million kilos of gold from the vast richest empire in the world of King Solomon? Millions of kilos. Look at all the kilos. Look at this, man. Millions. Look at all this. Guess what they found, though? They did archaeology and they found Solomon's kingdom. All these millions of tons of gold. What did they find? Here it is. Sci News. Here's what they found. News suggests biblical King David and Solomon actually existed. 6 clay seals found at the archaeological site of Kerbet. Similarly in Israel, offer evidence that support the existence of biblical King David and Solomon, says a team of archaeologists led by Jeff Blakely of the University of Wisconsin. Right, that's Magul, right? These ancient anapigraphic clay seals were found on a dig site in the southern Israel. They offer evidence of government activity in the 10th century BC, a time when many scholars said a kingdom could not have existed. The reign in the region. Scale bar, the upper image. Guess how big this is, y'all? 1 centimeter. They found a 1 centimeter piece of stone. No. You can't fool us. You're not supposed to find a 1 centimeter piece of stone. No. 4,000 tons of gold, 40,000 tons of gold, 190 tons of gold, 380 tons of gold, 16 tons of gold, 25 tons of gold, 25 tons of gold, 5,000 tons, 5,000 kilos. This is what you're supposed to find. But nope, they found a 1 centimeter stone that doesn't say Solomon or King David's name on it. A stone that has nothing to do with anything saying Solomon or David. 1 centimeter, y'all. Is that your fingernail? Is your fingernail 1 centimeter? It's smaller than your fingernail. All right, again, here's an example of an actual king who owned gold. Y'all want to see it? Here's an actual king that owned gold. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. This is the real person. You all see this? This is what happens when you find the finds of an actual king and the treasures of a real king. This is Tutankhamun's treasures. Here's Tutankhamun. You're going to find him in gold. Himself is in gold. His shoes are gold. His gold sandals are gold. His chair, the drawing of him and one of his mates, one of his goddesses, gold. The chair is gold. This is a real person. This is what real life is. This, gold. That matches a lot of gold. This, not so much. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are breaking the matrix. We are breaking the spell. I remember Tehuti said one of his favorite class was that Moses didn't exist, that blew him away. I guess this one here is Solomon. If Solomon doesn't exist, it's over for the Christians and Hebrews. So here it is, everybody. Let's get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here is where the Psyops begins. All right, so here's the Psyops. From age 5 and up, they read the very first story in the Bible of a man taking a woman's breath away. Note, it is also the first detailed story in the Bible of a black Ethiopian queen. Thus, a young black girl has something to relate to. So not only is this the first love story of the so-called queen leaving for a man who's breathtaking, but it's the first time a young black girl in the Bible gets to open up the Bible and see a queen described as looking like herself in Ethiopia. And as soon as she opens the story, boom, she falls in love with a Jewish man, a Hebrew. All right. Welcome to the Psyops, everybody. And here she is. Here she is. There's your future Queen Sheba. There she is, reading the Bible intently, catching them at little girls, reading that Bible. Read about that Queen Sheba. That's you, sister. That's you. There you are. There you are. Bible story, books for kids. There you are, sister. Read about that queen, because that is you, the only Ethiopian queen mentioned in the Bible. Boom. She leaves everything from her culture to get with Solomon. That's right, young girls. Learn and learn. The Psyops continues. And then you can grow up to be this, like Jill Francis' husband, the last Queen of Sheba. There's a little girl right there. She's the Queen of Sheba, because that's all a young black sister can relate to in the Bible, right? Who else can she relate to? And here is the Psyops. There's your Bible story. There's your Mel Gibson. There's your Beyonce and Mel Gibson. There's your King Solomon, Queen of Sheba. These are the images they show the young girls in the Bible story. Right, there's your Halle Berry, and there's this guy right here, and there's Halle Berry looking at him. Look at how she's looking at him. Look at that man, Halle Berry. Look at that Egyptian Kemetic queen. You've never seen a man like this before. You've never seen the likes of this. She's mesmerized. Look at that handsome man. Look at the hair. Look at that man. She is swept off of her feet. This is the man of wisdom. Look at him, sisters. That is what you want, right? Because that's what you learn about when you're this age, learning and reading the Bible, that you can grow up to be just like Queen Sheba and get swept off your feet. The Queen of Sheba visits Solomon to hear his wisdom. And the Psyops continues. And what does it become? As you start at 5 years old, you start like this. You read about the black woman and the European man, and then it turns into this. And this is all you see on the media. That's why nobody can give me any 3 movies that are in reverse. Nobody can give me any 3 movies that are in reverse. But here we are, right? There you are. New Eden. Notice it's called New Eden. Angel Heart. You see that? Monsters Ball. Here we go, everybody, because this you start off with Queen of Sheba, right? And there's your new family, right? There's Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston. There we go. Look at that, everybody. There's Whoopi Goldberg. And is that Jim Carrey? There we go, everybody. There you go, sisters. There you go. Look at that. Monsters Ball. Because remember, you're the Queen of Sheba, right? And you grab the monster's balls, right? So now you are the New Eden, right? Look at the name of these things. Angel, Eden. You see the subliminal? You see that it carries right over from the religion. I don't know if y'all can see this, right? It carries right over from the religion, the Bible, right? The Bible was teaching you about the Garden of Eden. It teaches you about angels. You're a little girl. And then you slowly grow out the Bible, but you still have it in your subconscious, or you're still going to church at 40, right? You have Eden, you have angels, and then here comes the movies, right? Here comes the movies with the monster's ball, and you have the New Eden, the angel hearts, right? You see that, right? You see that, right, everybody? Everybody sees that. Everybody can see, right? Because he's your bodyguard. There's your bodyguard, sisters. There he is, because he can protect you, King Solomon, right? So they put it in the movie. And this is the agenda. This is the Psyops program, right? Because he is your protector. He's the one that holds the gun. He's the one that has the machine gun. See, there he is, right? Because he controls the guns. And there you are, sister. There you are, Cynthia Williams. There you get your man with the machine gun. Machine gun blues. And there he is, right? Because remember over here, right? Over here, they call the New Eden. What's the New Eden? The New Eden is Lisa Bonet and this guy right here. There's your Adam and Eve, because the New Eden. So what do? They continue it. It's a theme all the way from the Bible to Queen Sheba to the movies to Angel and Eden. And then boom, Time Magazine. There's your New Eden, ladies and gentlemen. Solving the mysteries of DNA. There it is, Adam and Eve. Solving the mysteries of DNA, because to solve the mysteries of DNA, you must have the European man and the sister. Because there's your New Eden, right? Woo! There, there it is, everybody. There is your Psyops program happening right in front of your eyes. There's your New Eden. There's your tracing DNA with your white Adam and black Eve, because he's your bodyguard with the machine gun. He's your angel heart, right? There he is, the New Eden, right? But nowhere in the Time Magazine article, this is what's interesting. Nowhere when they start researching mitochondrial Eve and chromosomal Adam, and they start going back to the MRCA, the most common recent ancestor, when they go back to the Ethiopian area and they go back to those ancient bones, nowhere do they say the man is a white man. Nowhere do they say that. So why on the cover subliminally do they have a European man as the Adam and the black woman is Eve, when nowhere in the article does it talk about the DNA genomes going back to a white man? All subliminals. Boom, there's your Psyops. Let's continue, everybody. Let's find out what the wisdom of Solomon really was, because that's what amazed her. It amazed her. Now remember, what took the Nile Valley Queen's breath away? What was it? His palace, his riches, his wisdom. It took her breath away. His wisdom over every man on the earth. Every man. He was the wisest. Here it is again. Queen was so amazed at Solomon's wisdom. She's amazed. She was breathless when she saw his palace. Why? Because the palace was designed in the ritual practice of the Israelites. Remember, that's how ancient cultures were. So when she heard the wisdom and saw the palace, because it was about what? The offerings in the Lord's temple, because the whole palace of Solomon was designed for the wisdom of the Lord. So when she saw that palace and heard the wisdom, she was breathless. Why? Because King Solomon exceeded all the kings of the earth for their riches and wisdom. He's the wisest man that she ever saw. Ethiopian sister. Well, where can we find demonstrations of this supreme wisdom that the Queen of the Nile Valley has never heard before? Remember, where can we find this wisdom? Because Solomon left this wisdom, right? There's some kind of wisdom that she was questioning him that made her breathless, and the palace was so beautiful and she was amazed. Well, where can we find this wisdom of Solomon that we never heard before? Where can we find, ladies and gentlemen? Boom. Right here in the book of Proverbs. Here's the book of Proverbs, because this is Solomon left his wisdom for us. Here it is, the book of Proverbs, a book of the third edition, third section. Here's the book of Proverbs, right here, attributed to Solomon. Solomon, here it is, the book of Proverbs, the book of the wisdom of Solomon. Now remember, all right, remember this. Remember, I let you know that the people in the so-called Nubia, Meroe, Ethiopian area, the Nile Valley, at the time lived by the teachings of the wisdom called Ma'at, instructions of Ma'at. So the people in that area that Queen Sheba was ruling, their wisdom was the instructions of Ma'at. But she heard this wisdom of Solomon that she never heard before. It was amazing. Breathtaking. Never heard this before in her life. Here are the Aku's pyramids that represent Asar, that this Queen of Sheba would have seen as the queen would have had built all over the area that she lived. So here's the area of the Queen of Sheba. Here she is. Here's the Nubian, Sudanese, Ethiopian area. Here's the Meroe. And look at the culture that she would have seen. The Akus. These style buildings, all Kemetic. This is what she would have seen. This is where she lived. Right? Okay, that was her culture. But what she heard from Solomon, she never heard nothing like that before. All right, so now, and they date right back to the supposed time period of Solomon and King David, 800 BC. Take a look, everybody. Here we go. Historians of the ancient Near East agree that David probably lived around 1000 BC, but there's little else that is agreed about him, as the historical figures, according to Jewish tradition, has defined the works of this person and that person. David ascended to the throne. And the king of Judah, what day, everybody? 800 BC. See that? 885 BC? 885 BC. Here it is. See that? So there's 885 BC. What was there in 885 BC? The Cushite ruins. The Cushite ruins. See that? Cushite built pyramids for the dead from around 800 BC to their kingdom's collapse in 400 AD. So here it is. Boom. This is what was in the time of David. This and this, the exact same time, 800 BC. This is what Queen Sheba would have seen. She was living right there. She was the queen. She wouldn't just seen them. She was the one that authorized them to be built. But here is David. Here is Solomon. See, you look up Solomon and David. What's their date? 970, 931. You see? So all these dates and times from around 900 to 800 BC is the same time that the people in that area were worshiping Ma'at. Well, let me take you 200 to 300 years before this breathtaking wisdom of Solomon to what the actual kings and queens would have been living by and would have had memorized. Let me introduce you to the wisdom of Ma'at by the wise scribe of Ma'at, Amenem-Opi. Here he is. Here's a brother Amenem-Opi. Now we're going to go to the British Museum. Here we are in our British Museum, EA1 A742. And here's the instructions of Amenem-Opi, the actual papyrus. This is the wisdom that Queen Sheba would have had access to. Here's where the people of the Nile Valley would have lived by. Instruction of Amenem-Opi from the Ramesses period, 1300 to 1075 BC. Right? This is the wisdom right here. Well, let's take a look at what's in it. Let's see. Let's analyze it, everybody. Let's take an analyzation of what the Queen of Sheba had. So let's analyze some of this breathtaking wisdom of Solomon that the Nile Valley Queen Sheba had never heard before, shall we? We will also go to the researchable museum numbers. So here's the wisdom that the Queen had never heard before. Let's take a look. Here we go. So we're in the Bible book of Proverbs, no ancient papyrus, no author, no museum, but it's attributed to Solomon. What did it say? Proverbs 23:10, remove not the widow's landmark, and enter not into the field of the fatherless. Proverbs 23:4-5, toil not and become rich, and cease from dishonest gain. For wealth maketh itself like wings, like an eagle that flies away, like birds that fly away. Proverbs 21:3, when thou sittest and eatest with a ruler, consider diligently what is before thee, and put a knife to thy throat, if thou be a man given to appetite. Do not be desirous of his dainties, for they are the breads of falsehood. Okay? This is the wisdom the Queen of Sheba would have heard that took her breath away. Okay? Breathtaking, isn't it? This is amazing. Wait, what is this? Amenem-Opi, papyrus number 10474, instructions of Amenem-Opi, 1001, 992 BC, chapter 6. Wait a minute. It says, do not move the markers of the borders of the field, nor shift the positions of the measuring cord. Do not be greedy for the cubits of land. Do not enroach the boundaries of the widow. Wait a minute. Isn't that over here? Do not enter the field of the fatherless. Do not remove the widow's landmarks or boundaries. Isn't that? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Queen Sheba, you never read this before? Okay. All right. Amenem-Opi, chapter 7. Toil not after riches, if they're stolen goods brought to thee. They remain not overnight. They've made themselves like wings, like geese, and they flew away. That's Amenem-Opi. Hey, I've heard this before. Wait a minute, Solomon. Toil not for riches. Cease not dishonest gain. For wealth makes itself like wings, like an eagle that flies away, flies into the heavens. Wait a minute. That's Amenem-Opi in 1000 BC. Amenem-Opi, chapter 23. Eat not bread in the presence of a ruler, and lunge not forward with thy mouth before the governor when thou art replenished. That has not to do right. Basically, don't take food and don't let your belly and desires move you. Here is Proverbs. When thou sittest and eatest with a ruler, consider diligently what is before you. Put thy knife to thy throat. If you be a man that giveth into his appetite, don't be desirous of the dainties, they're bread of falsehood. That's exactly what it says right here. But Queen was amazed. The queen was amazed at Solomon's wisdom. She was breathless when she saw his palace, the food on the table, the officials. So the African Nile Valley queen was amazed at this wisdom. She had never heard anything like this before, other than she heard and read this in the wisdom of Ma'at. As an Ostet queen, she would have to actually live by the laws of Amenem-Opi. So she's heard this before. Let's do a little bit more. Amenem-Opi, chapter 10. Associate not with a hot-tempered man, nor approach him for conversation. Leap not into cleave such as one that terror carry thee not away. Proverbs, do not befriend the angry man, nor go with a wrathful man, lest thou learn his ways and let it snare you. Same thing as over here. Okay. Aminamopi, beware of robbing the poor and oppressing the afflicted. Proverbs 22:22, rob not the poor, for he is poor, neither oppress the lowly. Sounds like Aminamopi, chapter 1, give thine ear and hear what I say, and apply in thy heart to reprehend. It is good for thee to place them in thine heart. Let them rest in the casket in the belly, that they may act as a peg upon thy tongue. Aminamopi 1. Proverbs 22. Incline thy ear and hear the words of the wise, and apply in thy heart to my doctrine. For it is pleasant if thou keep them in thy belly, they may be established together upon thy lips. Oh boy. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse, ladies and gentlemen. It gets worse. Oh, it gets worse. Here we go. Look at this, everybody. Let's check it out. We have chapter 30, the last chapter of Aminamopi. I remember I read this and Chris Harris was like, he loved this. He loved this when he saw me break this down. So this is the last chapter of Aminamopi. And this makes sense, right? Look to these 30 chapters. They inform thee and educate you. They are the foremost of all books. That makes sense because he just wrote 30 chapters. That is its end. You see that? That is its end. So look to the 30 chapters. That is its end. You see that? Because he's done. Okay? But wait a minute. What is this? Proverbs 22:20. What does it say? Have I not written 30 sayings for you? Saying in the council of knowledge? So now, yo, man. Yeah. Okay. All right. The absolute proof of sloppy plagiarism is the fact that the original book has 30 chapters, then says the end. Thus, the summary line makes sense. Look to these 30 chapters makes no sense for the author of Proverbs to say that in chapter 22, unless 22 chapter was copied from the copier to the end of Aminamopi and put that part sloppily as he copied. Why would Solomon be saying this and there's no 30 chapters lines in Solomon? And he's saying it in chapter 22. Ladies and gentlemen, give reverence to the real wise man, Aminamopi of the Nile Valley. The invention of Solomon was a Psyops program on many levels of the Matrix. I am done. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Ascari, for asking the question. And there it is. I'm done. Boom. All right, let me go ahead and check the chat and see what's going on and if people actually heard this answer. Boom. Let's check it out and see. Bing bong. Plagiarism. Mod is amazing. And Conscious Conqueror says, I can't read, it's too small. It says, again, Tehuti giving up the secrets. Wow, papyrus number and everything. The only way to get more primary source than that is a time machine. I'm in a Mopi. Nice. Okay, good. So, all right, you guys. Let's see who got the answer. Let's see if Ascari's in the room. I see fire in the room. You are lighting up the room. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Let me scroll up and see what was said here. Okay, so we have the thing is Jerusalem never existed. Exactly, right? We got AJ Super Mogul putting up explosions and bombs. We got We got Darius McNair saying a lot of Psalms in the Bible supposedly written by Solomon, similar to the hymns of Atun. Absolutely right. Good work, Darius. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. We got oh, you guys love this. Is Ascari in here? Did Ascari hear this? We got yep. We got somebody saying African tradition. Exactly. You give a cow for the daughter. Exactly. It's the family that gives something for the daughter. It's not the daughter that comes up and gives. Oh my goodness. But yes, absolutely right. So we got pure BS. Bull. All right. We got Danny Selena saying peace, peace. Lord Tehuti passing by to say hi. Hi to you, hi to you. We got King Solomon making Mansa Musa look like a porn. Okay, we got Hotep Saba with the snakes. Okay, everybody loves it. We got fire. We got fire from Robert Reyes. We got more fire for Robert Reyes. We got Robert Reyes putting up a snake. We got Shanibo saying maybe the thief stole the gold. Imagine trying to transport millions of tons of it. Oh man. Woo hoo. We got there's a new name. War Cloud 20 saying you the man too. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. So everybody basically loved it. Thank you all for the appreciation. What I'm going to do now is I have to step away again, take a break. I'm going to give the brothers the floor. And let me go ahead and do this. You guys come in quick. Come in quick because I got to step away really quick. And I'll be back. I'm going to give the brothers the floor again. Glad you all appreciated the answer. I see fire. I see comments. Again, Tuti given. Yeah, okay, we already read that. Hati said, busted. Dirty chapters. Oh, man. Okay, everybody. Brothers, jump in the room. I got to step away for a quick moment. Jump in the room. And then I'm going to answer one more question and close up. And then go through the emails to see everybody's donation and shout them out. Oh, here's Ascari. Ascari says, the best breakdown of all time. I'm a 32 degree Mason. Hold on. Let me start again. Best breakdown of all time. I am a 32nd degree Mason. I know that Kemet is the true source of ancient wisdom. The Hebrews are the child and recipient of Kemet's knowledge. Thank you. Wonderful, my brother. Wonderful. Okay. Brothers, jump in the room. Jump in the room. There's a hot tea. I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'll be right back. Brothers, jump in the room. That is the link.
Scary, you're a Mason? That's funny. That's funny, brother. That is funny. Peace to the chat. Roberto Reyes saying he's loving Ma'at. I love Ma'at too, brother. I love her too. Harv Max says, I Googled in the middle and found a Jewish website saying Sheba was one of us, not one of them. Okay. Only if Sheba was real. Actually, I'm glad she's not real because Sheba likes Sheba likes the J-Men. So I'm actually it's starting to crawl over onto the floor now. Oh, I gotta go pick her up. Hold on. When I said to you, you're gonna go on the computer. Go on the computer, Oseti. You're gonna show the crowd no fear, no fear. This is what you get when Tehuti's your teacher. It breaks you out of the matrix. I can't say their name. I wish this was like BitChute, man. I'd be going. Oh boy. This is Ancestral. She is 1.5 years. And she's a chocolate and white California king snake. Yeah. Just one of them. But the snakes are evil, right? The snakes are evil. They're evil. Evil. You know, even when she bites me, I still don't look at her as evil. You know who I look at as evil? Guess. Who do I look at as evil? Huh? Ancestral, have you ever lied to me? Have you ever lied to me, Ancestral? Have you ever put me down? Have you ever called me names? No. So I'll never look at you as evil. You just want to live like me. You just want to live like me. Do they teach us here? Do they teach us this in America? No, they tell us to get a dog. You know how many times I've been bitten by a dog or like pit bulls would come after me? And then no way. I like snakes and tarantulas. I really like tarantulas a lot. I really do. But somebody with the small hats, yeah, bingo. Can you tell I have a sort of grudge with those people? Yeah, I got good reason. I got a lot of info on them. Just people can't stop lying, especially with black people. There's something with us, they just hate. The Kushim, the Kushis, right? I feel so sorry for the Ethiopians. I know I can't say it. I know, it's so hard. I just have to go on BitChute later and vent and rant. Peace, Robert. Peace, brother. You should get one. They're beautiful. She's beautiful. She gives me power. Again, she just wants to be free, just like we. Conscious Conqueror, I know you're swinging by Sunday, right? You come on for another panel chat. Chat it up. Keep breaking that matrix with us. What are you doing, Alseti? Look like you're getting hungry. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm going to put her back in her cage. Hold on a second. All right, Alseti. All right. Time to go back in. There you go. Put it here for now to start trying to break out. Break out. Okay. Yeah. Wise as a serpent. Serpents aren't wise. I don't know if they're wise, brother. I've never actually talked to Ancestral, so I don't know if she's wise or not. I just know she wants to self-preserve herself as I want to self-preserve myself. Yeah. That's what it's about. Self-preservation and the biological imperative. So once the sisters pick up the Bible and they go, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you. Those evil Egyptians. Oh, the heathens. Yeah, so once they pick up the Bible and they start looking in the Proverbs and Psalms, and they say, thank you, Jesus. Then a hottie comes bopping by, says, peace. Hey, can I tell you about a certain group, a tribe? Oh, you're an anti-evil person. I can't talk to you anymore. You're evil, brother. You know why? Because I love Hollywood. I love the actors.
Okay.
I love what's the guy? Ben Shapiro.
All right, we'll fix the lighting. Peace, brother Hati.
Peace.
Yes,
I was actually surprised you did that tonight.
Did what?
What you just did with the little girl and the Bible, and you went right to the movie, all the different movie clips.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised you did that because that's sort of borderline too. But that was excellent.
Thank you. I've taught that before. I actually taught a part of that on Killer Priest. Yes. Yeah, it's just the truth, the facts, and I'm not speaking against any particular group of people. Not at all. I didn't say anything bad about anybody. So, okay, we're going to get into it, everybody.
Okay,
thank you, brother Hati. Peace. We're going to get into the last question here. I'm going to give a couple shout outs to the donators, and then I'm going to answer the last question, which is sent on an owl. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to the latest donators. So we have, I thought it was, okay, shout out to Owen Hythe, who actually just asked that question. Shout out to Owen Hythe here. I'm going to give a couple of these shout outs. And then this is good. I'm going to go ahead and answer the last question, and we're going to close down by about 12, I think. Let me delete that. And I'm going to shout out the questions that were asked in this class here, and ones I don't have time for, I will just begin the next class with it. No problem. I get so many questions in. I get to them all. All right, so shout out to Owen Hythe, my good brother, who just asked the question on Solomon's existence. And I'm going to go ahead and give him a shout out and put his donation in the room. Shout out to Owen Hythe, my good brother. Owen Hythe says, support for my brother Tehuti and Ahati. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Appreciate you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. We're going to go out to a couple more, and then I answer the next question, and then we're going to end off with the rest of the donation. So after Owen Hythe, we have another one of the good monsters here. Netter, who should be in the room. We'll see, but shout out to Netter Hotep L. And Netter Hotep L, who is Netter the greatest in the room. I'm going to go ahead and put him in the room. Shout out to you, my brother. He put in a 1072. A 1072 support. And there it is right there, 1072. Netzer Uncle Tep L, he says Dua, which is thank you. Dua, thank you, Nini Uk. And Tua to you, my good brother Netzer. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. The next one is, we got a monster. We got a monster here. Here we go. That is, he's probably not here. He always fades off by the time I get to his donation. And here he is right here. This is the brother. This is one of the brothers that keep me preserved, as he said. He sends in the huge donations to preserve me, and that is none other than Tehuti Mos, who is actually just up on the screen. I'm gonna go ahead and put his donation in the room. And here he is, brother Tehuti Mos, with the huge monster donation, as he always gives. Shout out to, wow. Shout out to Tehuti Mos, destroying the room. Shout out to brother Tehuti Mos. Wow, Tehuti, thank you. What is he saying? That is true appreciation, my brother. Thank you. He says, gratitude, Saba. Preservation, that's his favorite thing to say to me. Preservation. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. You're definitely preserving me. And I appreciate that. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you so much. You are definitely preserving me. Appreciate you, my good brother. Preservation. Thank you, my good brother. You are awesome, man. Shout out to Tehuti Mos. He was just in the room. I don't even know if he's still awake now. He says, gratitude, Saba Hotep, preservation. Thank you. That is a brother that really wants to see me survive off of these teachings so that I don't have to think about anything else and I can be relaxed and give you all the highest quality of information. And that is good brother Tehuti Mos, formerly a Hebrew rabbi. Shout out to Tehuti Mos. Thank you so much. I don't know if he's in the room. Shout out to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What is this? Kamit is always... Halle Berry has been seduced by paper. They originally wanted Angela Bassett for that part in Monsters Ball because of her melanated skin being more symbolic. Yes. Of course, definitely. Halle Berry herself is a ritual. If you notice in her movies, up until recent, I've never even seen one yet, but in her movies, she's always with a European man. She was with one black man in a movie that was before. I don't know what she's doing now, but she finally got with one black man. It was called Gothica, and she killed him. Halle Berry herself is the ritual. So shout out to the good brother. Big ups to Tehuti Mos. Big ups to Tehuti Mos. Awesome. Thank you, my good brother. Everybody else that is watching, I appreciate you. Send in your support if you appreciate what it is that I'm doing. I really shouldn't see a lot of names in the chat and the support doesn't match. If you all, I'm not sure what's going on, but those who do see what I'm doing and you're in here watching and sucking it up, send some appreciation my way. This is what I do for a living. So we're gonna go to oh man, I see another monster. I'm seeing E-Man and a manifesto. Ooh wee. Wait. Shout out to Arcad Infinite. Arcad Infinite, I'm gonna go ahead and put him. He always does the same, which is 777. Boom. Let me go ahead, 777. Here he is. Boom, there. And his favorite saying, come join us. I don't know if Arcad Infinite is even still awake. But shout out to Arcad Infinite. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. Boom. Chrome tab. There he is. Shout out to Arcad Infinite. If you're in the room, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. You are awesome as always. Let me go ahead and look in the remove this. Yep, he's there. Shout out to you, Arcad Infinite. Appreciate your support on many levels. You support on many levels. Thank you. Ahati just put join us every Sunday, 7 p.m. for book study, Stepping Out of the Matrix, Sunday book study. And actually, the teachings of Ma'at, go to that website and you can also purchase my books there. Arcade Infinite is doing the presentation this week. Perfect time to post that, Ahati. Arcade Infinite is actually the one doing the presentation, who's the one that just sent this donation. Shout out to you, Arcade Infinite. I'll do one more and then get into the next question. And this is E Manifesto, the giant, the monster. Okay, nice, a question. He has a question with a huge donation. Wow. Let me go ahead and cut some of these out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and take out the distance between Ethiopia and Jerusalem. And let me go ahead and do this. Wrong button. Sorry. Shout out to Arcad Infinite. Arcad Infinite with the monster support. He's also one of the monsters here. He really appreciates me. Thank you very much, Arcad Infinite. You are awesome as always. Shout out to Arcad. No, sorry, E-Manifesto. Shout out to Arcad Infinite for what he's going to do on Sunday. But shout out to the monster E-Manifesto for this right here. I was still talking about Arcade Infinite, but now I'm talking about E-Manifesto. Made a little mistake there and switched their names, but it's E-Manifesto. He sent this huge donation. Shout out to you, my good brother. $40 with the question. I'm going to go ahead and read the question. And the question is, did Kemet subjugate Nubia? Who were the Magi? Wonderful question, my brother. Thank you for that question. You are awesome. I'm going to go ahead and put a note by your name and save that question there. Let me go ahead and put a note by your name. Let me go and do that right now. Okay, here you are. Boom. We're going to go up. Boom. And shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. The monsters. He's one of the monsters. So there we go. We have the next one is Funeral Parlor. Are you in the room, Funeral Parlor? Someone named Funeral Parlor sent $6.97 in for this question here. Interesting question. Ahati would love this question. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen here. Shout out to Funeral Parlor. What a name. Shout out to Funeral Parlor. Are you in the room, Funeral Parlor? Shout out to you. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly just answer this and then get to the next question. Funeral Parlor. Let's see what he says. Ahati would love this question. Funeral Parlor says, how does the tenet or affirmation about respecting others' property apply in the modern world where the majority of property is owned by corporations and rich scum on stolen land? So I guess that's the question. And then he puts in a comment, I have done graffiti art my whole life and want my heart and feather to align. Peace. Okay, so the question is, how does the tenet of affirmation of respecting others' property apply in the modern world where the majority of property is owned by corporations and rich scum on stolen land? Let me go ahead and address this. Thank you for that question. Is he in the room? I'm not sure. If not, I'm going to quickly just give you a little bit of wisdom on that. So first off, respecting one's property. Remember I just read the Eminem Opie. I just read Eminem Opie, and it said, do not move the borders. Do not move the borders on land. It is stolen land. Do not celebrate the celebrations of stolen property and stolen land. If the land itself is stolen, then it's not their property. So understand that if the land is stolen, you have no respect for the land itself that is stolen. So for example, if you're a graffiti artist and you're talking about large corporations who literally, before there was even corporations, if you're talking about people that came here and stole Native American land, killed blacks, killed natives, stole their land and then set up their property, that property is not considered theirs. It's considered stolen by the Kemetians, and the Kemetians don't consider stolen land the land of the person who stole it. They actually don't acknowledge that. So you shouldn't acknowledge that either. I don't acknowledge that whatsoever. So for example, if I see somebody steal somebody else's property and I go there and I graffiti on the wall, laws of Ma'at rule, I'm not disrespecting the thief. I'm trying to bring respect back to the original person who they stole it from. I want Ma'at to rule. If your graffiti has messages on it that help people or inspire people, so be it. That is absolutely wonderful. The laws of Ma'at, and I know Kamit will like this also, and Ahati will like this. The laws of Ma'at do not apply to the criminals. It does not. they don't apply to the relationship between you and your oppressor. So when it talks in the laws of Ma'at of treating people certain ways, that does not apply to the oppressor and the thief that's stealing the land and raping your grandmother. So if you're in a situation and you have an oppressor and you can break out of the slave camp and you have to do Django on that oppressor and kill that oppressor, that's what we just read in the Hittite war. When Ramesses was fighting the Hittites and the Hittites were fighting Ramesses, they were fighting under the gods of Ma'at, but they were not treating the Hittites under the principles of Ma'at. They were killing the Hittites. They were chasing them, shooting arrows at them. They wanted to conquer them. They wanted to get rid of them. The Hittites wanted to get... When you're at war with your oppressor, the laws of Ma'at don't apply to the person you're at war with. The laws of Ma'at apply to the innocent and the people that are within your family. Every single culture applies that to their culture. When you are at war and you're on stolen land, the laws of Ma'at have nothing to do with how you treat the oppressor, and nothing to do with that. I told Ahati this long time ago, and Ahati already knew this, but he was happy that I confirmed it with him. If you go somewhere and steal an apple or take an apple from somewhere that they took it and stole it, you're not stealing anything. You're not taking anything from anybody. So if there's a homeless person or somebody that goes somewhere onto some area that these people stole the land, and because they stole the land, now they're growing apples on it, and they've oppressed the original people that are on that land and have them in reservations, and those people don't get any money from the apple, and now you go on that land and take the apple. You're not taking it from anybody because the original people who own the land have no power over that land, and you can't steal from an oppressor. So the laws of Ma'at in that regard do not apply to you or anybody when in confrontation with an oppressor. If we are at war, the laws of Ma'at do not apply to who you are at war with. They do not apply with your relationship with corporations. They do not apply to any of that whatsoever. I'll tell everybody right now, please do not try to apply the laws of Ma'at to these corporations, to these thieves, to the guys with the long hats and whatever short hats in the nose, like Hati says. They have no respect for you. These are thieves. These are criminals. They will kill you in a second. They'll steal your land, and they will take from you. The laws of Ma'at do not apply to that. If you are a person that's selling so-called drugs, and you're selling marijuana, the laws of apply do not apply to that, because they're going to take you and they will arrest you for selling drugs. But then the pharmacy is across the street in CVS where they're selling drugs that has more side effects than the marijuana that you're selling to try to support your family, a so-called drug, but you're selling it to support your family, hurting nobody on the planet. And the criminal pharmacist has 800 side effects of the prescription drug that he's sending out that's causing other sicknesses. You can't apply the laws of Ma'at to that. You can't say, no, I can't do this because of the laws of Ma'at. And meanwhile, the CVS is selling the poison drugs that you're going to end up taking also. You're going to end up taking their poison drugs, but you're not going to sell a marijuana stick plant to somebody. It doesn't apply to that. The laws of Ma'at apply to the people that are in agreement with it. And it warns you against the isfet, but you can't apply it to people that are not in agreement with you. You can only be a representation of it, but no. To answer your question, my good brother, it is not applied to the rich scum and the corporations, not whatsoever. I watch graffiti movies. I love them. Nothing to do with the laws of Ma'at. So go ahead and do your thing, brother. Do whatever. Be safe out there. Do whatever you're going to do. The laws of Ma'at do not apply to the criminals. So I just wanted to say that really quickly to anybody out there. We may have to go to physical war soon and take people's heads off. And if you're at war and you shoot somebody and they have a gun on them and they're laying dead, and you're running war with a Hati and he doesn't have a gun on him, but that war you killed that person and you're at war and they have a gun and all the ammunition, take that ammunition, take the gun from that dead person, give it to a hati, so now both of you can run with guns. You cannot say, thou shalt not steal, the laws of Ma'at, and then you get clipped in the back of the head by the guy with the gun. All right. Shout out to you, my good brother, for asking that question, and thank you for having the heart to wonder if certain things are wrong. That's very good. Thank you for that. All right, so there you go. All right, so let's go ahead into the next question that was asked, and then I'm gonna answer this for maybe about 20 minutes, and then go ahead to the rest of the donations that were given. Shout out to Funeral Parlor. Shout out to Funeral Parlor. Shout out to you. All right. I'm going to give a shout out to those people who may fall asleep to let you know that I did get your donation. So that is Terrell. Terrell, I did get yours. Terrell, I got your other one. Darrell, I got yours. Shane Harbor, I see you. Shannon Southern, I see you. Michael Godfrey, I see you. Wow, Raphael's going crazy. Not crazy, he's going good. Raphael took up the rest of the donations. The rest of the donations just keep saying Raphael. Oh no, man, Raphael's awesome. Raphael's awesome. Raphael, you should contact Ahati to join the team. See what you can do, because you are definitely a loyal supporter. So I got Raphael Gary, and Robert E. Williams. Shout out to you. So just to let the people know, in case you fall asleep and may say, Tehuti didn't get to my donation, I'm just reading everybody's name, and I'm going to announce them before the class is over. Shout out to everybody. Let's get to the next question. In the Tehuti pod class, you all are awesome. Raphael Gary is just woo. Wow, man. Raphael Gary. This is why I answer these questions so precisely, because of the appreciation that I get in return. Especially from Raphael Gary, Kamit, Cecil, Magoo, all of you are awesome. Okay. What is the next question in from the Tehuti podcast? Let's take a look. It is sent from none other than the scribe. The scribe. Let me go ahead and number this. The scribe, and this is going to be my last question of the night, and the rest will be shot out. And I know Stranger probably fell asleep. I'm gonna probably talk to Brother Sonaire and tell him I'm gonna break down Sonair's channel, because I can never seem to get the Stranger's answer. Oh man, I have it right here too. All in war is fair. Absolutely. You cannot be screaming in war, thou shalt not kill. I'll tell you that right now. Thou shalt not denigrate another's land when you're on their land. They're on your land fighting you. All right, shout out to the next question came in from the scribe. And that question is, where is it here? That question is from the scribe with an awesome. Wow. Another one of the monsters who's also one of the moderators. Shout out to the scribe who asked this question in. This is an interesting question because he sent this question in to me like 7 months ago. I remember answering it. People remember my answer. It was one of my favorite questions, and none of us can find this question in the pod class. None of us can find this question answered anywhere. So he sent it in again. So shout out to the scribe. He is a great supporter. And the scribe sends in, oops, let me stop this. The scribe sends in this question, which is it on the screen? Shout out to the scribe, monster supporter. Awesome, always supporting. Appreciate you. With the $44.23. Shout out to you, my good brother. You are awesome. Shout out to the scribe. He can't make it. He's in the middle of taking care of some very, very very serious business. He's nice and safe, but he's taking care of something that we can only watch later. And so he sent me a direct message to say that he won't be able to make it to the class. Look at Shannon. He won't be able to make it to the class, but he said go ahead and answer. Let me put it back on the screen to read the question. I didn't even read the question. Hold on. The question is, which is going to be one of Shannon's favorite. She was talking about this when she heard it. It is masterclass on the owl. Masterclass on the owl. I'm going to leave this on the screen for a moment. I'm going to switch around this. I'm going to come off the camera. I'll be right back. I'm going to switch something around. Then I'm going to go ahead and answer the masterclass question on the owl. Okay, I am back. Let's get into it. Yes, this is the question on the owl. Raphael, Gary, contact Tehuti. Come to the Mennonite class. Contact Tehuti. Contact any of the brothers, and see what you can do. Everybody, just contact Tehuti and the brothers and see what can be done to put you on the team. And let's go. Thank you for all your support. Okay, so yes, this is the owl question. The breakdown of the owl. Shout out to you, my good brother. Scribe, he wants the master class on the owl. So of course I'm going to break down information on the owl that I have not broken down in public before. And yes, Shannon, this is the owl question. Let's get into it. Let's see who can stay awake. It is 11:32 my time. I'm going to end this answer in about 25 minutes or so. We'll see. And then we'll get into the rest. Jody is here, wide awake and ready for a sheep with an owl. Nice. Okay, let's go, everybody. Let's get into it. And here is the answer to the owl question. We're going to do a screen share. Let's knock this out. This is going to be super interesting. Shannon puts, great question. Yep, she puts an owl too. All right, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. Screen share. And again, there's the question right there, everybody. If you see on big screen, a masterclass on the owl. Coming in from our great technician, the scribe, who is one of the moderators. Shout out to you, good brother. Shout out to you. Okay. Let's go ahead and get into the answer, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. You know how I do it here. We're going to break it down step by step, concept by concept. Let's get into it. Let me do a mic check and a visual check to make sure you all can see me clear. Mic check and sound check. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you hear me? This is the last question. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Press a 1 if you can see me and hear me. A little bit of water. Oh, there's Master K. Shout out to Master K. Shout out to Master K. Shannon Southard can hear me. Master K can hear me, see me. Shannon Southard can hear me, see me. Boss Fee, I got your message, brother. I got your message. Okay. Robert William can see me and hear me. Okay, let's go. Everybody can see me and hear me. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into the infamous owl. All right, let's take a look, everybody. This is for you, scribe. Put together this master class for you. Here we go. So what do we notice when we look at the images of the birds in Kemet right off the bat? What do we notice that is different from the owl? What you'll notice is the owl is the only bird facing you. So here we have Heru the falcon. Here we have Sarah, one of the names of Ramesses, of course, son of Ramesses, and the goose. And we see that this is a profile image. When you look closely at the goose or all the birds, a profile image. When we go over here to Heru, we see the beautiful detail. This is the beautiful profiled image, Heru the falcon. But then we go to the owl. The owl is looking at you. Very interesting, right? Let's get into the deep science of the people of Kemet, the Nile Valley, and what they've created and the message behind it. Okay, here we go. So there it is again. And there's the owl, but you'll notice this time you'll see a hand behind the owl. It is an arm right here, and there's the owl looking at you. As a matter of fact, every image of the owl is always looking at you. So why is that? If we look here, we see the arm making it ma'a, which means what? To see and observe. The actual word owl, the actual image of the owl with the hand in it, is to see and observe. The owl itself is the M. It makes the ma by itself. When you put the ma in it, it is making an emphasis on the A sound. Ma'a. You see that? To see and observe. Page 266 of the Hieroglyphic Dictionary. There's something interesting. You'll see the word behold. There's the ma'a stance right here. So you see the owl is the word ma'a itself, and there is the ma'a stance right there, the standard that you stand on representing truth, and a foundation, which is the actual owl itself, meaning to observe, because the word ma'a is perception. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are now breaking down the owl. To the brother who asked the question. So now we look at the word ma'a. What do we see? We see an eye. There's the eye, there's the ma'a, because the owl is looking at you and the eye is looking at you. So there is ma'a, which is to see and to observe, and it's also to examine, to inspect, to perceive, to look at. Ma'at. And now we have it with the eye, which represents the owl, because the owl has so many rods in its eye that it can't move its eye around. It has to move its head in a 270-degree angle that actually looks almost like 360 degrees. That is the owl. Seen, visible, ma'at. Ma'at, which is to see, sight, seen, visible, which is the truth, because truth is the perception. That is why we have the term, do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I mean? Because see and truth and understanding are synonymous. So do you see what I mean? Y'all don't see me. All that see is comprehension coming from Kemet. So thus the owl, the watcher, also is the word for ma'a. Ma'a is the seer, to perceive. Here's ma'at again. Vision, seeing something, and inspection. That is to have an intellect. You're inspecting something. You are judging something. That is why ma'at is associated with the scale and the judgment seen. In order to judge something, you observe it and you inspect it. And after observation and observing something and analyzing, you are the judge of whether it's good or bad for you. So thus ma'a means truth, because it's a decision that you made after you examined something. See how it all ties in? And there is the owl looking directly at you that you cannot escape. So you'll notice that if you take a picture of somebody looking at the camera directly at it, or if you take a painting and draw a painting at someone looking forward, you'll actually see that anywhere you walk in the room, the person's eyes are looking like they're following you. That's a beautiful illusion, and you can try it at home. Take a picture of yourself or anyone, put it on the wall, make sure they're looking directly at the camera, and then walk around in the room and it looks like their eyes are following you. That is the watcher of the owl, the Ma'at. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are breaking it down. Okay, so now we have the Ma'at, which is to see through darkness, to see truth. Let me show you the owl depicted in archaeology throughout what they call Babylon, with the conscious theme, continuous theme, attached to the woman and night. So we'll see that Ma'at is always associated with the woman, right? Whenever you draw Ma'at, it is a woman, Ma'at, feminine. Now I'm going to show you how the concept of darkness and sight and action in darkness was associated with the female. We're going to show you through archaeology. And here we go. Let's take a look. We're going to go to British Museum 103. 0718 2003, 0718.1. And what is this we're about to look at? The headdress consisting of 4 pair of horns topped by a disc, wearing the elaborate necklace and bracelets in each wrist, holding her hands to the level of her shoulders with the rod and the ring in each figure, supported by a pair of endorsed lines above scale pattern, represented mountains, hilly ground, and flanked with a pair of standing owls. Fire clay, heavily tempered with chaff and organic matter, highlighted with the black pigment and possibly white gypsum. And here it is right here, everybody. Boom. There is the image that is the 19th century BC, found now in the British Museum. And what is it called? Queen of the Night, also called Lady of the Night. So Queen of the Night. What is Queen of the Night? Queen of the Night is the ancient depiction of the female goddess who is associated again with the owl, to the point where her feet are actually owl feet. Can everybody see that? So there is the owl right there. And then you see the woman with the owl feet, holding the ring with the line under it that in Kemet would have been a Shem. And we see her holding it, and there is the Lady of the Night. Okay? So we see the owl is associated also with the Lady of the Night. Why? Because Ma'at is the lady, and nighttime is when you can't see. And if you can see at night, then you're associated with the owl, because the owl is nocturnal. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. We're going to keep on going. This is the master class on the owl for Brother Scribe, who asked this question. So, the owl, woman, was known as Lady of the Night, associated with the nocturnal vision, wisdom of Ma'at. Look what she's holding, which I showed you was the Shen symbol, the ring with the line underneath it. This throughout time became mutated through Jewish folklore as Lilith. You can send in a question on Lilith for further information. For now, I will break down the matrix on how the owl, as a symbol of conception in the night, both mentally and sexually, transformed into the biblical sex partner of Adam. So the owl was a symbol of conception. Conception is the birth of something, right? Conception. That is why when you have a thought, it is conception, and also when a woman is impregnated, she is in conception, or she's going to conceive a child, both from the word concept, because the understanding of sexual energy existed in the mental plane first, and the plane of perception, the plane of Ma'at. So thus it is understandable that the owl will be associated with nighttime seeing and sexual energy. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. We are about to break it down. Here we go. So women were associated with fertility and the moon due to sexual cyclic cycles, menstruation cycles, thus were associated with nighttime. There she is again, shown, making sure you see her sexual parts, making sure the emphasis is on her body parts. Okay? So there is the owl, the relief in Old Babylon, Mesopotamia, Iraq, 19th century, 18th century BC. And it goes on to describe the details. Museum number 203-07-181. Queen of the Night, associated with the owl. Okay? Here she is again. Detail of bust trace pigment on the hand. Why? Because, of course, the hand was originally brown before it faded into this color through time. Okay, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here's the other angle of her. And now let's get further into it. So here's where the Bible stepped in and the folklore stepped in. So in the Bible, the word for nighttime was Lilith. But in the Bible, we see the word not associated with Adam and Eve, but with an owl. Okay, here we are. Here's how it now steps into the Bible. And the owl now becomes associated with sex, magic, and nighttime, because it was in ancient times associated with the woman and sexuality and perception. The wild beasts of the desert shall also meet with the wild beasts of the island, and the satyr shall cry to his fellow, and the screech owl also shall rest there and find for herself a place of rest. Notice the owl was associated with a her. There's male screech owls too, but in the Bible, it immediately goes to a her. Now we look it up in the Strong's Concordance under what they have under screech owl. And under screech owl, boom, we look at it and we see the popular title, Lylyth. That spells Lilith. Lilith, the person you hear about in the Jewish folklore, Lady of the Night. I can get into Lilith in the next podcast, but I want you to know that the word Lilith is translated to as owl in the dictionary. And the word Lilith is also the word that means nighttime. Okay, so here's the screech owl or the mountain owlet. This is what it looks like. Again, of course, looking directly at you, turning its head like that, and looking at you. This is the mountain owlet. Okay, also considered a screech owl. Okay, so here we go into Lilith. Lilith here, name of a female night demon, haunting desolate Edom. So we now have this female being associated with the owl, and of course associated with a demon, because in biblical literature, females are always associated with evil in most cases. So here the Hebrew word has variously translated as screech owl or night monster, night jar, night hag, night bird, vampire. See that? So now the owl in the Bible is associated with the vampire. Why the vampire? Vampire is V-empire. So vampire is actually from the word uber. It's to suck, and it is speaking about the woman's vagina, which is why they have it spelled with the letter V, because that is what the woman's vagina does. It sucks out the sperm of the man and takes his blood to create another person, thus everlasting life, like a vampire. And the woman's vagina has lips, and the woman's vagina bites the neck of the penis, which is the vampire, associating the woman with the succubus once again. Okay, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. We are breaking it down. And now, here we are. It's just a word that means night, and because it's associated with sex in Genesis 19:33, what do they tell us Adam's wife's name was? So, here we go. Lilith is just a word that means night, but you can see in the Bible where they associate night with sexuality. Why is night associated with sexuality? It's associated with the owl because the owl is nocturnal, and at the nighttime was a safe time to have sex if the moon was brightly lit, which associated the woman with the moon again, which is why a lot of babies are born on a full moon. They actually had sex on the same full moon, and when it cycled back around, the baby was born on a full moon, because that is when ancient people will be able to see each other and have sex and protect themselves and know what was coming from them, for them at nighttime. because the moon was the only light. It was unsafe to have sexual relationships in complete dark, living in a rainforest or a jungle where any panther or creature could sneak up on you. So thus the moon and nighttime were associated with sexuality. But here it is right here, where we see the Bible directly associates nighttime with sex and two women raping their father. As we can see there, they gave their father wine at nighttime, and there's the Lilith. See the Lilith, the Lily, that is nighttime. And of course, it's talking about Lot and his daughters, because every time the Bible depicts women, the women are always depicted as doing something bad in 90% of the cases. So here, and they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and lay with their father, and he perceived not, and she lay down, and she was awoke. This is called raping. So they're associating the women in the Bible with the first rapings, and two women are raping their father, and they do it at nighttime, called Lilith. So the Bible is associating nighttime with rape and sexuality. Now, what do they say happened? What do they call Adam's wife? Adam's wife is called what? What is she called? What is Adam's wife's name? Adam's wife's name is Eve, from the word Hawa, but the word Eve is associated with evil, of course, because of the night demon. So it's Eve, which is associated with evil. Okay, so now how does that associate back with Ma'at? How do we know they stole the concept? Because what did they say? So first of all, here is Eve right here. I'm going to show you. Eve is associated with evil, and of course, it's the first woman who's associated with nighttime, like the owl. Because look at this, original sense by evening. See it, everybody? You see the evening? So the woman from the very beginning, even in the Bible, was associated with nighttime, because nighttime was the owl, and the ancient Babylonian goddess was the woman of the night, who was drawn with two owls and owl feet. They stole that concept, put it in the Bible, called the woman Hawa, which means to live, but in English called her Eve, which is from evening. And there's the nighttime, and the night owl was called the night demon. So they have evil, evening, evil, all the same thing. Okay, so now how does it associate back with night with Ma'at? Very simple, because what did they say happened to Eve? What did she receive? She received wisdom, Ma'at. That is what she received. She received wisdom, Ma'at, of good and evil. Remember, perception is the ability to look at good and evil and make a choice. And that's why the owl is Ma'ah, because it's seeing something in the darkness, seeing something for what it is. And that's why the symbol of Ma'ah is also the eye. So you can see good and evil, and thus you are a judge. And thus Ma'at is associated with judgment. Well, that's exactly what happened to the Eve in the Bible. She was taught about wisdom and the tree of life and good and evil, while simultaneously becomes sexually aware. Boom. So the Bible has a woman that is called the evening and evil, and the first thing she's associated with having a conversation is with a serpent who is giving her wisdom. There's Ma'at, wisdom. She knows good and evil, and at that exact same moment, she becomes sexually aware and knows she's naked, thus associating the woman with evening time and Eve, and wisdom, Ma'at, and sexuality, the night owl, or the Lilith. There it is. Boom. So now let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are breaking it down. So now, the word for conscious perception, Ma'ah, is the owl. Notice there is an arm. What does the gesture people do when they start a sentence with the word behold? So when somebody says behold, like a magician, when a magician says behold, what is the first thing he does with his hands? He goes like this, behold. Behold is the only word that deals with sight that is associated with hand. Behold, which means to see, but yet behold has the word hold in it, which is a hand. And when you say behold, you do a hand gesture that comes from Kemet, to see, Ma'at, but the way you spell it is an owl with the sight that's seeing, but the hand is in there. And if you look back at the hand, it's actually giving something. It is deep. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it, everybody. So let's look here. Here we go. Here's the owl. When we look here, we see the arm making it Ma'at. And look closely at the arm. The arm is giving something. You see the behold. There's hold. It's holding something. Holding what? Holding the Aku, the pyramid, representing ascension and life. Behold, because that was the purpose of following Ma'at. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are getting deeper and deeper. So there is Ma'ah, the sight, the vision. There it is again. And now, here it is. What is the only word for look that pertains to hand? Right here. Look closely. The word literally is the only word look that is the action of what a hand does. When you say behold, you're using your hand gesture, and it has the action of what a hand does, holding something. You see? So here's behold, which means be and hold. It's made up of the two words. You see that? Behold, right? Behold, hold, keep, hold in view. But there is hold to keep something, to grab it with your hand. Here is the word ma'ah, the owl, which is holding something. See, holding. There's the owl, which is sight, and there it is with the hand behind it, and that hand is holding something. The Masonic concept of behold came from the ma'ah, owl, and that is why it's the word that means to see, but it has the action of what a hand literally does, which is a hand holds. A hand doesn't see, so why would a hand be in the word behold? Right? Because it deals with holding something, the concept of this right here. Unless you use the hand gesture. Voila, or behold, coming to the stage, behold, is such and such. Yes, that is right. Hold is a concept that came from Kemet. Look at that. See, behold, there's the word right there in the hieroglyphic dictionary. It literally says behold, and you see a hand there holding something. That's the concept that came from Kemet, from Ma'at. Let's continue going, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's take it even further. Remember, the owl Ma'ah means see, and also what? To perceive, to be conscious of something. This lingo has also made its way into today's culture from Kemet. What do you say to someone when you understand what they're saying? You say, I see what you mean. Let's take it even further. What if someone cuts you off to say something? What do they tell them? What do you tell them? What do you do with your thought? Yes, there it is again. You say, hold that thought. Hold that thought. I'm about to say something. Hold that thought. Perception and conception is the thought. And thought is considered holding something when you keep it to yourself. Yes, there it is again. Holding, associating with consciousness. Let's take it even further. What does the word hold even mean? What if I told you one of the meanings was to have a mind? You would say, no way, Tehuti. I'm here to break the matrix and show you what the Freemasons don't show you, or what the people don't show you that are hiding these situations. Here's the word hold, and look, everybody, let's take a close look at the word hold. Observe. So the word hold now means to observe. You never in your life use the word hold to observe. You never say, hey, I'm observing that girl over there. And you say, hey, I'm holding that girl over there. You see that? There it is, observe, Middle English, right? To have one's own, have in mind, of opinions. You see that? To have one's own, to have a mind of opinions is the word hold, coming from the Kemetic concept of ma'at. Ma'at, which is perception, the mind, and also the hand. Boom. All of this from the Kemetic understanding of ma'at and the owl. Understanding this science as a form of hypnosis, they put this symbol in your hand. Your hand, behold, your hand, hold, every day. So they put this symbol in your hand every day, but reversed it. And now it means to watch you while you are in the darkness. What do you see and hold almost every day? Let me ask the chat room. What do you see and hold almost every day? Anybody? What do you see and hold almost every day? Hand to hand. What is in the hand? What do you see and hold almost every day? I'll give you a couple seconds. What do you see and hold almost every day? Hybrid Cypher says, Herbert Cypher says, "Ah, behold, fascinating. Never looked at it like that. That is my job. What do you see and you hold almost every day? And if you didn't do this, you'd actually die. What do you see and hold almost every day?" Right now, it's a little different because of technology. But let's say 60 years ago, what did you hold every day in order for you to survive? What do you see and hold every day in order for you to survive? Well, let's take a look, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And here it is. It's in your hand every day, but reverse. And now it means they watch you while you are in the dark. What do you see and hold almost every day? Behold. Money. That is what you see and you hold almost every day in order for you to survive. Hand-to-hand transactions, whether it be your Cash App, whether it be physical money, your credit card, almost every day, this is what's in your hand. Behold. But take a closer look. Take a closer look. It's that little thing right there the arrow's pointing to. Who is that little guy? What is that? That's the owl sitting on the Rothschild shield, the red shield. The little owl representing you in the dark, and they are watching you every day, because every day you do your hand-to-hand transaction with the money. And before there was cryptocurrency and Bitcoin and all this, this is what you held in your hand every day, with the owl beholding you every day, with all these symbols on a piece of paper that nobody knows what it means and nobody cares what it means, but these are all sigil, magical symbols of control. And there is your owl that just reversed it. Boom, that is my answer, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you, my brother Scribe, for asking that question. Now you got your breakdown of the owl from Kemet all the way to the English, all the way to Babylon, all the way to the night owl, all the way to Lilith, all the way to the Bible, all the way to the money in your hand with the little owl on the corner of the Rothschild bill. Boom! There it is, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I hope you all appreciate it and enjoy the information. This is how I break things down on the Podclass, precise visual for all of you to see and understand while breaking the spell and breaking the matrix. Every single day, you hold the owl. Every day, almost every day, every single person in this room has held an owl. Every single person in this room and everybody you've met has held, behold, the owl as it's watching you. Boom! All right, let me check the room, everybody. I know that the brother who actually asked the question is not in the room, so I know he can't respond, but when he watches it, he will. That's right. That's right. That's why. That's why, because they control the magic. That is why. All right. Tehuti. Heck, oh, shout out to Tehuti. Yes, the dollar bill, right? Makes sense, right? The reason why you think the $1 bill is worth less than the $100 bill is only one reason. That reason is you believe it. It's called magic. That's how magic works. The weight of a $1 bill and its composition is the exact same weight of a $100 bill. The only difference between the two is the magical sigils on it. So because of the magical sigils and energy pictures on the $1 bill, your mind says this is worth less than the $100 bill, but that paper is actually not 100 times more than the other paper. It's complete illogic, and it's just a magical spell. That's why if you look close at each money, there's different symbols and pictures on it. They had to make sure of that, but the one they make sure you start off with, even as a child, even the child gets the ones for his allowance. You don't have to be rich to hold the ones. Even the homeless gets the ones. So everybody from the homeless to Zuckerberg, they make sure that those people, which is everybody, holds the ones. Some people never held a $100 bill. No problem. Some homeless never held a $20 bill. But everybody's held the one. All right, everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let us go and do this and get this information. The Great Seal, you're absolutely right. Jody says, wow, I know Jody loves this type of stuff. Jody says, wow, King this powerful big name. What is this? King Lamour Production says, wow. Okay, everybody, wonderful. Glad you all enjoyed it. Glad you all appreciate it. It's all about the Benjamins, right? But you wouldn't exactly. But don't forget the Washingtons, because the Washingtons make up the Benjamins, right? The ones what everybody has. The owl on the dollar bill. Never knew that. Wow, there it is. Boom. We've always held the owl. All right, everybody. Now we're gonna go ahead. Since you all like that, we're gonna go ahead and do the shout out to the donation people that have sent a donation. Give a shout out to them. I do not. Shannon says, I do not consent to this spell. Oh man, Hybrid says, so insightful. Thank you. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's Ma'at again. That's the owl again. Insightful. Yeah, all ties into it. All right, everybody. Boom. Let's go and go to these donations. Shout everybody out so that everybody can get their respect for what they have donated. And we got here P. Torimo, my eyes, with 1113, who sends a donation. Thank you, P. Torimo. Appreciate you. Let me go ahead and put you in the room. And let me go ahead and put you now on the screen. P. Torimo. Oh, let me see if it went in my room. Hold on a second, everybody. Delete, move to trash. Did it go? Where's P. Torimo? 1113, there it is. Okay, boom, P. Torimo. We're going to go ahead and do screen share. And P. Torimo. 1113. Shout out to P. Torimo. I don't even know, not sure who you are, but that's the beauty of it, is that I'm affecting people all across the world, and I don't know who they are, and they don't have to donate. They could watch silently, just receive the information. But the honest people that deal with reciprocity and feel that I'm actually putting in this time, they are donating, even though I've never seen them before. Shout out to you, P. Torimo. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support. All right, let's get to the next person. Next donator is Terrell. Terrell again. Terrell says, oh, nice question, Terrell. Is Terrell even in the room? I'm not sure, but I want to put this for next week. Nice question. Great question. Let me go ahead and put a note beside your name. And I'm going to go ahead and read the question off to everybody. Here we go. Next week, 2. All right, Terrell. And I'm let me go ahead and put it on the screen so everybody can see the question and read it together. And the question is from Terrell, new time donator, who says, Terrell says he was the one in the room that asked for the Cash App, and then he immediately said, I think he sent 2. I'm going to go ahead and look again. Shout out to Terrell, who says, do we come from the waters of noon? Yes, we do, and I'm going to, next week, another big breakdown. Let's go. Let's go, everybody. Awesome. Yes, we do come from the waters of noon, and I'm going to get you next week, Terrell. Shout out to you. I don't even know if you're in the room anymore, but shout out to you. Team MacBook. Somebody said Team MacBook. Okay. Oh, Leo 5 says blessings to you. Please shout out to Leo 5. Blessings to you. Okay, and Hybrid says that. You all can read that. I can't really read that. My eyes are getting a little worn out, but shout out to Hybrid. Okay, next one is Terrell again. Shout out to Terrell again, who he sends 5 just for support. Awesome, Terrell. Shout out to you, Terrell. Appreciate that. Let me go ahead and put that in the room. Where is it? Where does it go? Where'd it go? Okay, Terrell. Shout out to Terrell who sends a $5 donation. You are awesome, good brother. A new donator who has actually donated twice in one class. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate the support. So Terrell sends a 5. And, oh, it's for the same question. Okay. So he basically split his donation for the same question into 2. So I'm gonna go ahead and shout you out. Is Waters of Noon the creator? Oh yes, I can't. I look forward to this. Look forward to answering that. Let me go ahead and put a note beside your name. I'll put next week. Okay. We'll note that you gave both donations for this question. A little different wording, but I'll read them both next week. Two, same person. Shout out to Terrell. Okay, shout out to Terrell. Let's get to the next one here. The next one here, we're gonna whip through these. Who's next? Daryl. Shout out to Daryl. Daryl is thanking me. Shout out to Daryl. I don't know who Daryl is. Is there a Daryl in the room? Shout out to you, Daryl. If so, if you're hearing me, shout out to you. And respect to your support. I'm gonna go ahead and put you in the room and give you respect. Thank you guys for making it a little easier for me. I have question after question after question after question. If every once in a while you can just send in support, it also makes it a little easier for me also. I have so many questions that get backed up. A shout out to good brother Daryl Divine, who says, thank you for time, research, and resources, Hotep. Thank you, my brother, for appreciating me. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. And the next is good brother Shane Harbor, who says always a pleasure. Shane Harbor, if you're listening, you had sent me a message. You had sent me a message, and it said that you don't have to be there when I answer a question for you. I don't know if I have a missed question from you. Let me know. I don't remember getting a question from you that I didn't answer because you weren't there. But if you recall, go ahead and remind me if there was a question that I said I'm not going to answer because Shane's not here. Let me know if that actually ever happened. But in the meantime, shout out to Shane Harbor, another consistent donator and supporter and question asker and all of that. He's always sending support, and he sent $25 that said, always a pleasure. Shane Harbor, it's always a pleasure to interact with you. Thank you, Shane Harbor. It's always a pleasure to interact with you. Thank you, my good brother. Okay. Okay, good. We're whizzing through these. You guys are really supporting today. Thank you very much. You know, I need it for my mind. If I need it for my mind, it helps my mind when I feel that this time I'm taking is really appreciated. It helps my brain continue on, because really before this, everybody, I really was just teaching my inner circle. Ahati was the only brother that was not in my inner circle like that I was teaching. So this really helps motivate me to continue on with this at this high level. It's easy to do what all the other people do on YouTube, but this high level it does take a lot from me and my eyes and everything. And thank you all for appreciating me. Speaking of which, we have 888 Shannon South Hard. I keep saying South. I'm gonna keep mixing the name up with Jody's names. Last names kind of sound the same. Shannon South Hard. Who says infinite gratitude? Is it on the screen? Let me put it on the screen. Shannon South Art, who says infinite gratitude, and I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. I believe you, meaning that I know that you are extremely appreciative. I see your comments. I see how you speak in the men class. I see how you are, and you are very, very appreciative. And I like that you're coming out more. You're coming out more. I remember you when you were just a name in the chat. You're just a name. Now you're donating more. You're in the Medu class, and I do believe that you are have infinite gratitude. Thank you for the 888. Shout out to Shannon South Ard. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Okay. Let me see if I put that in my full files. Where's 888? It is there. Okay, good. All right, on to the next one. Shannon put snakes and spiders, I think. Tehuti, fear not. I don't know. Fear not. Okay, so let's go on. Michael Godfrey. Michael Godfrey is he has a name like Mac Lamar or something, but shout out to Michael Godfrey, who said he came to a class some weeks ago, and I believe he said he's going to be a consistent supporter. And he actually has been ever since he said that. Every class he has been. I appreciate you, Michael Godfrey. Thank you very much, because like I said, for anyone watching, there's 74 people to 105 people watching, and there's a lot of people just watching and sucking it up. Some people are watching and taking it to better their lives. Some people are watching it to teach it on their channel, and some people are whatever they're planning on doing with it, but they're not showing the appreciation. And you don't have to. You can watch in the cut and be secret, and I will never know. So shout out to the people that are actually making themselves known by sending in the support. Even if you send it in through the week, I'm going to put it in this in the class. I'm going to announce it in the class. I want everybody to know who the supporters are, because I truly appreciate you, and you help me support myself and family. And that is how reciprocity should work. So shout out to Michael Godfrey with the $10, who says, Trust Saba. I think that's what it says. Trus, Trust Saba. Maybe that's like trust in Jamaican. Trust Saba. All right. Thank you for your trust, my good brother. Trust Saba. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay. Jody, everybody's sending love. What is the love emoji? Thank you, Jody, for the love emojis. Thank you, Shannon, for the hearts. And thank you, everybody, for the good information. Careful, Garfield. Maybe watching. I'm gonna say this to you, Darius. You know what? It doesn't matter, because if you're not watching it for the intention of truly accepting it, it's not gonna help. So I want everybody to. I want my haters to watch, and I want those who love me to watch. Because if you hate me, you're gonna watch just to critique, and you're actually gonna miss all this information. But when you make your video critiquing me, it brings me more viewership. So shout out to everybody with whatever energy. It's all energy that gets the name out there. Here comes Raphael Gary stampeding. I think he sent another one. Wait a minute. No, who's this? Wait. I don't know if my eyes are blurry or if Raphael Gary is continuously sending in donations. I'm telling you right now, everybody, this man right here does not donate to the other channels. He's there. This man has high respect for me because he's not somebody throwing his money at the channels. I watch him. And to see somebody who doesn't throw money on the channels, and the people on those channels are kind of begging. They're kind of begging for donations, but this brother only donates to that which he sees quality, which is me. I'm gonna take some water and I'm gonna throw his donation on the screen. Oh, this is a question. Raphael Gary has a question. Oh, Raphael Gary has a question. I hope all these 5 are not questions. He's about to drown me if they are. So, okay, so boom. I'm gonna put this for next week note, and I'm gonna call this Raphael Gary sends this, and I'm gonna put it on the screen for everybody to see. And it is it on the screen? No, it's not. Hold on. Okay. There it is. Boom. Okay. Sorry. It says, did we evolve to become us here or land here? Nice question. Nice question. I'm gonna I think I got it, but nice, beautiful question. Beautiful question. Beautiful question. And the answer is actually both. And I'm gonna I'll put something together for you. Good question. Very good, Raphael Gary. Let me check the chat, see if he's even in here. I don't know if he's here still. Oh, he's here. Spread the question. Are all these questions? Oh my goodness, man. Raphael Gary, let me check again. Oh, you know what? I didn't even give. Hold on. I didn't give Raphael Gary his. I must be getting tired. Hold on. Raphael Gary. Shout out to you, Raphael Gary, for the great support. You are awesome. Appreciate it. Always supporting. You are awesome. Thank you. Kamita's funny. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Shout out to you. All right, next is Raphael Gary again. Oh man, I don't. This may be a statement. I'm just gonna read it. It may be just him giving a donation and making a statement. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the. Shout out to Raphael Gary. I don't know if there's a question. I'm going to put it on the screen. And it says, NASA found planets more habitable for us than Earth. I'm not sure that's a question. Yes. I'll go over that. Let me check the room and see if that's a question he's asking. If he's just making a statement. Oh, Stranger's still here. Stranger, did you leave, Stranger, earlier? Stranger, did you leave? Oh man, it's so hard to get Stranger's question. I gotta call Sa and just give the answer there or something. I've been trying to answer Stranger's question for 2 weeks, I think. And man, it's just tough, Stranger. I got a great answer for you too. Oh, have I heard about it? Okay, so let me go ahead and put it as put that from next week too. I feel Gary. I feel Gary. He did say spread out the questions, so I will. I don't want to get overwhelmed or drowned. I'm sure he doesn't want me to get overwhelmed and drowned, so I will spread them out as I see culpable with with what I can do. All right. Oh, your phone died. Okay, stranger. We're gonna get your answer. I got your answer. I don't know. Shout out to Raphael Garrett. We're gonna get to you, stranger. I'm gonna try to go answer on Sonnet or something. I'm trying to get your answer for like 3 weeks now. Okay, shout out to Raphael Gary again for the donation. Again, always sending in. He always sends in. Is it always 21? Let me check. It's like 21. Shout out to Raphael Gary. Appreciate you, my good brother. Shout out to you. Okay, next donator and supporter is Raphael Gary. Oh, yo. For pyramid in Bosnia more official, you got to explain this one to me, my good brother. I'm not sure what this question means. I'm going to put it up on the screen. I'm not sure what this is, but I will put it up on the screen. Actually, I'll put it in for next week. Give a quick comment on it. I'm not sure what I'm reading, but next week 3. So I'm gonna go ahead and put on the screen. Oh, it's already taken. Next week 5. Oh my gosh, I'm surrounded. Okay, next week 5. Okay, here we go. Boom. Raphael Gary sent in a question or a statement, and it said, I'm going to go ahead and read it for everybody. I'm going to put it on the screen. Shout out to Raphael Gary, who is a master supporter today. I think he sent like $80 today or something. Let me see. Shout out to Raphael Gary again. Like Dr. Reggie says, I want to apologize again. Shout out to Reggie again. Shout out to Raphael again, which is I'm going to take this one off the screen. And he had another one, and the other one is let's see if we can find it. Shout out to Raphael Gary, who is a monster tonight, throwing in all kinds of donations and support. Thank you, my good brother Raphael Gary. Thank you. And he said, pyramid in Bosnia more official than Great Pyramid. I'm not sure what that means. Let me go in the room. Maybe he'll elaborate. Shout out to Raphael Gary. You are awesome, my brother. As always. So Raphael Gary, let me go in the room. Have I heard what is official? It's pyramid in Bosnia more official. I'm not sure. Maybe you could type that in, supplement the word official. I don't know what that even means pertaining to a pyramid. Oh, is it older? Great question. Is it older? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna add that a note to let me see some here. Let me add that note to you, Raphael Gary. Is this you here? Let me see. Oh, here's my eyes. Where's Raphael Gary's 21s? Where are they? Is this another one of his? Oh, man. So many Raphael. I got the Raphael Gary's beside each other so I can keep track. Where's that one? Where's Okay, let me go ahead and screenshot it again, I guess. I don't know what happened to it. Raphael Gary. Boom. And I'll put oops. I'm gonna put a note here. Raphael Gary is giving me a stack of questions to spread out, which I will. We'll put next week Raphael older than Aku. Okay. Shout out to Raphael Gary again. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate the support and the clarity. Gotcha, like older, no problem. Okay, next donator is Robert E. Williams. Shout out. Robert says he appreciates my answers. Thank you, my good brother. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. He appreciates my good answers. And let me go ahead and put this in the room. Boom. Shout out to you, my good brother, for the supports. Robert E. Williams, 7.77. I appreciate your answers. Thank you. And I want to make a note of this. Thank you, my brother, because even if you don't send in a question, I'm sure the information I'm breaking down in any of these answers have something to do with something that you were interested in. That you're interested in. So let me go ahead and so thank you for being appreciative of even questions that you didn't ask. Okay, so next up is Raphael Gary again. Whoa, Raphael Gary again. With what is it? Wow, Raphael Gary is going. Wow. It's Midnighter. Wow, Raphael Gary, man, I gotta give you the horns now. I think you're over $100. Let me go ahead and Raphael Gary again. Okay. Next week 8. Okay, let me put this in the room. Shout out to Raphael Gary, who's just taking over the donation section. He's just taking over. I'm tired, and I'm going and going and going and going with this Raphael Gary. He's keeping me up and alert. I'm a little tired, but I'm loving it, Raphael Gary. Thank you, my good brother. I'm going to put you in the room again. This man he is going super support mode. There he is, Raphael Gary. Awesome, awesome, awesome support. He is, wow. I think it's $120. I'm not sure, but I'm going to add it up. But I think Raphael Gary sent about 4 or 5 donations of 21. Shout out to you, Raphael Gary. Shout out to you, Raphael Gary. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. All right. Thank you, Raphael Gary. I'm feeling very appreciated. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Shannon Southard says, your answers always divinely intertwine with my questions. Thank you, Sab. Okay. You're welcome. Raphael Gary. Thank you, Shannon. Next support. Oh, Did I even put the question up? Hold on. 1 second, everybody. I'm getting tired. Wait a minute. I didn't put the question up. I didn't read the question. 1 second. I'm getting... Did I put it up? Raphael Gary sent so much. Okay, so the question is... Let me see if it's on the screen. The question is Medu Neter and the pyramids dated at the same time? Very valid question. Very good question. A very, very good question. Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. That will definitely motivate me to... These questions are motivational. Thank you, my brother. You are awesome. We have 2 more left. All right, we're going to be able to close it down. We have 2 more left. And the next one is... What? Oh, man. Johan Billadou. Johan Billadou with these questions. I got to... Oh, man. Shout out to Johan Billadou. Oh. Let me go ahead and make note. This is... Oh. Wow. Look at this question, everybody. Look at this. Look at this question, everybody. From Johan Billadou. Shout out to you. Let me put you on the screen. I don't know. Man. Shout out to Johan Billadou. Always with these super interesting questions. And he says, wait, where's the screen share? Hold on, everybody. Where's the share? It's not on the screen. 1 second. Here it is. Yeah, and Billadou sends $16.05. He says, how to quantum jump. Johan, contact me for this question. How to quantum jump. Contact me for clarity on this. I remember there was a show called Quantum Leap, and they were doing it physically. I need to ask you about this question here. Shout out to Johan Billadou. How to quantum jump. Wow. And last but not least, the last question, Raphael Gary. Wow, Raphael Gary. Raphael Gary, you gotta clarify this one too for me, please. Shout out to Raphael Gary. I need clarity on this one. And he said, Raphael Gary says, what does he say? He says, home tab. Raphael Gary, if you're in the room, clear this one up for me. Shout out to Raphael Gary for $16. Says, is Kish tablet older than Medu Neter? Raphael Gary, what is Kish tablets? Kish tablets. If you're in the room, Raphael, clarify to me, what have you found called Kish tablets? I'm going to put this in the room. I'm going to put this as need clarity. Let me know what is Kish tablets. Okay, here we go. I'm going to save this. And I'm going to put this as need clarity. Need clarity. Need clarity. Rename. Next week's need clarity. Kish tablet. Raphael Gary again. Kish tablets. I don't know if Raphael Gary's still in the room. I'm going to check. That's the last donation of the night, I believe. Let me refresh the page. I believe that is it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Let me see if Raphael Gary is in the room. And He says, is cuneiform older than Medu-Neter? Okay, that's a valid question. Nice question. Let me reword that in your notes, because that's definitely a different question from what I read. So I'm gonna rewrite under, where'd it go? Raphael Gary. Where did Raphael Gary go? Raphael Gary? Kish tablet? Oh, wait a minute. No. I have to do it again. Let me do it again here. Raphael Gary. Let me go ahead and but I saved it already. Where did it go? Where did it go? I have next week. Oh, here it is. No, that's not it. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Bear with me. We have a disappeared. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, Raphael Gary, $16. Is Kish tablet older than Medu-Neter? I'm going to reword it for is cuneiform. Is cuneiform older than Medu-Neter? Okay, thank you, Raphael Gary, for clearing that up. I got you. I put the note there. You're good to go. And thank you for clearing up that question. Okay, so here we go, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. That is the end of the donations. That is the end of the answering of the questions. I've answered a lot of questions today. A lot of thorough breakdowns. I'm glad you all appreciated it. Shout out to everyone in the Podclass. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to the supporters. Shout out to everyone that assisted and helped. Let me go ahead and put this for the people that are watching. For the people that are watching, you can support through at RockySV, at PayPal, and Cash App TT Amoon. Please support with questions. Even if you watch this afterwards, you can send in a question in the week, or you can just send in support. That is my Cash App. I want everybody also, you can go to, I'm going to go ahead and put this right in the room, teachings of Ma'at.org. Teachings of Ma'at.org. I'm going to go ahead and screen share and show you that. Everybody go to, you can go to that. You can sign up for the newsletter. Here it is. And that is our website, teachingsofma'at.org. You can sign up, subscribe for the mailing list, the news article. There's a little section here that says, I have a question. When you go to the website, you can learn about the study guide under the team. This is the study guide here. It can link you right into past studies. It also has the time of the current upcoming ones. Of course, there's a section for the Tehuti Podclass that gives you the latest ones that came on. And then you can meet the team here. And this has everybody on the team, starting with me, Ahati, there's Scribe, there is Arcad Infinite, there's formerly known as AJ, he's getting his name soon, there's Tehuti, and you get a little bio on them. There's a members only access. Of course, when you sign into there, you get the members only information. And there's a section here where you can get the book. You can purchase the books. Here it is right here. Melanin Dark Consciousness. Add to cart. You can add that to the cart. It will link right into your PayPal, as you can see. Okay. And the same thing with stepping out of the matrix. You go to there and add to cart, and there it is linked right into your PayPal. Or you can click both and get both of them. All right. It's very professional, very organized by the great moderator called the Scribe. I'm glad you all. Oh, wait. Was it even on the screen, everybody? Is everything I showed, was it on the screen? Let me go in the chat room. I don't know what just happened there. Did I just show everything on the screen? Did you all see the website as I was talking about it? Was it on the screen? I was walking you through the website on the screen. Was it showing it as I was talking? I hope so. I just walked you through several things, and I hope everybody saw that. Okay, good. Thank you. All right, so that is the website. Shout out to everybody, all the people that assist me, all the people that I trust, all the people that support, all the people that get the books, all the people that come to Meternetter Mondays. Meternetter Mondays starts at 12 o'clock every Monday Pacific time. You can contact me and find out how to join. The moderators can put that in the room. Actually, I'll just there. You can email me there. Find out how to join the Meternetter Mondays. You get the link as soon as you follow through with the directions, and there you can another Tehuti Podclass. Basically, it's more personal. So there's class on Sunday at 7. Meternetter Mondays. Of course, Tehuti Podclass. You saw where to get the books. You can go get the books there. Shout out to everybody. I'm glad you all appreciated what I teach. Thank you all for coming. I'm going to shout out Stranger. Shout out you, Stranger. He's the namer of the moderators. Shout out to Shannon. Shout out to, of course, Master K. Shout out to the great Kamit 101. Shout out to Raphael Gary, of course. Shout out to Ahati, Tehuti Mos, Tehuti Heka Kepara, Leo Fire. Shout out to Shannon Stothard. Shout out to Jody, Darius McNair, of course. This new brother here, where'd he go? King Lemuai Productions. Shout out to you. Shout out to Big Vapes. Shout out to everybody that has come to the Tehuti Podclass and has supported it. We're now going to end off with the affirmation and end another 6 hour and 35 minute Tehuti Podclass. Here's the affirmation, everybody. You can say it with me on the count of 3. We'll say it on the count of 3. I'm going to actually turn the music down a little bit. And it is like this. The Meternetter is at the top, the English is at the bottom. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, Un and S, Nintet, Aset and Mayat, Min Hepapet and Mayat, Her and Hu, Kiyui, Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. I appreciate you. I'm glad that you all appreciate me. Thank you for preserving me. Thank you for preserving my mind state. Thank you for everything you do to keep me motivated to continue to do this, because I can give up at any time. I have done it before, and I will do it with no qualms. I'm doing this strictly out of the appreciation and love that people have for me, and as long as I see that, I'll continue to give it at this high level. But as soon as I see that it's not appreciated, it doesn't exist, I will, boom, disappear into the mountains or wherever I have to go, and just teach myself. But you all are keeping me motivated. Ahati Ma'at, for bringing me to the public. Thank you, brother. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the goddesses. Thank you for all the people that back me up. Thank you for the people in the room. Thank you to the netter, to all of those energy forces that support me and support you. Jesus Marquez says, thank you, Saba, for the class. What you represent and is a thank you, Saba. Sorry, Jesus Marquez says, thank you, Saba, for the class. What you represent is essential for our people, and thank you for doing it with great sacrifice. Thank you, my brother. I'm definitely doing it with a lot of sacrifice, but it will pay off in the end when this grows, and I have others that can continue this on when my time is up, and others advance themselves and continue on. And it could be you, Jesus Marquez. Thank you. Thank you, Shannon Southard. Thank you, Jody. Appreciate everybody. I couldn't bring any snakes on today because all of my snakes have eaten and they all have full bellies and they can't move around. But Charlotte is here. She says, peace. Thank you, everybody, for coming to the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you for your appreciation and respect for me and this wisdom and knowledge that our ancestors left us because they love and respect us to even leave it here to give me the opportunity to even teach it. Shout out to everybody. You're all awesome. I will see you all that come to the Marinetta class on Monday. If not, I will see you all next Friday. Peace and love.